private reflection and meditation. Thank you. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 5 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Secretary of State for Small Business and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, 36 years ago, our country was irrevocably shaken by a horrific act of gender-based violence. On December 6, 1989, a gunman entered École Polytechnique in Montreal, forced women and men apart, and then launched a violent shooting, murdering 14 young women and injuring 13 others, solely because they were women. Alors que nous soulignons
As we mark the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, we recognize and mourn the young women whose lives were stolen at École Polytechnique in an act of misogynistic hatred that forever changed us.
Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Cogan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Deguenot, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Avernick, Maryse Laganière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lumay, Sonia Pelletier, Michelle Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, and Barbara Klonik-Vidavijic. These brilliant women were daughters, sisters, friends, students with bright futures, potential, and dreams that were never given the chance to be realized. 36 years later, their impact endures. Their stories continue to be felt in every corner of Canada, reminding us not only of the devastating cost of gender-based violence, but of our collective responsibility to confront it. And of course, we honor the story and courage of our fellow colleague, Madame Provost, who survived this horrific act and since then has dedicated herself to advocacy and public service. And this is very personal to me as well, Mr. Speaker, since I too was an engineering student as well. In Canada, a woman or girl is killed in an act of gender-based violence every 48 hours. That's 240 women and girls murdered in 2024. Most of these gender-related murders were committed by men they knew, an intimate partner or family member. I too know what this is like since I too lost a cousin to gender-based violence. She was brutally murdered and stabbed 85 times with a kitchen knife and was found by my cousin. The toll of gender-based violence extends far beyond tragic deaths, Mr. Speaker. Survivors face physical, emotional, and financial harm that can last a lifetime. Families and communities are left to cope with trauma and loss, and society bears the costs of health care, social services, and the justice system. Indigenous women, women of color, women with disabilities, and 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals face these dangers and disproportionately higher rates. And all too often, when they do come forward, they are not believed and continue to face barriers to justice.
Gender-based violence is not just a personal tragedy. It is a societal crisis that weakens the very fabric of our communities. That is why we must do more than remember.
We must act. We must create a Canada where every woman and girl can live free from fear, where their potential is never limited by violence, and where justice is real and immediate. And that is what we owe to every woman and girl in this country. Like my cousin, to build a safe and prosperous society, we must continue to work together, Mr. Speaker, at all levels of government to end gender-based violence. This work includes implementing the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence, through which we have invested over $500 million to prevent violence, support survivors, and strengthen community-based organizations on the ground to ensure that they are responding to gender-based violence in a timely manner. This plan, Mr. Speaker, provides targeted funding and resources to address the unique needs of survivors, including Indigenous women and girls, racialized communities, and 2S LGBTQIA+ communities as well. It supports programs that prevent violence before it occurs. It helps survivors access services that they need. Through these coordinated efforts, we are taking meaningful steps to create a Canada where every woman and girl can live free from fear and reach their full potential. Prevention is only part of the equation. Survivors must also be able to rely on a justice system that is fair, accessible, and trauma-informed. That's why we will take steps to further protect victims of intimate partner violence, ensuring that survivors are supported, not re-victimized when they seek justice.
There is always more work to be done. We will continue to stand with survivors to remove barriers within the justice system, and we will continue to build a Canada where safety, dignity, and justice are not privileges, but where they are rights guaranteed to every woman and every girl.
By working hand in hand with survivors, that's all of us, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, advocates and communities, we can build a future where every woman and girl can live free from fear. Ending gender-based violence requires all of us, united in a belief that every woman deserves safety, dignity, and the ability to thrive. And I think about my daughter Cassidy, who's 10 years old, every single day while I stand here in this chamber. So as we reflect on that shared responsibility, Mr. Speaker, let us carry the names of these 14 women forward as a reminder of what we must never give up and why our commitment to ending gender-based violence must remain unchanging. We honor the women who came before us, whose courage and stories, whose lived experience created the space for these conversations to exist. Survivors whose voices shifted public attitudes and broke barriers. We remember their lives that were cut short. The stories that were never told. And the survivors who have not yet spoken out of fear, as well as those that are still waiting for a safe moment to do so. Gender-based violence is not a chapter of our past. It is a persistent and pervasive reality in Canada. It remains woven into the story of our country, and it demands urgent action. So today, we recommit ourselves to this work, Mr. Speaker. We stand with survivors, we honor their strength, and we ensure their voices and stories are never forgotten, but championed. As we continue to fight for change, for equality, and for justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Like all of us in this House, I'm very sorry and shocked. I was not personally aware about the tragedy the honourable member's family has suffered, and the trauma that I'm sure continues to haunt the family, and I'm very sorry to hear that. L'honorable député de
The honourable
Bellechasse,
member for Bellechasse, les Etchemins-Lévis. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. It's always a bit tough to speak after hearing such a powerful statement, and Minister Valdez really had a very powerful statement this morning that came from the heart, and it's important that we work together. We live in a society, in a country, in a city, in a village, wherever we are. Each and every one of us must be respected for who they are, with their strengths, their weaknesses, their values, their beliefs, and their gender. And that's what Minister Valdez was saying this morning. She's also spoken about shared responsibility. And that's absolutely true. We won't get through this if we don't work together hand in hand, whether we be at the Parliament here in Ottawa, whether we be in a legislature in Quebec or Alberta or elsewhere. And this morning, I hope that people will be able to see the extent to which we're able to connect. Yes, we're political adversaries, but beyond that, we're men, we're women, and, women, we work together. We have to stand together. And as I said in committee earlier this week, Mr. Speaker, this is a difficult time for women right now. It's not easy. The increase in violence against women, it's not getting any better. It's getting worse. And I see it. I'm on the Status of Women Committee with Liberal colleagues, with Conservative colleagues, colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, and in 4 years, we've undertaken 9 studies. 9 studies, and we've put forward recommendations to improve security for women. Why? Well, because the situation isn't getting any better, Mr. Speaker. And today, today is the day that we take to remember a historic fact that is very difficult to remember. It's difficult for me today to rise to speak to this. I know it was difficult for Minister Valdez. I know it's difficult for Ms. Provost, notre collègue, who was there December 6th, 1989, when a young man came in armed to the teeth when he came into the Polytechnic School in Montreal. He separated the men from the women, and the men were saved. It's an unspeakable femicide. 14 women died that night. And why? Why, you would ask me, why? Well, the first reason is because they were women. And this young man had terrible anger against women, and these women were studying to go into a career which at the time was a field that was dominated by men, engineering. And, we're lucky to have Ms. Gladue, who I believe is the first woman who's an engineer to be elected to Parliament here in Ottawa. And I think it's now 36 years since Polytechnique, and we're still talking about it today. And unfortunately, I think we'll still be talking about it next year and the year after that, because things aren't getting any better. And I remember that event because I have the same age as those women. I was at university when this happened. And, we all asked, at that age, Mr. Speaker, you're 21, 22, 23 years old, life is good, you're studying, the holidays are coming, you're enthusiastic, you're happy, exams will be done soon, things are good, and, you look forward to continuing, to going on. But the lives of those 14 women were ended that day. And we're talking about families that are forever broken, and that's a fracture. And I spoke to this last week when we talked about the beginning of the days of activism for violence against women. You know, it's something that is so, you know, still felt deeply by Quebecers and Canadians still to this day, the things that happened that day. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak the names of the women who were killed that day so that we never forget who they are.
Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Aviernik, Barbara Kluznik, Widad Vigic, en espérant bien le prononcer.
I hope I've pronounced that well.
Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud et Annie Turcotte, Monsieur le Président. Ces femmes-là n'ont pas eu d'avenir.
These women weren't allowed a future because one day a man decided that women shouldn't be there and shouldn't be in a field like engineering. One woman is killed every 48 hours in Canada. There were 240 femicides last year, women and girls who were killed because they were women. And we're talking about here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The numbers keep going up. The Minister of Justice, in a recent press release, said that violent crime in Canada has gone up by 41% since 2015. Intimate partner violence, according to police in Canada, is up by 39%. Sexual assault, 76% higher, Mr. Speaker. How can we accept this? And right now, as we're speaking, in Quebec, we're looking at about 15 femicides so far this year. How is it that for me and my colleagues, the other women in this House, you know, how is it that we're afraid? It's not normal, Mr. Speaker. We shouldn't always be hyper-vigilant. If we can't go to work, if we can't go study without asking, is something going to happen to us today? Well, that means we're in a society that has a problem that we need to see. And, you know, there are good things too. Yesterday, there was a great demonstration here on Parliament Hill. I think there were people from every party who were there. And my colleague, Mr. Caputo, I can't remember the name of his writing, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, tabled in recent weeks Bill C-225. It's a bill that would increase safety for women who are facing situations of intimate partner violence. And that was accepted by, you know, everyone in this House, and we should be proud of that. And nice moments like where we're coming together this morning and hearing the powerful words from the minister this morning, and the vote that we had yesterday on a private member's bill, a bill from a member, not a bill that came from somewhere in the government. It's a bill that came from an individual member. I think we can be very proud of all these moments. Time is flowing very quickly, Mr. Speaker, and that bill that was passed yesterday, Mr. Speaker, is called Bailey's Law. Everyone remembers what happened to that woman who was killed by an ex-partner who had already been convicted. So, you know, there were hints of what was coming. There's also the case of Ms. Renault in Quebec recently, who met a very similar fate. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the families of our sisters who were killed on December 6th, 1989. And I think that each and every one of us needs to remember that we have a responsibility for the safety of each and every one of us. And given the circumstances right now, in particular the safety of women. And there are many people here I know who have daughters. women, wives, mothers, we need to take care of our women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. I would like to take the time to offer my condolences to the Minister for the death of her cousin, the feminicide of her cousin.
Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgun, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Aviernik, Barbara Klusnik-Vidajevic, Maryse Laganière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte.
We have not forgotten you, girls. Thousands of us have engraved your names on our heart. Thousands, tens and hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of us carry your names within us. We accept the responsibility that your memory imposes on us. I see before us your friend, your sister, who now is a member of Parliament. And although we don't see eye to eye on everything, she knows that we share the same aspirations for women. She knows that in the fight that she has been waging for more than 30 years, we are her allies. You, the women who were taken from us on December 6, 1989, you continue after all these years to unite Quebecers who want to put an end to misogyny and violence against women. You have become a beacon that guides us when we no longer know where to go. We have made gains in your name. We have suffered setbacks and bitter defeats despite your memory, but we remain steadfast. We see women succeeding in Quebec, and we think of you. We think of the path you chose to take, pioneers that you were, and we see young women taking it in turn. And we are so proud, just as we know you would be so proud. And we can only be grateful to you. But know that everything is not rosy. Know that your memory also imposes on us, perhaps too often, a duty of indignation. And we are indignant, and we still stand up for you today, angry. When they abolish a gun registry, when they fight the mandatory buyback of assault weapons, when 1, then 10, then 1,000 women are murdered because they are women, when our sisters are beaten, raped, assaulted, bruised, and broken because they're women, when some give up and stop fighting, when some remain impassive in the face of violence against women, when the word feminist is rejected as if it had a pejorative connotation, and then we move on to other matters, and we grow tired of hearing about you, when your name is tarnished by time and indifference, yes, then we rise up indignant, and our hearts, on which your names are engraved, fill with anger. But not that kind of anger that immobilizes us. No. No. You have been compelling us to act for 36 years. No, this is the kind of anger that awakens the senses. Ladies, you know human nature as well as I do, and you know as well as I do that we'll never be able to completely eradicate violence. But we can and want to limit it. We can restrain it, constrain it, condemn it. We can all work together to make women's lives safer, more pleasant, more beautiful. A woman who knows she's in danger is not a free woman. The fight we are waging for you, in your name, is the fight for women's liberation. And that fight is not over. And we're continuing it for you.
Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Maude Aviernik, Barbara Klusnik-Vidadjevic, Maryse Laganière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte. Nous ne vous oublions pas, les filles.
We will not forget you, girls. Thousands of us have engraved your names on our hearts. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of us carry your names within us. Thousands of us continue the fight.
I see the member from Winnipeg Centre rising, I believe, to seek unanimous consent to reply to today's statement. All those opposed to the honourable member speaking will please say nay. Agreed. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to start out by offering my condolences to the Minister and for her courage for sharing her story, her family story, about violence. No family is free from gender-based violence, and I honor you today, as well as specifically all the women in the chamber. This is a somber day, but it's a day of solidarity. As my Conservative colleague and my Bloc colleague said, we are united against violence. Geneviève Bergeron, Barbara Klusnik-Vidadjevic, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Aviernik, Maryse Laganière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte. Mr. Speaker, today I rise with a heart that carries many stories of loss. I rise first to honor the 14 young women murdered at the École Polytechnique simply because they were women. 14 lives full of promise. 14 dreams interrupted by hatred. Their brilliance, their courage, and their futures were stolen in a single violent act that shook our country to its core. We say their names because their lives mattered. We say their names because their work mattered. We say their names because their presence mattered, and the world they were building deserved to continue, Mr. Speaker. Their families, I wish to honor today, that live with the grief that does not fade. Their classmates, including our colleague, Madame Provost, and communities still carry the memory of that day. And across the country, women still carry the knowledge that they were targeted because of who they were, because they were women. The tragedy at École Polytechnique was not an isolated event. It was an expression of misogyny that continues to shape the lives of women everywhere. It reminds us that gender-based violence is not an old wound healed by time. It is a living wound that demands action, compassion, real investment, and truth. Mr. Speaker, gender-based violence does not come in degrees. It does not rank itself. It does not make one group more worthy of mourning than another. Every woman harmed, every girl targeted, every gender-diverse person threatened, every life stolen by hatred is a profound loss to their family, to their community, and to this country. The sorrow of one does not diminish the sorrow of another. These tragedies stand beside one another, each deserving our full attention and our full commitment to change. And yet we must speak honestly. While gender-based violence harms women everywhere, it does not harm all women equally. Indigenous women, girls, 2S LGBTQIA+ people live with a level of violence that is not only severe, but systemic. Their families endure disappearances that are met with silence. Our lives are threatened by conditions created through generations of colonial policy. Our safety is undermined by poverty and racism, by the lack of services, and by failures of institutions meant to protect them. We are in a constant state of grief, constant, unrelenting, violent, constant. This is not a parallel issue. It is not a separate crisis. It is part of the same violent web that took the lives of those young women at École Polytechnique. It is part of the same misogyny intensified and sharpened by the deep roots of colonialism. And we must tell the truth. The targeting of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people is part of an ongoing genocide in this country. Something that was acknowledged by the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau as an ongoing genocide, not a metaphor. Something that even in this year's budget, there was zero budgetary allocation to deal with this crisis. That hurts. That is systemic violence. That continues to wound us because we are valuable, we are precious, we are sacred, and we are worthy of safety and dignity. It's the lived realities for families who search for loved ones without support they deserve. It is the lived reality for mothers who hold vigils year after year. It is the lived reality for communities who bury daughters and aunties far too young, women that go missing outside of my front door. The very front door, a block and a half away, where women were taken by a serial killer and left in a landfill, with people refusing to search for us. We are valuable. We are worthy. We're precious. Our humanity and seeing our humanity matters. To the women of École Polytechnique it's to honor all women who face violence. And to honor all women is to confront the specific violence faced by Indigenous women and girls and diverse Indigenous peoples. These truths do not compete. They reinforce one another. One teaches us the cost of misogyny. The other shows us what happens when misogyny is multiplied by racism, by colonial history, and by state neglect. Both demand that we act with urgency and courage. Mr. Speaker, the response must be full and determined as the sorrow we carry. We honor 14 women murdered at École Polytechnique by refusing to accept violence as inevitable. We honor Indigenous women and girls, 2S, LGBTQIA+ people by refusing to allow their names to fade in silence. We honor all survivors by creating a world where equality is not an aspiration, but a guarantee. That means real investment in safety for everyone. That means implementing the calls for justice. That means culturally grounded healing programs, safe housing, mental health supports, protection for two-spirit identity, accountability for institutions that have failed communities again and again. That means recognizing that no woman's life is disposable. No child's future is negotiable. No family's grief should be ignored. Let us build a country where the names of the 14 women taken at École Polytechnique are held with love. A country where Indigenous families no longer stand in the snow and rain holding candles time and time again for their loved ones, particularly their daughters who never come home. A country where justice is not symbolic but lived. A country where safety is an expectation, not a privilege. For those taken too early, for those still missing, for those carrying wounds both visible and invisible, for those yet to be born. Let this be the moment we choose action over sorrow, truth over silence, justice over delay. We owe it to all of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see that the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands has her hand up on the screen here. I believe that the member is seeking unanimous consent to reply to this statement. All those opposed to the honourable member speaking will please say nay. Agreed. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
À tous mes collègues ce matin dans la Chambre.
And to all my colleagues this morning in the House, unfortunately, I had to stay in my riding. I love my riding, but today I would have preferred to be with my colleagues in the House because this morning we've heard some very important speeches. We're united, as my other colleagues have already said. On December 6th, 1989, that day will always remain a day of tragedy. I remember. I think everyone remembers. We will never forget the events at École Polytechnique. I'd like to begin by saying a big thank you to the minister.
Have condolences and sympathies for her family's loss and for her speech this morning. Je aussi merci à mes collègues.
I'd also like to thank my Conservative and Bloc colleagues, as well as our dear colleague, the member for Shefford, and the NDP colleague for Winnipeg Centre. It's true that misogyny exists in our country. It makes no sense
to reject violence. I know that my male colleagues in this place don't harbor a hatred of women, could not imagine what would unleash such hatred to kill women because they are women. And yet we know it has happened in one specific location that we remember today, but it happens every day. Particularly, as our colleague from Winnipeg Center has said, it particularly happens to Indigenous women and girls. I have so many friends. I'm blessed to have so many friends across all this country. But it's only my women friends who are Indigenous who always have a story. My mother died on the Lower East Side. My sister went missing. My auntie went missing. One of my close friends in the Indigenous community here in Saanich Gulf Islands said to me once, "Oh, I was left for dead in a dumpster." And then she continued the conversation as if I wouldn't be shattered by hearing that, because it's the common experience of our Indigenous women and girlfriends, the aunties, the mommies, the sisters, that this is a common life experience. And we act as a country as if it isn't an emergency that requires immediate attention. Yes, today we remember the horrors of a killer walking into a classroom, sending the men outside. And I must say, for those surviving men, what a horror. We know one took his own life afterwards, because how do you get over that? You're constantly struggling with, what should I have done? I didn't know what the killer intended. I was sent outside. On this day particularly, I want to speak and send love and support to our Honorable Secretary of State for Nature. We had an earlier recognition of the International Day Against Violence Against Women, and I spoke to her afterwards, and I gave her a hug, and I said, "This must be such a tough day for you." And she said, "No, December 6th is the tough day." So for what she'll experience, for what everyone who remembers, the anniversary dates are always searing. So 2 days from now, please remember to send love and prayers to all those who are the surviving family members and who, like our colleague here in the House, Secrétaire d'État pour la Nature,
the Secretary of State for Nature, now she's serving the public interest of Canada in another way, but we will never forget.
We can take up the cause again, as other women have said in this place. The Honorable notre collègue député de Shefford.
Our colleague, the member for Shefford. We must never stop combating violence. Feminist activists, we must all do more at the same time. This is a sad, somber moment, but it's a good time once again.
Allowed the names of the women engineering students who were killed and who we honor this day. It is important, as the member from Shefford has said, that their names are engraved in our hearts, and that we know, as our colleague from Winnipeg has said, these aren't competing issues. This is all one and the same fabric of hatred and violence. And we don't have solutions today. I don't think any of us know why this persists. There's a patriarchy, there's an assumption that men are in charge. There are all kinds of assumptions, but it doesn't account for violent misogyny, for intimate partner violence, and for our failure to end it. But today, we remember and we hold in our hearts Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, pardonnez-moi, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Clavier-Nick, Maryse Lagagné, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, Barbara Klusnik-Wojciech. To all the women, les femmes assassinées à École Polytechnique. We will never, ever forget you. We will not rest until the violence ends. We will do whatever it takes in this country. God help us to figure out how to end the hatred of women in the hearts of some men, to find an end to violence, and to ensure the safety of particularly those in the marginalized communities, the LGBTQA+, the trans women who are increasingly at risk, Indigenous women and girls, and women who are at risk simply because we are women. There is no room for hatred or violence in a civilized society, and we must embrace the compassion and the forgiveness that helps us help those who are consumed by hatred. It's not easy to figure out how to solve misogyny. It's horrific. But if we keep our hearts open and we keep a commitment to act, and we thank each other when we're unified as we are today, we'll find our way. But we must be committed, each one of us today, regardless of party, to say we won't rest until violence against women ends. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to all my colleagues.
Je tiens à remercier
I'd like to thank all the speakers and all members for their statements and their heartfelt wisdom and wise and moving testimonies. Government orders will be extended by 46 minutes as a result of statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
To present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2025-26. Your committee has considered the votes referred and reports the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations Estimates, also known, of course, as the mighty OGO, entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2025-2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant de députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. Mr. Lawton, seconded by Ms. Cronus, moves that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights that during its consideration of Bill C-9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places, the committee be granted the power to travel throughout Canada to hear testimony from interested parties, and that the necessary staff do accompany the committee. Debate. The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my great privilege to rise on behalf of the people of Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. I will be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague, the Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations. We are seeking this motion because we believe it is critical that the Justice Committee gives Bill C-9 the proper scrutiny given the alarming details we've learned in the last few days that the Liberal government has reached a secret deal with the Bloc Québécois to have a full-out assault on the religious freedoms of Canadians. There was a story in the National Post on the weekend revealing that the Bloc Québécois' desire to remove fundamental safeguards for religious freedom from the criminal code was going to be supported by the Liberals in exchange for Bloc Québécois support on Bill C-9. Now, in the days since this, Conservatives have tried to actually do proper legislative scrutiny on Bill C-9. The Liberals dared to accuse the Conservatives of filibustering and obstructing, but I want to explain two critical things that have just happened. I realize you are now Madam Speaker. You have transformed before my very eyes now, so thank you for that. The interesting thing here is that we had resources to do our committee's work on Tuesday from 3:30 p.m. when the Justice Committee meeting started until midnight. Conservative members were prepared to go line by line, clause by clause through Bill C-9. And then the Liberals adjourned the meeting at 5:30 after we had only agreed on and adopted one clause as a committee. Yesterday in question period, one of my colleagues, who is a Liberal member on the Justice Committee, got up and demanded that we continue our work Thursday. That's today, Madam Speaker. And then this morning, I look at my email and I see that the Liberal committee chair has cancelled today's committee meeting. The clause-by-clause review of Bill C-9, which the Liberal government said Conservatives were obstructing, has been obstructed by the Liberals. Now, I do not ever make the mistake of accusing the Liberals of competence, but they are filibustering themselves. They are obstructing their own agenda. So the Conservatives are ready to do the work. Now, what I suspect may have happened is the Liberal government has been receiving the similar calls and emails to the ones that have been coming into my office from Canadians who are very alarmed by this amendment and in general by what C-9 means for freedom of expression and for religious freedom. They are alarmed by this. I have received calls from members of the Jewish community, the Muslim community, the Christian community, Hindus, Sikhs, all of them saying that they do not trust that their religious freedoms will be preserved if the Liberal government proceeds with this secret deal it has with the Bloc Québécois to remove fundamental religious safeguards from the criminal code. Now, the Liberal government could clear this up very easily. They could come out and say that we are backing away from this. We are no longer proceeding with our plans to take aim at religious freedom. In fact, I would love to hear one of my Liberal colleagues over there say it. In fact, I hear a great deal of chatter from my Liberal colleagues now. If one of them could just get up and say that they will not be proceeding with these assaults on religious expression and freedom of religion, that would make this country a better place. But we need to do the proper work as a committee. We need to be able to speak to the Canadians affected by this, the Canadians who are alarmed by this. We need to be able to speak directly to the groups that have been excluded from the C-9 study because of this Liberal government's desire to obstruct and filibuster its own agenda. So the reason I'm rising on this motion is because we need to proceed with a proper study. We need to go into all of these communities in Canada, speak directly to those who are so often excluded from the process. I'm thinking specifically of people in ethnic communities that don't necessarily consume mainstream media and are likely better for it. I am speaking, of course, of people in remote communities for whom accessing committee proceedings in Ottawa is a great challenge. In doing this, we will be able to have a full accounting of exactly what Pandora's box the Liberal government is unleashing on Canadians with its proposed Bill C-9 and the amendments removing religious safeguards. Now, there are going to be, I suspect, some interventions from my Liberal colleagues who will say, no, we are not talking about, in general, freedom of religion. We're just talking about people that conceal hateful, criminal, violent rhetoric in religious language. Well, I have some news for those members. That is already illegal. There is no protection in the criminal code for people who incite genocide. There is no protection in the criminal code for people who threaten violence. There is no protection in the criminal code for people who incite hatred. These religious defenses in the criminal code only exist two particular charges: the willful promotion of hatred.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member. Can we have order while a member is making a speech? There's no conversations going on. The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Yeah.
Did she really say that? She said he shouldn't be here. You did.
I am not going to intervene on this. Order. Can we let the honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South, conclude his speech? The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just another example of Liberals trying to silence and censor people they don't agree with. This is exactly why we cannot let what they're trying to sneak in the back door on C9 pass. This is a Liberal government that has taken every opportunity to put religious freedom and freedom of expression in its crosshairs. This is a Liberal government that freezes the bank accounts of its protesters. This is a Liberal government that, under the guise of protecting children, tries to expand the Canadian Human Rights Act to block what Canadian people can say on the internet. So absolutely, I will take no lectures from any member opposite when we are trying to protect the freedoms of Canadians of all faiths. And incidentally, what I will point out to is the fact that we cannot view any of this in isolation. These amendments to Bill C9 must also be understood alongside the fact that the Liberal government is changing the definition of hate in Bill C9. And in doing so, as civil liberties experts, as advocates from the political left and the political right have said, they are putting a murky definition that will make it easier to prosecute people for their thoughts and their beliefs, and in particular for their religious expression. And if you want to know where the Liberals think about this, I would refer you to what the former Liberal Justice Committee chair said, which is that religious scriptures, and he mentioned 3 entire books of the Bible and Torah, are hateful at times. And he said that it should be criminal to quote certain scriptures. Wow. Now, we have a pluralistic country. There are people in the House of Commons and people in the Liberal Party that have a range of views. It is possible that the committee chair was out of line and not speaking for the Liberal government. And I will say that I'm very grateful that just a couple of weeks after the member who was chairing the Justice Committee said that people should be criminally prosecuted for quoting scripture, he was removed from his post. The Liberals removed him as the Justice Committee chair. Oh wait, it was to promote him. He's now the Minister of Canadian Identity. The Minister of Canadian Identity said prosecutors should be able to, I'm going to use his words, quote, press charges, unquote, against people who quote scriptures that he finds offensive, that the Liberal government finds offensive. So this is something where the Liberal government demands Conservatives go along with its agenda, and when we say, all right, let's review line by line exactly what you are trying to do, they cancel the meeting. So we do not know when the Liberal government will decide to get around to this. Perhaps they're dealing with some tumult within their own ranks on how to deal with this. I have had a number of conversations with all members of this House, and I realize there are people representing a variety of faith backgrounds who are members of Parliament for different parties. Perhaps some Liberals who are themselves members of religious communities or represent people who are starting to wonder why the Minister of Justice and the Prime Minister are trying to remove protections to express religious belief from the criminal code, opening faith leaders, individual people of faith, to criminal prosecution if their religious beliefs do not conform to the Liberal government's. We need to be able to do real work as legislators. The Justice Committee must be able to do real work on Bill C9. And if the Liberals could stop obstructing their own agenda and stand by or reject this amendment, but do it publicly and clearly, and they can do it right now. Any member there can get up in questions and comments and say, you know what? We've listened to Canadians. We are backing away from this, and I invite them to do it at this very second, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important, especially today, given the kind of day that we just had. We just had the Minister of Gender Equality, our colleague from the opposite, the Conservative colleague, and the Bloc Québécois and the NDP and the Greens speak about the importance of the Polytechnic attack that happened on women, and the member opposite called it effeminazi HoCs, Madam Speaker. Can the member apologize in this House for saying that?
Order. The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Madam Speaker, when I was young, I said a great many things that I regret and I have paid the price for and I have apologized for. I was proud to stand in this House yesterday and support my colleague from Kamloops Thompson Nicola's bill to put strict penalties for people who are victims of intimate partner violence. But when the Liberals engage in this cancel culture game, they're proving why they cannot be trusted to hold the authority to put people away for what they say.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. L'Honourable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a lot of trouble understanding the Conservatives, the party of law and order apparently, understanding their position on this. They seem to be really lost on this issue. Madam Speaker, last year when we'd proposed getting rid of the religious exception, there were Conservative MPs who came to me and said, listen, we're against it because my pastor, he wants to speak out against homosexuality because he's not in agreement with it. That's his interpretation. And I said, he can do that if that's his interpretation of the Bible. But I want to ask the question to my colleague, if his pastor were opposed because of his reading of the Bible to homosexuality, if he were to call on the people in his flock to cut the throats of people who are homosexual, because that's his interpretation of the Bible, would he think that that was a good call? Because it's just that religious exception allows, it protects a call to hate, a call to violence under the pretext of religious speech, nothing else. It doesn't go against religious freedom and freedom of expression. Does he agree that words like that be protected by that exception in the criminal code?
The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Madam Speaker, that is a disgusting misrepresentation of what people of faith stand up for and do for this country every day. And it is that rhetoric that the Liberal government has decided to hitch its wagon to in pushing forward with this amendment. Violent rhetoric, regardless of whether it's cloaked in religious belief or not, is inexcusable and already illegal, not subject to the religious defense here. When prosecutors do not charge people for inciting violence, that is a lack of political leadership.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his comments, and I want to say how proud I am to second this motion and of the remarks that he has made this morning. Like my colleague, I have received a number of emails from faith leaders in my riding, and I'd like the member to comment on this. One of the things that unites faith leaders across this country is the fact that their congregations are composed of people of all political stripes. And one of the comments I've received from more than one faith leader in my riding is that the reason that they are contacting me, in many cases for the first time, is because while they would prefer to remain apolitical, this Liberal government, through the amendments to this bill and their support for the amendments to this bill, have politicized their role here and in their congregations. And I'd like my colleague to respond to that. Thank you.
Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
I thank my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith for this question and for all that she has done to champion the fundamental freedoms of all Canadians, certainly those of faith. What's so important here is that this legislation was brought in under the guise of protecting religious communities from hate. That was how the Liberal government sold this legislation. But the most vocal critics of it have been religious individuals and groups themselves who now see the devil, pardon the pun being in the details, that this will be used to crack down on religious expression. And the point that I will make is that politics has no place governing, legislators have no place governing what is said at the pulpit, whether we're talking about Christians, Jews, Muslims, or anyone else. So my goodness, we need to stand up for all people of faith. It is not for us in this chamber to legislate or govern or regulate what Canadians with deeply held religious convictions say. And again, it's certainly not the government's purview to define hate in a way that tramples down on liberties of Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brantford North, Six Nations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the good people of Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations. And I too share many of the concerns of my colleague who just spoke, we have seen firsthand, in my respectful opinion, a masterclass of liberal hypocrisy. On full display yesterday during question period, when the member who is a sitting Liberal member of committee from Duvel, Lachine, LaSalle, essentially said as follows: Mr. Speaker, after weeks of Conservative delays, the Justice Committee finally resumed its work on the Combating Hate Act, and we will continue that work on Thursday, meaning today. Will the Conservatives make sure bail reform is passed before Christmas? Could the minister speak to the importance of keeping this work moving so Canadians can have these important justice reforms take place? Clearly, a question posed by the Secretary of State, who responded in turn by saying, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been clear that they want stronger protections in the face of rising hate, and they want meaningful bail reform. After weeks of Conservative delay tactics and stalling in committees, I am really happy to see that they might move forward on the combating hate crime legislation on Thursday. So, to much my surprise and the surprise of all of my colleagues, I get to the office this morning at 8:30, look at my P9 inbox, and there is a message from the clerk of the Justice Committee announcing that today's important meeting was cancelled. Cancelled by the Liberal chair, probably as a result of the absolute split in that Liberal caucus as to how to properly deal with this particular religious exemption defense. At no time, Madam Speaker, did this Liberal government ever project any intention of removing that religious exemption. So behind closed doors over the past weekend, they approached the Bloc Québécois member who has been steadfast in his position that that particular exemption needed to be removed. They worked out a deal that they would support that particular amendment, largely if the Bloc Québécois would continue to support the eventual passage of Bill C-9. Very, very dangerous, hypocrisy at its finest. We have experienced, as the former member, my colleague, has indicated, Madam Speaker, we've had abrupt cancellations of meetings. We've had abrupt endings of meetings. We've allocated resources to go to midnight this past Tuesday, abruptly ended at 5:30 as a result of religious leaders who are following this, not only locally, following this right across Canada. I too am receiving a lot of feedback of expressed concerns about what this Liberal government is prepared to do, and they abruptly adjourned. So I would only surmise that there is a lot of internal conflict between the Justice Committee and the direction from the PMO on this particular issue. So at the heart of the Bloc Québécois amendment, this is something that they tried to pass through a couple of years ago, did not make it past first reading. They referred to an incident of a radical imam from Quebec in October of 2023 who gave a speech at a pro-Palestinian rally where he said, quote, Allah, take care of these Zionist aggressors. Allah, take care of the enemies of the people of Gaza. Allah, identify them all, then exterminate them, and don't spare any of them. That is what they are relying upon. And of course, and I will explain further in my speech, ultimately, the prosecution service in the province of Quebec declined to proceed. Now, today, in the National Post, I read a very interesting article from Christine Van Gen, one of the top constitutional lawyers in this country, part of the Canadian Constitution Foundation. And the title of the article, Madam Speaker, Changes to Bill C-9 Aren't Combating Hate, they're criminalizing faith. She says, to secure Bloc Québécois support for its censorious Bill C-9, the Liberals have reportedly agreed to a troubling trade, removing the long-standing religious defense from Canada's hate speech laws. This would be a mistake. Throughout the Justice Committee's hearings, Bloc MPs fixated on this defense. Their central example, repeated to nearly every witness, was that Iman example I referred to. These comments were rightly condemned. They are grotesque. Complaints about them were investigated, and the RCMP prepared a report. It was reviewed by 3 Crown prosecutors who concluded that no charges were warranted. As Quebec's Director of Criminal and Penal Prosecutions put it, the evidence does not establish beyond a reasonable doubt that the words spoken constitute incitement to hatred against an identifiable group under Section 319 of the Criminal Code. She says, one may argue that Zionist was just code for Jews. One may also believe that praying for death is morally abhorrent, but the decision not to charge Chikari turned on the basic threshold of incitement to hatred, not on the religious defense under Section 319. That's a very important distinction that the Bloc never repeats, that the Liberal government has never cited. There was no indication for the prosecution service that the religious defense was an impediment to prosecute or was even considered. Logically speaking, Madam Speaker, it is also true that anyone who thinks Chikari was not charged because of the religious defense must also believe that his speech was given in good faith and therefore was reasonable and delivered without malicious intent. She says further, even if it had involved the defense, one inflammatory prayer at a political rally is not a justification for dismantling a safeguard that protects millions of Canadians from state intrusion into matters of faith. That's what this Liberal government continues to do and has done not only in this particular Parliament, but in the 44th. The religious defense has also been essential to the constitutionality of the hate speech prohibition itself. In the Supreme Court decision in Keegstra, they wrote that the offense is a minimal impairment on the right of freedom of expression, in part because of the presence of the Section 319 sub 3 defenses. The courts upheld the law because the religious exemption exists. Remove it, and the constitutional floor collapses. But even beyond constitutional risk, removing the defense is a profound moral and civil liberties mistake. We should not want, let alone empower, prosecutors to criminalize any form of prayer. Religious texts across traditions contain pleas for justice against enemies, metaphors for divine retribution, and expressions of anguish, symbolism, and cosmic struggle. This is not the realm of the police. If the state begins parsing palms line by line in a courtroom, then we have forgotten why the Charter exists at all. Hear, hear. And I see my time is fastly coming to an end. All the more reason for everyone in this House to support our motion to ensure that every major stakeholder who wishes to express an opinion to defend the religious expression that we have in this Charter needs to be heard. If the Liberals won't do it on their own, we are asking collectively this House to do that. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Lac.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to reassure my Conservative colleagues. The Bloc isn't on a mission against people who have faith or people who preach. The Bloc Québécois I'll ask the honourable member to wait just a couple of seconds so the honourable member can put in his earpiece. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean from the beginning, please. Yes, I'd just like to reassure my colleagues, the Bloc Québécois isn't on a mission to, against people who have faith or people who represent various religions. Not at all. The Bloc Québécois wants to have an article removed from the criminal code which allows for calls of hatred or violence under an exemption. And in terms of the Charkaoui situation, I know the Conservative colleagues stand up often to defend the Jewish community, and the Jewish community in Quebec was very hurt by what happened with Mr. Charkaoui, and there was no that he was not brought before justice. So the Jewish community in Quebec supports the Bloc Québécois in its effort, and there is a wide consensus in Quebec to support the Bloc Québécois' mission to take this provision out of the criminal code. Is my colleague against the National Assembly of Quebec, which has unanimously supported the Bloc Québécois' position on this issue?
Brant South, Six Nations.
The member clearly did not listen to my speech. The issue is not the religious exemption itself. It is the legal threshold that prosecutors must take a look at when presented with a case. Is there a reasonable prospect of a conviction? Is it in the public interest? As I indicated, the words of that radical Islam were disgusting, absolutely abhorrent. But it did not meet the threshold of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It had absolutely nothing to do with Section 319. That was the heart of my speech, Madam Speaker, and this member needs to realize, and if he has a lawyer that's within the caucus, perhaps that lawyer can do a little bit of research for this member, that for several decades, that particular defense has been seldomly used without any success whatsoever because of the existence of current criminal provisions that deal with incitement to hatred.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River, Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member colleague for that speech. It was a great speech. I know I'm part of the Christian community, and with many Christians across Canada are concerned about, we've talked about the threats that it really poses to, the very Bible itself. Do Christians, do they need to be concerned about this legislation? Does it really threaten the Bible and free speech in Canada?
The honourable member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
They should be very afraid. Every faith leader should be very afraid as to what this Liberal government, with the support of the Bloc Québécois, wishes to do. As I indicated, religious freedom is under attack at the hands of this Liberal government. So absolutely, they need to speak out loud and clear. Those members of the religious organizations across this country in Liberal-held ridings, in bloc ridings, need to reach out to their members to express very, very clearly they do not support this attack on religious freedom.
The comments, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm disappointed in the Conservative Party, in particular a member who has been involved in the judicial system to plant fear in the minds of Canadians. And that's all the Conservative Party of Canada is doing today, Madam Speaker. It's shameful. The member knows full well that this is not an infringement on the freedom of religion. And if he had an ounce of integrity, he would indicate very clearly that the pastors, preachers, imams have nothing to fear.
I have a point of order from the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Parkside.
The comments made were clearly unparliamentary. I don't think I need to explain why.
There was a question. It wasn't an accusation. The honourable member would perhaps wish to reword his question.
Madam Speaker, I can appreciate they're a little sensitive to the truth. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, this has no infringements on the freedoms of religion, and the member knows that. Why won't he say it?
The honourable member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
that particular member just spews hatred, spews disgust. He impugns the integrity of every one of my Conservative colleagues. And I am so disgusted in that particular framing of the question and the content of that question, I'm not even going to respond, Madam Speaker, because it's just not worthy of it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a couple of issues that I'd like to be able to bring to the attention of the House and for the individuals that would actually be following this debate. People should be concerned, Madam Speaker, really concerned in two different ways. First is the subject matter itself. And if I had the amount of time to just go through some of the things that have been provided to me, Madam Speaker, and I usually don't like to go to things that are provided in a written format, and I might end up doing that, and just to provide some assurances to people that are following the debate in regards to the subject matter itself. Then I have another area of concern, and that is the way in which the Conservative Party of Canada continues to be that destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker, because it does a great disservice to Canadians. And I think that Canadians in particular should be aware of that. But first, very briefly, I'll deal with the subject matter in a very short and concise way. Back in the 70s, Canada adopted the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. To the best of my knowledge, all members of the House support that particular charter.
Right.
It was Pierre Elliott Trudeau that brought it in, and I remember actually witnessing in my own home the signing of that particular document. It is one of the reasons why I had taken an interest in politics. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that Canadians are very proud of the Charter of Rights. It is something in which I believe has been a leader throughout the world in terms of what Canada is all about in terms of our fundamental principles, such as democracy, such as rule of law. And the Charter of Rights provides a high level of comfort on a wide variety of issues. I'd like to quote the Charter of Rights, Madam Speaker. I'm going to need my glasses for this because the font's rather small, but it is very important. And any Canadian can acquire a copy of the Charter of Rights, Madam Speaker. Fundamental freedoms. Number 2, everyone has the following fundamental freedoms. A, freedom of conscience and religion. Hear, hear. Even the Conservative member applauds it. Justifiably so, Madam Speaker. You see, the Charter of Rights trumps all the legislation that we might want to pass.
You'd think Garnet would know that.
That's why we often say, is the legislation charter proof? Have you actually done your homework and found out if it's charter compliant? Otherwise, you'll get the Supreme Court of Canada that'll say that you messed up and you need to make a change. Now, the Harper regime was really good at that, Madam Speaker. They passed criminal laws that constantly were in contradiction of the Charter of Rights. And as a direct result, the Supreme Court of Canada dictated that we needed to make changes.
Why even have a parliament in this case?
Even look at some of the private members' legislation that is there. So my first recommendation for those individuals that are concerned about the propaganda, the misinformation that floods out of the Conservative caucus, take a look at the Charter of Rights. And any legislation that passes has to be in compliance with the Charter of Rights. And the member, the critic, is very much aware of that, Mr. Speaker. They tried to give this false impression The impression that they're trying to give is that if you're a pastor, a priest, an imam, and you say something that's in the Bible or in the Quran, that you're going to go to jail.
That's exactly what they said.
No, that's not what it says to the member opposite. It goes to show that they're drinking too much of that blue Kool-Aid, Madam Speaker. You really need to get an understanding of the law.
Can I interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary? We had a speech just before, and people were listening, and now I would ask the Honourable members to listen to the Parliamentary Secretary until it's time for questions and comments. Order! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I can appreciate that members are really sensitive on this. After all, they just heard a speech of garbage prior. All sorts of misinformation, Madam Speaker. And I would suggest to you...
Whoa, whoa, whoa. The prosecutor is getting a little aggressive, Madam Speaker.
Are getting very excited about this. Can we be respectful of one another? I heard. Can we be respectful of one another and stop calling each other names? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can appreciate.
I have a point of order for the Honourable Member for... the Honourable Member for... I'm sorry, Oxford, yes.
Madam Speaker, we sit in this House and listen to a lot of times pure nonsense come from this member on a regular basis, but we never called it garbage. We respected the member's right to speak his mind, even though he says a lot of words but doesn't say much. But for him to go out and to say that the member's speech was garbage is absolutely nonsense, unparliamentary. Every member...
I understand what the Honourable Member is trying to say, and it will be seen as a point of order because it caused disruption, and that's the rule. Is the Honourable Chief Government Whip responding to the same point of order?
The Shadow Critic for Justice, I neglect to remember his riding name, yelled across the way to the member speaking that he was garbage. Well, you said that you heard it. At the very least, that member needs to stand up, apologize, and retract that.
Well, that would go, again, I'm going to use the expression that I think fits the situation, a pot and kettle. If one starts calling something garbage, well, they will get an answer of garbage. So can we be respectful of one another and stop using those terms, because it will cause disruption and the speeches will never be done properly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, can I start from the top? Let's be a little courteous across the way. You know, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker,
new concept,
Madam Speaker, you know,
try.
Yeah, at the end of the day, let me as I say, I started off by saying there's two concerns. The first concern was in regards to what type of information that the Conservative Party of Canada is using. No doubt, I haven't verified it yet, but no doubt it'll appear on social media, because they're trying to give a false impression based on fear to those that are faithful to the religions that they believe in and the leadership of those. And that, I find, is very disturbing, Madam Speaker, because it is definitely misleading, Madam Speaker. And there is no doubt about that. And that is the primary concern I have about the content of the legislation. Now let's talk about the motivation of the legislation, Madam Speaker. Why is the Conservative Party choosing to do this on the floor of the House of Commons? They have options, Madam Speaker, but they choose to use this as their motivation in order to prevent government legislation from passing. We were supposed to be debating, Madam Speaker, budget implementation legislation today. And what do we hear from the Conservatives? A bunch of crying, wah, 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 to quote the member opposite. Well, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, he might not care, but I can tell you every Canadian in every region of the country cares, because this is a budget that is there to support
Canadians. It is a part of a plan that the Prime Minister has presented to Canada to build a country that is stronger, that is healthier, that works towards making Canada the strongest country in the G7, Madam Speaker. That's what the budget implementation is all about. And if you factor in the many efforts of the Prime Minister and the government in terms of pursuing trade opportunities that can even go beyond the Canada-USA border, you'll find that they complement each other. And we have a responsibility, all of us have a responsibility in the House to cooperate, to actually serve our constituents first and foremost. And time again, I witness far too often the Conservative Party more interest in serving the Conservative Party of Canada as opposed to Canadians, and we see that in their behavior, Madam Speaker. Let me give you an example, a tangible example dealing with Bill C-9. We have a committee that is supposed to be dealing with Bill C-9, Madam Speaker. And we've gone through hours and hours and hours of filibustering coming from the other side. Well, you know what, Madam Speaker? We can't deal with Bill C-14 until Bill C-9 is done. What is Bill 14? That is the bail reform legislation. The Prime Minister made a commitment to Canadians to bring forward bail reform legislation. We have provinces, we have law enforcement officers, we have other stakeholders, Canadians as a whole. They want bail reform legislation, and the biggest roadblock, the only roadblock in Canada today to prevent that from happening is the Conservative Party of Canada, Madam Speaker. And I say shame on each and every one of those members that continue to filibuster to prevent Canadians from having substantial changes to our bail reform legislation. They should be ashamed of themselves, because that was an election platform, and we see time and time again Conservative member after Conservative member preventing the passage of important legislation, whether it's at the committee stage or it's on the floor of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. These are the types, this is the type of thing that we see from the Conservative Party far, far too often. And that's the motivation for today, Madam Speaker. They don't want to debate the budget legislation again. It's not like it's the first time that they've brought in concurrence reports, Madam Speaker. You know, they cry when they say, oh, we want more time, we want more debate on legislation. You know, the other day I stood up and I said, well, I'll tell you what, Canadians work overtime. Canadians work past 6 o'clock in the evening. I asked, would you be prepared to sit till midnight? Oh, geez, no, we don't do that. Conservatives don't like to work hard, Madam Speaker. They like to talk and complain and, well, the next word was a little unparliamentary, I won't say it. But Madam Speaker, I can tell you, at the end of the day, they don't like working for Canadians. Because if they did, well, the member says, come on. Well, I'll challenge any member that's there, stand up and tell me you're prepared to work till midnight for the next 2 weeks in order that we can have more debate inside the floor of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. Well, okay, Madam Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to allow the House to sit till midnight for the rest of this session. Can we have...
I have to interrupt the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith is rising on a point of order.
I apologize, Madam Speaker, if I don't have this right because I'm a new member, but we are doing this debate because they cancelled a meeting, and he is actually, I don't understand.
That is not a point of order. I'm sorry, that is not a point of order. The members have a lot of latitude to say yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Ask for unanimous consent.
I'm sorry, could I hear the motion?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd ask for unanimous consent to enable the House to be able to sit till midnight for the rest of the session.
No. There's no unanimous consent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Enthusiasm. Wow. That's truly amazing. I just finished challenging them to sit till midnight, and they all start jumping up. Oh, I'll sit to midnight. I'll sit to midnight. So I call their bluff, and I ask them, is there unanimous consent to sit till midnight? And what did we see? No. The people that were jumping up were saying, no, no, no. That proves the point. Don't you see? You know, the Conservative line is Do not allow legislation to pass. Do whatever it is that you can to prevent that from happening. Continue to deny Canadians bail reform legislation. That's what the Conservative Party position is. We have Bill C-2, we have Bill C-9, we have Bill C-12, all of which will make our communities safer, all of which the Conservative Party of Canada is preventing from being able to pass. And then when I say, well, debate it, they say, well, we don't have enough time. We have more members that want to speak. You know, they cry the river. But then when they're provided an opportunity to have more time to debate, what do? They sit on their hands and say nothing, well, except, no, we don't sit past 6 o'clock. You know how many Canadians work past 6 o'clock across the country? A whole lot of Canadians. Let me leave it at that. And I'll tell you something, the only thing is there's a Conservative Party of Canada that just doesn't see the merit. You know, look, if you really want more debate, why wouldn't you have agreed to the unanimous consent? Seriously.
They jumped up in agreement when you proposed.
Why wouldn't you do it? It's not like all of you have to be present for it. It just means you have to debate. After all, that's kind of like what you wanted, but you avoid it.
Your single speech writers can have to write more speeches.
Yes, you know, but now you have AI. You have ChatGPT. They'll help you with your speeches if you're running out of speeches to give. So then you wonder why it is I say that when it comes to the interests of Canadians, what we hear from the Conservative Party is really something that's purely focused on one thing: what is in the best interest of the Conservative Party, not what's in the interest of Canadians. Right. And that's where we find it unfortunate. We see it during question period. You know, during question period, it's all personal attacks. It's character assassination. It's not about substantive questions, Madam Speaker. It's about character assassination. That's all it's about. You know, attack the Prime Minister, personal attacks whenever you get the opportunity, and prevent anything from passing the House of Commons. And then what they'll do, Madam Speaker, is they'll say, oh, wow, the government wasn't able to pass anything. Well, duh. You know, you give me 12 students from Sisler High, the Maples, or any high school in Canada, I'll be able to filibuster a bill indefinitely, Madam Speaker. Indefinitely. And that's the type of mischief that we see day in and day out coming from the Conservatives. Try to get a commitment. You know, weeks ago, I was standing here, Madam Speaker, and I was saying to members opposite, bail reform legislation is before us today. I was actually debating it that day, Madam Speaker, and all I asked for is commitments to allow the legislation to pass before the end of the year. It's not an unreasonable thing to ask for, Madam Speaker. You have one of the Conservatives brings forward a private member's bill, and he's standing up, and it's a substantive change, and he's standing up saying, well, I want unanimous consent to pass it all today by saying, out at second reading, no need for a committee meeting, out of third report stage and third reading. Let's send it over to the Senate. We don't need debate. We don't need to debate the legislation, Madam Speaker. That's what you get Conservative members talk about on their private members' bills. But when it comes to government legislation, just hold on a second. We want to give the false impression that the government doesn't know how to handle legislation. So what we'll do is we will filibuster here on the floor of the House of Commons. We'll filibuster in the committee. We will work in terms of trying to come up with creative amendments in certain situations to prevent legislation from ultimately advancing. That's the behavior that we see from the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. How productive is that? Remember in the last federal election, the commitment or what Canadians told all of us, not just the government, is that it's going to be a minority government, and the expectation was that all parties would work together. It doesn't mean that you have to support everything that the government does, nor does the government have to support everything that the opposition wants. But there is an expectation when things are good for Canadians in Canadians' best interest that there would be a sense of cooperation, Madam Speaker. Do we see that today? We don't see an official opposition that's prepared to cooperate. You know, how many times have we brought forward the budget implementation bill? Because conservative after conservative wants to be able to speak to it. They won't sit late so that more of them can speak to it, but they want to be able to speak to it. Well, Madam Speaker, why not allow the bill to actually pass to committee? If it goes to committee, Madam Speaker, it can be broken down and several committees can go into it in great detail. But they won't. Why, Madam Speaker? Well, you know, it's not in the Conservative Party's best interest. It might be in the interest of Canadians or the Parliament as a whole, but it's not in the best interest of the Conservative Party. So as a direct result, Madam Speaker, they're not going to deal with it. They've made the determination that we want to prevent the legislation from passing. And you know, I can already imagine it today. When we see the wind up as the winter session comes to an end, you know, and my recommendation is that we come back for Christmas. I'm okay to do that, Madam Speaker. My colleagues might feel a little uneasy about it, but you know what? I'll put the interests of Canadians ahead of my personal interests and the interests of the Parliament. And if that means that we need to put in extra days, Madam Speaker, I believe that we should do that. Just like I believe that if you really and truly wanted more debate and you're concerned about debate time, I'm prepared to advocate that we sit longer hours, more days. You won't get any opposition from me on that, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, at the end of the day, chances are I'll probably be around than most others to listen to that debate and to participate in that debate, Madam Speaker. So I look to my Conservative friends on the opposite side. And, I appeal to them to look at the substantive legislation that we have today that has been filibustered and work with the government as the government will work with the opposition so that we can, in fact, have substantive legislative changes, such as the bail reform legislation. Please, that would be one of them for me personally. But for Canadians, I think it would be just an awesome thing to see happen. And if we do that, Madam Speaker, we could actually do it before Christmas. But everyone here knows that it can only happen if the Conservative Party was to participate fully in it. Now, in the spirit of being a parliamentarian that has a deep amount of respect for the process, I would apologize to the member opposite that I said his speech was garbage. I respect all speeches that are delivered inside the House, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brent South, Six Nations.
Madam Speaker, the election end of April, we returned to Parliament at the end of May. We had approximately 5 to 6 weeks of sitting. We then broke for the summer. So approximately 5 months passes, almost 6 months passes after the election. The very first piece of criminal justice legislation brought by the Attorney General is Bill C-9. Prioritizing Bill C-9. We had our debate, we got it into committee. You heard in my speech, delay after delay, canceled meetings, ending abruptly, all done by the Liberal chair, who is now a minister. So I listened to this particular member talk about obstruction and delays. He is a master of hypocrisy. So the question is, we are prepared. We were prepared to sit to midnight this past Tuesday. We were prepared to sit to midnight today to get to the heart of Bill C-9. Why did your government cancel the meeting abruptly?
Speaking through me, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the work that standing committees do. And I recognize that as a government, we are a minority. So if the Bloc and the Conservatives choose to take certain actions, at times that could cause some issues where the government might need to see some sort of an adjournment. So I think there's the practicality of what takes place in a committee. I wasn't sitting at that committee. I spent a lot of time inside the chamber, and that is the reason why I made the suggestion that we can, from my perspective, sit till midnight. And that's why I had asked for unanimous consent, Madam Speaker. I don't have a problem doing that. I'll even go beyond that if it makes the member happy enough. I knew that we could actually get some legislation passed. I think it would be a wonderful thing for Canada, for all Canadians.
The honourable member for La Matapédia. The Bloc has been calling for the criminal code to stop protecting hate speech hidden behind a cover of religion. Religion should never justify hate. Once again, we see that Quebec within Canada is being held back or stagnating. We've seen it with conversion therapy, with medical assistance in dying, with secularism. These are things that are long-standing values in Quebec, and the rest of the country doesn't understand and is standing in the way of these things. Quebec deserves to live according to its own values. Madam Speaker, there's only one solution for that, and that is Quebec independence.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things I love about Canada and living in a federalist country is that all areas have a high sense of uniqueness and distinct character to them. I cherish, for example, the province of Quebec for the French language. Its in-depth culture and arts programming that they have there. And in many ways, they do lead the country in different areas. Between Quebec and Manitoba, we share a lot in common. We both have hydro development. We both have a healthy aerospace industry. And Manitoba has a growing French Francophone community. And I think it's one of the reasons why I would suggest to you that Canada is the best country in the world to call home. It's because we appreciate the differences and the contributions that all communities have to make our country the great country it is.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his intervention today because it was extremely revealing. It revealed a lot about the Conservatives, especially in the way that they acted in the House during this speech, what they were doing when he was talking versus the way that they acted when it came to actually voting on the words that they had just used moments before. But I think what underpins all of this, Madam Speaker, and the member brought it up in his speech, is exactly how Conservatives approach their role in this House. They believe that their role here is to obstruct at every possible opportunity, when in reality, in a Westminster parliamentary system, the role of the opposition is to challenge the government to do better and to be better, not to systematically, at every single opportunity, try to dismantle every piece of legislation and policy that the government puts forward, because they could never imagine allowing the government to actually have a win on something. Would the member please expand on his thoughts on how he brought this up earlier about what the genuine role is of the opposition and how this Reform Party across the way has completely lost their way?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't know if Preston Manning would have liked the member calling them a Reform Party. They're probably a little further to the right than the Reform ever was, Madam Speaker, in many ways. Having said that, I can tell you, it was interesting. And maybe put it in this way. We seen, coming out of the election, I thought maybe there might be a chance to see a different type of Conservative Party. Especially when the leader of the Conservative Party lost his seat in Carleton. Because remember, we'll recall, when the leader wasn't here, when the leader's office was in fact not as strong as it is today out of the Conservative Party, we actually passed Bill C-5. And that was a cooperative. We could not have done it without the support of the Conservative Party, and I am grateful for that, because that helped us build a one Canadian economy. It helped us build the national priority projects, Madam Speaker. We're talking billions of dollars of investment because of that legislation. And prior to the leader of the Conservative Party winning the by-election in August, I think it was, there seemed to be more cooperation. But it seems that we've gone back to where we were a year ago. And the Conservative right has once again dominated the party.
The Honourable Member for Mission Mascui Abbotsford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason we're here this morning is that the Justice Committee is asking for the opportunity to hear from Canadians and travel. A travel motion before the House of Commons is in fact very rare, and at the heart of why we need this travel motion is Section 319 of the Criminal Code. And I'd like to ask the member from Winnipeg North if he could clarify in good faith the position of the government that they do in fact want to remove Section 319, Clause 3, which states in good faith the person expressed or attempted to establish by an argument an opinion on a religious subject or an opinion based on a religious belief in a religious text from the Criminal Code. Madam Speaker, as a person of faith, I never thought I would have to have this argument in this chamber, in this country, and it is hard to stand here today. But this is why I'm here. They challenge us why we're here. I'm here to stand up for people of all faith in my nation to have the freedom of expression under the Charter of Rights. So will the member clarify, do they want to remove that section from the Criminal Code?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I know we're not supposed to use props. So I'm going to put my prop of the Canada Charter of Rights down, and I would say to the member that there is every member of the Liberal caucus, from the Prime Minister to every member that supports the Charter of Rights. I would highly recommend that the member read the Charter of Rights, where it guarantees the rights of freedom, the freedom of religion. That includes, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, when I think of a pastor or a priest or an imam, I think of what it is that they say to their congregation. And there is no reason for people to be fearful. The only fear factor that's out there is the Conservative Party that is trying to turn it into a wedge issue. And if there is anything like their crime file, the reason why they're doing it is for fundraising purposes and fundraising purposes alone.
The
Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know what Kool-Aid the Conservatives are drinking, what religious Kool-Aid that makes them think that freedom of religious expression and freedom of religion are going to be affected by this. It's incredible. My question for the member for Winnipeg North is, he seems to support this repeal of the defense under Section 319. Previously, the Liberals didn't support us on this. In 2024, I remember that the Minister of the time, Mr. Varani, proposed including that in Bill 63 so that we would support it. So he was already open to the idea. And now we're being made the same offer to withdraw this religious exception in C9. But the Liberals suddenly at committee flip-flopped a little bit, and they don't want the committee to sit and move forward on this. So I'd really like to know from the colleague from Winnipeg North, are they serious this time? Are we really going to go ahead with this? And if so, why can't the committee meet to finally put an end to this religious exception, which is really shameful?
Very brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think the best thing I can do is just reinforce the Charter of Rights, Madam Speaker. That is something in which I believe in. That's something in which every Liberal member of Parliament believes in.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Drummond. That said, Madam Speaker, I too have a bit of a hard time following my Liberal colleague from Winnipeg North, who says there's been a deal between the Bloc and the Conservatives not to sit. Just a minute. I was there yesterday. I was willing to sit till midnight. I'd be willing to sit till midnight tonight. What we called for, and I personally did this to the minister and to his representative on the committee, we want C9 passed before Christmas. It's no more complicated than that. So when he says the Bloc's getting in the way, just a minute. Now, what is the Liberals' position? As my colleague for Drummond said, we don't really know how to take this. I need an indication. Are the Liberals actually afraid of religious lobbyists? Is that why they're backing down? Is that why they're refusing to take out of the criminal code a provision that allows a person to promote or incite hatred as long as it's under the banner of religion? That makes no sense whatsoever. And if that's truly their position, they should say so clearly. I don't think that is their position. That's not what the Justice Minister told me. That's not what Liberals are telling me when I discuss this with them. But I do note that this isn't the first time this has happened, that the Liberals have backtracked. It's been happening for years. Now, the Conservatives have moved a motion to allow the committee to travel to hear witnesses. Now, in terms of democracy, hearing witnesses is a good thing. Letting people say what they think about proposed legislation is a good thing. But it's not just the travel. That's not the only way of getting one's views across. For the committee to travel, that's one thing. But we've already heard from some 30-odd witnesses at the Justice Committee. They've given their evidence. They've expressed their viewpoints on this bill, C9. We've heard, we received some 40 briefs. So we've heard the viewpoints of certain groups and individuals and experts on C9. I think the job's been done. I think obviously we could hear from more people. We could hear people ad infinitum. But sooner or later, you have to take action. You can't just sit down and listen to witnesses forever and ever and ever and never do anything about it. Our work here in the House is to be parliamentarians. We are lawmakers. We're supposed to enact legislation. The government is proposing C9. I didn't agree with C9 at first, and I told the minister we proposed amendments. The minister disagreed. We discussed it, and eventually we came to an agreement on certain things. And we hope that that work will come to fruition by Christmas. But no, the Conservatives are saying, no, let's start all over again. Let's rehear witnesses. Let's just drag this out endlessly. I don't agree. I find it disappointing. There are some Conservatives I have a lot of respect for, and I'm convinced that they want the work to move forward, but they're not all of a like mind. There are pressures coming from religious groups. That's true. My assistant, just half an hour ago, got over 100 calls at my riding office from individuals and organizations saying, vote against C9. And I'm not the only one. I'm sure that other members have experienced the same thing. There's been a flood of calls and pressure, and it's never fun to come under that kind of pressure. But if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen, as they say. Our job is to make laws, to make decisions. People have differing points of view. They will put pressure on us, but that's to be expected. You have to deal with it. You have to put up with it, and you have to hunker down and do your job. We are here to represent people who expect us to do something. And so traveling around Canada, I'm all for it. I'm going to do that next summer when I'm on holiday. But for now, we've done enough work on this. This is an important bill, and I think we should vote on it. I think it deserves to be voted on as soon as possible. Once again, the only reason, the only explanation for this is the religious pressure that people are feeling. And as we heard before from our esteemed colleague, the Conservative colleague, does this mean that you really want to do away with this religious exception in the criminal code? Yes, that's exactly what we want to do. It doesn't mean that you won't be able to quote from the Bible or the Quran or whatever it is. No, on the contrary, you'll be able to continue reading and quoting from whatever religious text you want. That's freedom of religion, and we agree with that. Section 319 does not say that people are free to read the Quran or the Bible or any other religious document. What it says is that you're not allowed to promote hatred. That is the whole point of 319. And the subsection that we would like to repeal says that it's okay if it's under the cover of religion. And we're saying no. That's not if your religion says you need to hate and you need to promote hatred or incite hatred, well, then I'm sorry. I have a lot of respect for individuals, but that won't fly in Canada. We don't agree with that. You might have to change your religion or practice it elsewhere if it calls for promoting or inciting hatred. You do not have the right in Quebec or in Canada to promote hatred, to incite hatred, regardless of whether it's based on a religious text or a philosophical text or whatever, what have you. It's not allowed, and it should remain so. This is an anachronism in our legal system. The idea that promoting hatred could be justified on any basis. That said, I'm still allowed to read the Bible or the Quran. I'm still allowed to believe whatever I like and to be inspired by these religious writings. And there are some great principles in those documents, some wise, some wisdom, and there are good things that should inspire people in the Bible and the Quran and so on, things that should help us live together in society. But we mustn't forget that the context, some of those writings are thousands of years old. And I'm sorry, it doesn't apply anymore. I'm sorry, stoning an adulterous woman, I just can't subscribe to that anymore. It makes no sense to me anymore. Or a father who's willing to sacrifice their son for their God. Well, I'm sorry, I wouldn't be willing to do that for any reason. And the religious wars of the past, those were brave soldiers defending their philosophies and their religious points of view, and it made sense at the time. But today, I hope that we will never, neither myself, nor my children, nor my grandchildren will ever have to experience religious warfare again. So it's all part of history. But calling for peace and love, that's all great. But if you read a text that's 3,000 years old and you say, this is what religion should look like, and today, and if it's quoted not because of the broad principles of peace and living together, harmony and so on, if it's to say that religious wars are a good thing, let's start them all over again. Well, no, that's not okay. We don't agree with that. It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be there in the criminal code. We want this removed from our legislation. And I insist, and Quebecers, some 60 or more % of Quebecers want this taken out of the criminal code, and over half the population of Canada wants this removed from the criminal code too. So I confirm what was said before. We did have an agreement. The Bloc did have an agreement with Liberals, including the Justice Minister, to repeal that provision from the criminal code, and I hope we'll be able to do it this time. I hope we can do it before Christmas so that we can all go home for the holidays, so that we can shake hands in peace and love and in the conviction that we'll be able to continue to live together peacefully in Quebec and in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
De la ministre de l'Industrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I certainly agree with many of the elements in his speech. I'd like to hear his comments, if possible, on the subject of the second part of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the part concerning fundamental freedoms. How does the Bloc understand those fundamental rights and freedoms? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I would say that the Bloc Québécois understands those provisions as anyone would reading them, and The courts frequently interpret those provisions. Those are important provisions, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, and we all agree with that. But freedom of expression, all those freedoms have limits, Mr. Speaker. Without that, it would just be, a cacophony. I'm free to say what I think, but if I say to someone things that are illegal, like, for example, you should kill your wife because I learned that she slept with the neighbor, well, that's an incitation to violence. It doesn't have any place in a society that is peaceful. So we agree with everything. We have the same thing in Quebec, and I understand that there are provisions in the Charter of Quebec about rights and freedoms, and we agree with that. But they have to be interpreted in a reasonable way according to the context. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you. I hear my friend, and I want to say I'm enjoying working with this bloc member on committee, and I'd like to understand, does he have any knowledge as to what is actually happening at the Justice Committee? He just referred to the bloc having an agreement in the past tense. Meeting was cancelled last Tuesday. Meeting is cancelled tonight. Again, we have major pieces of legislation between us, but it appears as if the Liberals don't want us to convene. And also, I'd like to follow up and ask my friend, he appears to suggest that the rationale for the amendment is specifically a case of Adil Charkoui in Montreal, who called for the exterminations of the enemies of Allah. And the bloc seems to suggest that it's on the basis of this exception that charges were not instituted. But the prosecutorial services in Quebec said that that's not the case. It's because it was not an identifiable group of people against whom he's incited.
Order. Order. No.
I need to give time in response to the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What Mr. Charkoui said last year is a good example, and no, I don't have proved that he was not charged because of the criminal code, obviously, but this kind of provision or subsection, well, it's something that would encourage prosecutors to be prudent. If I'm a prosecutor, I need to listen to the lawyers who are working on the file, and I read the charges. And if I see there's an easy defense for the individual that we want to charge, well, the code says that you have the right to do that if you're basing your words on a religious text. Well, am I going to go all the way to the Supreme Court to fight something where there's a clear and obvious defense? No, that's the problem with the religious exemption. Charges won't be laid when they should be.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we don't agree with the bloc on this issue. But I would like to ask a question on the Liberal Party's position and the discussions between the Bloc and the Liberals. It was in the media on Monday, and it was confirmed by a Liberal spokesperson that there was an agreement between the government and the Bloc. An agreement to move forward with this measure, which in our opinion goes against religious freedom. Can the Bloc confirm that that was the position of the government? Because it's strange, today the government doesn't have the privilege to say what its position is or to report that. Can the Bloc confirm that the government had agreed to this agreement on this issue? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord in 45 seconds. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I confirm that that is indeed the case. We had an agreement for these provisions with the changes in the amendment, and I am also unhappy with the lack of courage where the meeting yesterday was cancelled, and I would invite our colleague, the Minister of Justice, and our colleagues on the committee to call the committee back so that as soon as next week we can work on these provisions and pass C9. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to start by congratulating my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord for the brilliant speech that he's just made, and also for the very rigorous work that he's done on this file and the work that he's been doing so well for many years now. It's not just this year or last week that the Bloc Québécois has been working on this issue and asked for the religious exemption, Section 319 of the Criminal Code, to be repealed. My colleague earlier was talking about the support for this measure proposed by the Bloc Québécois, and that support in Quebec is, according to a Léger poll from last year, at 75%. 75% of Quebecers support removing it. In the rest of Canada, there's also strong support. My colleague from Rivière-Nord talked about at least 55%. It's actually 66% of Canadians who support removing this provision. 66% of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that's the 66% of Canadians who understand what this measure means, who aren't being misled by populist rhetoric, which would make them fear for religious freedom. And that's what I find really unfortunate. And, why? Well, because, as a politician, as a member of this House, we have the responsibility to tell our constituents the truth, to not make them believe certain things so they'll align with our own political position, or even worse, with a position that lobby groups, pressure groups are putting on our party. It's a responsibility that I take very seriously, Mr. Speaker, and that's why when people like, many have done this morning, have called my riding to ask us to vote against this bill, C9, because of the presumed impact that this will have on their freedom of religion. Well, I asked my team to ask these people for examples, not just to say, thank you for calling, we'll take that under advisement, we'll take note of that, but I said, ask these people to give an example, a case of where in the practice of their religion or their faith, or in the practice of, the work done by their pastor, their priest, their imam, or their religious leader, whether that be in a mosque or church or a synagogue, give an example of something that might require the protection of this religious exemption under Section 319 of the Criminal Code. Nobody, Mr. Speaker, nobody has been able to give an answer to that. Why? Well, because the answers that would be logical are so horrible. They're so egregious that the people who are calling us in good faith, who are scared of the rhetoric coming from the Conservatives, well, those people, they think that we're telling them that their priest can't read the Bible anymore, that their imam can't quote the Quran anymore, or parts of the Quran, because of this provision. And, no, that's nonsense. Whatever the reasons why the RCMP and the prosecution service decided not to charge Mr. Charkaoui, I'll repeat the words that Mr. Charkaoui said, and these are the reason that there's been a debate on this and discussions in Quebec and now here in the House of Commons. Adil Charkaoui, at a pro-Palestinian, pro-Gaza rally, declared, Allah, deal with these Zionist aggressors. Allah, deal with these enemies of the people of Gaza. Allah, find them one by one and exterminate them, and don't exclude any single one of them. Mr. Speaker, somebody who says things like that isn't sharing religion. They're not sharing a message of love or of hope or of peace. That's somebody who is propagating hate. And if a decision was made by the prosecution service in Quebec based on a report from the RCMP at the time to not press charges against Mr. Charkaoui, for whom it wasn't the first time that something like this has happened, well, we can't just, set that aside and say, keep going, nothing to see here. No, this is serious, and that's why the Bloc Québécois is defending Quebec's values and defending the values of freedom of expression, which are important to Quebecers and Canadians, with measures like this one. This is a measure that simply says you don't have the right to say that. You don't have the right to use, under cover of religion, religion to incite hatred, to call for the extermination of anyone. And to see the Conservatives reformulate this debate, or, kind of wrap it, up differently in a way to, incite fear among their voters, by making them fear for their, right to religion, it's, I don't know, what's the right word, irresponsible. Let's say irresponsible. And I think I won't go further than that, because I could use other words, which might be, less kind, but I want to stay kind, Mr. Speaker, in this debate. And, I also have concerns with what my Liberal colleagues have done in managing this file in particular. And I said it earlier in answering a question from my colleague from Winnipeg North. When we were studying C-63, which was a bill against hatred, we were studying that bill in the previous Parliament. And it wasn't working. There was an ask from the Bloc that seemed very reasonable to me to split that bill in two, because there was part of the bill that, there was a consensus. There was agreement from all the parties in the House on it. And it was a part of the bill that would protect vulnerable people against hate, and particularly online. And as the Conservatives said at the time, that was just good, common sense. But there was another part of that bill that dealt with questions that were maybe more up for debate, and there were parts that really needed discussion and good debate, but the Liberals didn't want to do that. In exchange, the Liberals said, listen, we will offer to take out the religious exemption for your support of Bill 63. But it didn't work because there were some major concerns that we had when it came to freedom of expression, freedom of religion with C-63. So we weren't able to come to that agreement. Mr. Speaker, at the Heritage Committee, these days we're studying the impact of influencers and social media on kids and teenagers. And we realized yesterday with a visit from two eminent professors from UNESCO who've studied radicalization, we realized yesterday that if that part of the bill C-63 had been passed, we would already have made a good step forward in protecting vulnerable people. And that leads me to say that sometimes, for political reasons, legislation is delayed. Good laws are delayed. Laws that are necessary, which are urgent. And the longer they're delayed, the longer vulnerable people find themselves in difficult situations. We leave those people in danger, particularly in this case, children, teenagers, and other vulnerable populations. But all that to say, Mr. Speaker, and to conclude in just a couple of minutes, the discussion that we're having today, I find it disappointing. I would have hoped that we could have gone above partisanship or pressure from religious groups. I would have hoped that we could have remained rooted in fact and debated the proposal of the Bloc Québécois for what it is. It's maybe something where we could debate around individual convictions, but let's stop misleading people. Let's make sure that people have the right facts so we can have a frank and open discussion. I haven't myself been in a church for a very long time. I confess, if you'll forgive the pun, that I haven't been in a church in a long time. I haven't heard a sermon in a long time. But when I was a teenager, I did attend Mass, and I don't remember a single sermon where there was a priest calling for violence based on the words of the Bible. Never could I imagine any faith leader use hate speech or call to violence in a religious speech. So I'd be curious to know the pastors that the Conservatives know in the places of religion that the Conservatives go to. What are they saying in those places? Because if the Conservatives are so afraid that taking this provision out of the criminal code is going to endanger their pastors, their faith leaders, for words, for example, against homosexuality, as one of the Conservatives mentioned earlier, what are they saying about homosexuals if they're afraid of being taken to court? Are they calling for their heads to be cut off? What is it? I don't understand. What words are they trying to defend by opposing this change to the criminal code? So I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, of something that's very important. 75% of Quebecers are in favor of this change, and 66% of Canadians. That's a pretty good consensus for there to at least be an honest conversation on this question. Thank you.
Secretary of State, Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for committing to this important question and with respect to this, and I'd like to thank him for his work at committee as well. But today, Mr. Speaker, what is the Bloc's position on the improved security for social media and online platforms to protect children? And what measures does the party feel that the federal government should take to better protect minors online? What activities, aside from promotion, would be correct? The honourable member for Drummond. I spoke with this during my speak, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. That wasn't the objective of my speech overall, but I would like to reserve my comments and my answer when we'll have completed the study we're doing right now, because after every meeting, we are learning exceptionally interesting things from this committee, and when this study will appear, perhaps we could discuss the conclusions that we will draw from this study. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sarnia and Lambton Bouquet-Junon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a great deal of respect for the member, but does he understand that it's already illegal to say something that incites violence? That's already illegal. So this amendment is not necessary, and this amendment will violate the rights and freedoms of 26 million Canadians. Does he understand that? The honourable member for Drummond. I understand that my colleague is not reading this right, but I'll take another approach now. If hate speech and spreading hate is banned under this article, there are religious exceptions, but if these religious exceptions are necessary, then let's just remove them. If they're not used as a defense or successfully used as defense, we just remove these articles, these clauses. Does my colleague, if your colleague already thinks that the safeguards are sufficient, why does she object to the removal of these two provisions of Article 139 that leads to this exemption for hate speech for religious regions? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're having a strange debate because the Liberals don't want to debate this at committee, and the Conservatives are against this provision, even though there was agreement, as my colleague said from Rivière-du-Nord said in his speech earlier. But my question is rather simple for my colleague from Drummond, who I thank for his excellent speech. He said in Quebec, 75% of people are in favor of the Bloc's proposal, but not only this, there was unanimous request from the National Assembly in this respect. So all parties combined asked for support for the Bloc's proposal. And my question for my colleague is, does he know a lot of colleagues from the Conservatives from sort of party from Quebec that do not think this to be a logical proposal? The honourable member for Drummond. When you ask the question to the Conservative caucus from Quebec, we don't get an answer today. I'm looking forward to listening to a speech from a Quebec Conservative colleague so I could understand what their positions are, what arguments they'll defend. That's an excellent question from my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean.
Secretary of State, Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak forcefully against the motion.
Or questions and comments. And the member for Winnipeg North with a very brief question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide his assurance when he talked about telling the truth. I think it is important that we tell the truth because misleading information causes a great deal of fear. And if he could just provide his thoughts on that issue.
The honourable member for Drummond, 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about it in great detail in my speech. I deplore that we're twisting the facts to have our positions accepted, people who are concerned. But we have a duty to be honest and to speak responsibly to our constituents and say things as they are. In this case, I feel like they are spreading a message of fear so that people who practice religion feel threatened. And this is absolutely false. And I agree with the responsibility we have to hold debates in respecting truth and facts. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State for Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak very forcefully against motion 219 brought forward by the member for Elgin St. Thomas London South, which seeks to instruct the Justice Committee to drop its work on the Combating Hate Act, Bill C-9, and instead launch a taxpayer-funded cross-country tour as a means of delaying the committee's work. Let's be clear from the start, Mr. Speaker, that this motion is not about hearing from Canadians. This motion is about delaying justice. It is about freezing the Combating Hate Act. And after weeks of Conservative obstruction, after hours of procedural games, after filibusters, after points of order and challenges to the chair, when clause by clause of the Combating Hate Act finally began, Conservatives panicked and pulled the emergency brake on this study and its work. This motion is that emergency brake. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to know exactly what has been happening at the Justice Committee. For weeks, the members opposites have used every trick in the procedural playbook to stall this bill. Points of order, challenges to the chair, attempts to reopen settled motions, efforts to drag the committee backward every time it tried to move forward, wasting time to block participation by witnesses who wanted to testify to this bill. And when the very first committee meeting on this bill was scheduled, when Canadians expected serious debate, the member for Elgin St. Thomas London South shamelessly filibustered for hours, talking for 2 hours about dogs and cats. Not hate crimes, not anti-Semitism, not attacks on LGBTQ Canadians, not threats against women. Mr. Speaker, while Canadians are being targeted by hate, Conservatives are entertaining themselves and gumming up the work of this committee and stalling the progress of this bill. They should be ashamed of themselves. Now that this procedural stalling has finally failed, Conservatives are trying a new tactic. They want Parliament to authorize a nationwide tour with flights, hotels, staff entourages, with no timeline to return to the bill, and full authority to shut down the clause-by-clause analysis. Mr. Speaker, let's call this what it is. It is not consultation. It is not accountability. This is instead a taxpayer-funded Conservative roadshow that is designed to kill the bill through delay. Canadians have asked us for protection from hate and intimidation. Conservatives have answered with a travel itinerary and an invoice. Mr. Speaker, when I think about the reasons behind C9, combating hate, and why this was one of the first bills that this government brought forward in this parliamentary session, it is because of the imperative of addressing hate in Canada. I've heard from members across my community about the importance of this issue, about how hate is on the rise, how we've seen 5,000 hate crimes reported in 2024, almost double the number from 2018. And those numbers are probably underreported in terms of the number of Canadians that are actually facing hate crimes in this country. Why are these crimes going underreported? Because Canadians believe that the criminal justice system is not currently equipped to deal with the type of hate crimes that we are seeing growing in this country. That is what this bill seeks to address, Mr. Speaker. That is what the committee should be working on, ensuring that we get this bill back into Parliament to pass us to increase public safety for Canadians. Hate is not an issue that is felt by a single community. Jewish Canadians, Muslim Canadians, the LGBTQ community, women, many other communities have all been subject to this rising tide of hate and bigotry. But particularly over the last 2 years, the Jewish community has felt this acutely and disproportionately, especially in Toronto, St. Paul's, and other major cities. Religiously motivated hate crimes are the most reported category of hate crime in Toronto. And of those, 81% were committed against Jewish Canadians last year. 81%. Taking action against this rise in hate was a central promise that I made to the people of Toronto St. Paul's in the recent election. And I firmly believe that this legislation that we are debating, that we should be debating and moving forward, will be a critical first step in that direction. So where does that lead us, Mr. Speaker? We are overdue for a conversation in this country about the legitimate boundaries of free expression. We've seen protests turn more violent and hateful in recent years. We've seen this in Sikh and Hindu temples. We've seen it on the streets, with people protesting on Israel and Palestine. We've seen it during COVID with the trucker protests and protests outside hospitals and vaccine clinics. We are grappling with an explosion of hate online that is moving offline onto our streets and into our communities. Our right to free expression as Canadians is never, nor should it be, ever, a shield against accountability. Canadian law has long distinguished between protected speech and willful harm. It was under the leadership of our 14th Prime Minister, Lester Pearson, my favorite, that the government of the day struck a special committee to review hate propaganda in Canada. That committee, which included a little-known associate professor of law from the University of Montreal, subsequently our 15th Prime Minister, Pierre Trudeau, set out in its unanimous report a passage that our Supreme Court has cited, and I paraphrase here. The study of hate is a study in the powers of words to maim, and what is a civilized society can do about it. Every society from time to time draws lines at the point where the intolerable and the impermissible coincide. In a free society such as our own, where the privilege of speech can induce ideas that may change the very order itself, there is a bias weighted heavily in favor of the maximum of rhetoric, whatever the cost and consequences. But that bias stops this side of injury to the community itself and to individual members or identifiable groups innocently caught in verbal crossfire that goes beyond legitimate debate. Mr. Speaker, when harm is done and injury occurs or violence ensues, we have an obligation to act on behalf of all citizens. The bill in front of the House and in front of the Standing Committee on Justice today is a blueprint for action. We have heard from communities, from law enforcement, from Crowns, that first we need clarity in our law surrounding hate and speed with how it is enforced. To this end, our bill on combating hate proposes to create new offenses which will target exactly the sort of expression which is meant to terrorize a community, rather than express policy or political disagreements which are healthy in a democracy. The obstruction offense would specifically go after behavior that harasses users of community spaces belonging to identifiable groups. Blocking access to places where communities gather, schools, houses of worship, community centers, is not a form of free expression. It is bullying with the intent of terrifying a community into agreeing with your views. Mr. Speaker, as I heard in a roundtable with community leaders that I hosted in my riding, hate is not limited to the steps outside a local school or synagogue. It can happen anywhere, as we learned in the hate-motivated stabbing of a Jewish woman in a grocery store right here in Ottawa. The intimidation offense in this bill would criminalize conduct that is done with the intent to intimidate. Speech in a vacuum is often innocuous, but recently we've seen groups of protesters, masked, yelling violent insults and hate at members of a targeted community. This is not free expression in a civil society. This is intimidation, pure and simple. Our laws are intended to prevent this. It must be stopped. Police must be empowered to intervene and make arrests before this hateful rhetoric turns into violence. Thirdly, this bill creates a new hate crime offense, one that can be applied against every offense in the criminal code or any other federal law. It would serve to explicitly denounce all criminal conduct motivated by hate. And fourth, a new hate propaganda offense will prohibit the display of certain symbols associated with the Nazi Party, such as the Hakenkreuz and the Nazi SS bolts, as well as any symbols associated with a listed terrorist group, such as the flags of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Proud Boys. Importantly, this is an offense against the spreading of hate. It is not criminalizing symbols in an academic setting such as a textbook. Our laws are sophisticated. They can distinguish these things. For many communities, these symbols are deeply traumatic, and the public display of them is not only offensive, but dehumanizing and terrorizing. If you are a listed terrorist entity in this country, listed by this government, listed by this parliament, then this parliament should prohibit the spreading of hate through the display of those symbols. The public display of these symbols is often done with the explicit intent of scaring people, of spreading hate more often than not, leading to violence. Criminalizing the willful public use of these symbols should be a consensus opinion in this House. Mr. Speaker, when we introduced the Combating Hate Act alongside the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, we did it to respond directly to what communities across Canada are demanding. They are demanding stronger protections against hate. They are demanding stronger consequences for intimidation. They are demanding stronger tools for law enforcement. And from day one, the Minister of Justice has said clearly that we remain open to constructive improvements on this bill in good faith. But what we will not accept, Mr. Speaker, is bad faith sabotage and delay dressed up as consultation, which is what we are getting from that side of the House. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not asking for a roadshow. They are asking for results. They are demanding results. They are demanding that we do not delay and that we pass this bill with expediency. Mr. Speaker, the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs, CIJA, wrote publicly to the Conservative leader urging him to work with this government to pass Bill C-9 in a spirit of collaboration. Police services, municipal leaders, religious communities, human rights organizations, they all want this bill passed now. So let's be honest about what is really going on here. It is clear that the leader of the opposition has a divided caucus on this bill. It is clear that he does not want this to go to a vote before his leadership review next month. So I ask directly to the members opposite, why are they more interested in saving the leader of the opposition's job than saving the lives of Canadians who are being targeted by hate and intimidation? Why will they not move this bill forward? And now, Mr. Speaker, we're hearing even something more reckless from the opposition. They are calling the Combating Hate Bill a censorship bill. What? So let me ask plainly, do the members opposite think that it is okay to see synagogues firebombed? Do the members opposite think that it is okay to threaten and target LGBTQ people because of who they love? And do the members opposite think that it is okay to wave a terrorist flag in public and call for the extermination of women and racialized Canadians? Of course not. So that is why we need to be getting behind this bill. That is the type of egregious, hateful conduct that this bill targets. So when the opposition screams about censorship, the real question is, which form of hate are they trying to protect? Mr. Speaker, only Conservatives would call this bill censorship, while all of the following groups stand behind it: the Edmonton Police Service, B'nai B'rith Canada, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Canadian Hindu Alliance, Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And it is no surprise that this latest outrage comes from the same political wing that has previously minimized real-world violence and spread reckless rhetoric. So, Mr. Speaker, every single delay to this bill right now, including this motion for instruction before the House today, is a delay that belongs to this Conservative Party. They talked for 2 hours about cats and dogs instead of starting the clause-by-clause review of this bill. They challenged the chair. They tried repeatedly to pull the committee off the bill. And when clause by clause finally started, they dropped this motion to try to shut it down. This motion has one purpose and one purpose only: to push the Combating Hate Act into the deep freeze. not to improve it, not to strengthen it, not to protect Canadians, not to address the rising tide of hate and anti-Semitism that we see in this country, but just to stop it cold in its tracks and put it off so that they don't have to face the division in their caucus, they don't have to take a vote on it, they don't have to stand up behind this bill, get behind a bill that organizations and communities across this country support. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow that. We will not stand behind that. Canadians want protection from hate. Conservatives want excuses to stall. Canadians want laws that keep them safe. Conservative want trip across the country with flights, hotels, and theatrics that they'll manufacture. We will defeat this motion because of this stunt, and we will do everything in our power to pass the Combating Hate Act despite this stunt. It's noise on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker. It cannot distract us from the important issues that have plagued this country, and an important step forward on combating hate in this country that is overdue, that is a proud part of our Canadian history and of the lawful boundaries on freedom of expression when it crosses into a territory that is intimidating and fearful for Canadians in their streets, in their neighborhoods, and that is the scourge of hate. Let's put an end to this, Mr. Speaker. Let's vote down this motion, and I encourage the members opposite to put their money where their mouth is, to get behind their principles and support a bill that combats hate in Canada.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to that member for her speech, the parliamentary secretary. You know, many faith leaders and individuals in my community have reached out to me with concerns about C9, the infringement on freedom of speech, and in particular the amendment that was brought forward which would remove the religious exemption and would potentially target pastors while reading passages out of the Bible. And to quote the chair of that committee, who has been since promoted to Minister of Canadian Identity, passages like Leviticus and Deuteronomy and Romans would be considered hateful. And I'm wondering, does that member agree with the past committee chair's representation of those passages?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I think that with many issues like this, it behooves the members opposite to stand up and to read the actual criminal code and to read what is the definition of hate. Because their approach to these issues, is to fearmonger and to shed light on situations that are unlikely to see the light of day in an actual court of law, Mr. Speaker. Hate is defined right now, communicating statements in a public place that incite hatred against any identifiable group where such an incitement is likely to lead to a breach of the peace. We also have criminal code provisions preventing the willful promotion of hatred, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is give clarity to the definition of hate, but we should not in this country stand up and permit hate. Those who spread hate need to be accountable for it, and law enforcement needs the tool to police it.
Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Rimouski. Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear today that the religious lobbies are influencing the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party. The Conservatives are spreading misinformation to stir up their base, their religious base, and the Liberals are backing away from repealing this religious-based defense in the criminal code. Now, the Quebec National Assembly has been clear and unanimous on this. This provision in the criminal code that allows hate speech under the color of religion, this loophole needs to be closed, sealed off. Can the Liberals say today clearly why they're abandoning Quebecers at a time when hate is increasing in public spaces? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my remarks, the Minister of Justice is open to considering good faith amendments to this bill. The government doesn't hold a monopoly on great legislation, but let's move that legislation forward. Let's have those debates in good faith. Let's talk critically about the state of the law and what it actually is, not what the Conservatives want people to believe online. What the law is. Let's look at actually what the Supreme Court has said about hate and how that is intended to actually protect freedoms in our democracy. When we recognize the scourge of hate, we allow people to live freer lives because they are free of hate and fear and intimidation. That is the purpose of hate laws that we have had in this country for decades.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really and truly appreciate the comments from the parliamentary secretary. And, you know, the unfortunate reality is because of the Conservative Party of Canada's behavior on this legislation, it's affecting two pieces of legislation. It deals with hate crimes, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians are not going to be able to see the hate crime legislation before the end of the year. It also deals, the same committee, with the bail reform legislation, something in which the Prime Minister made an election commitment on part of our election platform. Liberals want to see these legislations pass, this legislation, both of them, before the end of the year. So the victim here is Canadians and the safety of our communities. I'm wondering if she can reflect on how selfish the Conservative Party is being by not allowing Canadians to have this legislation passed.
Order. We'll have a little order here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. It is selfish, and the Conservatives should be ashamed for their behaviours in stalling this bill. I have to tell you, I speak to constituents in my riding all the time, Mr. Speaker, who are affected by the hate on their streets and in their communities, who are scared about having children being dropped off at daycare, or their young students going to university, going on campus, going downtown in Toronto to work and facing and having to walk through a protest. Mr. Speaker, this is more than words. This is actually violence. And our laws are intended to prevent and protect Canadians from experiencing that fear in their day-to-day lives, that fear and intimidation. That is what this Combating Hate Act seeks to address, and the Conservatives need to stand up and get behind this bill.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
It's a short question. The member opposite listed a number of groups that supported C9. Would that same list that she recited in her speech support the amendment that was just proposed?
And why did they cancel the committee?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think that's an excellent question, and it would have been great if the Standing Committee on Justice had been able to hear more witnesses, but instead of the Conservatives filibustering, the witness list weren't actually able to appear in front of the committee because the Conservatives were too busy talking about their family pets and filibustering the work that needed to be done.
We have lots of time for questions. We can ask questions. We don't need to go back and forth. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the issue of religious freedom is actually inside the Charter of Rights, which guarantees religious freedoms. Yet we have members of the Conservative Party that are actually, I would suggest to you, providing misleading information that ultimately is causing a great deal of concern for those that practice a faith. Unfortunately, as a result, you might get people receiving misinformation and then bringing it to the attention when in fact the Conservatives know that they're doing this and it's causing fear in the minds of many. And if she could just provide her thoughts on that.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I am a proud Christian. I'm a proud Canadian. I believe in the tenets of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I believe in our freedom of expression deeply. But I'm also a lawyer, and I also understand that there is a boundary, that when speech crosses a high threshold into hate, into inciting fear, inciting violence, calling for the death or extermination of people, of our fellow citizens, then that is simply wrong. And there is nothing that should keep people from being accountable for that type of interpretation, those type of hurtful statements. Everyone is a contributing part of this Canadian democracy, Mr. Speaker. We need to uphold it. That is what these laws seek to protect.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I represent one of the largest Jewish communities in the country, and I will not take any lessons from these liberals on safeguarding the Jewish community. And also, I am tired of the other side accusing the Conservatives of slowing this down. I would like to ask the member a very clear question. Last Tuesday, the Justice Committee was ready to sit to listen to bail or to listen to C9, and the Liberals canceled the Justice Committee meeting last Tuesday. And then this morning, I wake up, I'm sipping on my cup of coffee, I'm getting ready for C9 tonight, and I'm learning that Justice Committee tonight was cancelled by the Liberal chair. And I'd like an answer if they're so determined to move forward with this terrible piece of legislation. Why? Why did they cancel Justice Committee tonight? I'd like an answer, please.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Secretary of State Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge the Conservative bench to stand up and vote in favor of this bill, because I have yet to see evidence that they would support protecting this bill, protecting Canadians from hate and intimidation. In over 2 years since we've had in 2 years since October 7th, Mr. Speaker, I have yet to hear a Conservative stand up in favor of safe access zones, for example, in municipalities across this country. We know exactly where they stand. We have heard their debates on this bill in Parliament and at committee. Canadians should know that they are all talk when it comes to supporting communities, protecting them from hate. They will not put their votes behind supporting this legislation because they are divided as a caucus around the very measures that this bill seeks to protect around protecting Canadians from hate and legitimate, lawful boundaries on hate speech.
Time for a very brief question. The member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to pick up on the issue of the hate speech. And the hate speech is very real. The member made references to several examples of it. And unfortunately, as I pointed out, this legislation is not going to be able to pass because of Conservative obstruction.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if she could just provide, once again, her thoughts in regards to the sadness of the legislation not being.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a very brief response.
Mr. Speaker, I also have had the experience of working during COVID when there were protests outside of hospitals and vaccine clinics. As a government, we took the same steps. We protected doctors and nurses from doing their jobs. We protected Canadians from being able to go and get vaccines. The same things are happening in Canada today. We need to be protecting places of worship, community centres, and the places where communities gather, because the same fear and intimidation is
And the time has expired for questions and comments. Resuming debate. Let's please debate. The Honourable Member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today on behalf of my constituents of Bowmanville, Oshawa North to oppose Bill C9 and support efforts to further scrutinize and study this legislation. I share my time with the member from York Centre. Mr. Speaker, there are many, many problems with Bill C9 and the Liberal attempt to amend Bill C9 to criminalize the reading and sharing of Bible verses in this country. We oppose this for many reasons, but I do want to draw attention to an area that has not gotten enough attention, which is the efforts of the Liberal Party to enact a form of cultural imperialism on Christians, Muslims, and Jews in this country. I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, an academic definition of cultural imperialism, because I am sure many in the House probably are not used to hearing that term to describe what the Liberal Party is attempting to do to citizens of our country. This definition comes from EBSCO, a research database published in 2024, and the definition reads, as I say, cultural imperialism refers to the imposition of one culture's values, beliefs, and practices over another, often leading to the erosion of the latter's unique cultural identity. It manifests through various mediums, including education, religion, and media, where dominant cultures often shape and redefine the social and ethical frameworks of less dominant societies. Cultural imperialism causes changes that are usually faster than would otherwise occur, and in a direction that benefits those from the dominant or influencing culture. The faster pace can mean that the changes have a destabilizing effect on other aspects of the culture, and the association of the changes with benefits accruing to members of the dominant culture. Taken together, that means that one party is benefiting from actions that are harmful to others. Now, Mr. Speaker, I share this definition to provide some context for what I believe the Liberal Party is doing right now. They've been in power for over a decade and tried their very best to exercise influence over every institution in this country. They've abused the power of the federal government to impose their values, beliefs, and practices on as many institutions in our country as they possibly can. And today, we see evidence that they, through Bill C9 and the Liberal effort to amend Bill C9, an effort to exercise that cultural imperialism over churches, mosques, and synagogues. I provided an academic definition for cultural imperialism, but I would also like to provide a pop culture reference. The hit song from last year, Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, he uses some language to describe colonial thinking in his diss track to Drake. He says, and I quote, "You not a colleague, you a colonizer." And that, Mr. Speaker, is precisely what the Liberal Party is attempting to do to Christians, Muslims, and Jews in this country. Liberals are not treating the diverse communities of our country with any degree of respect. They are not treating them like colleagues to listen to them and work with them and respect their traditions and their faiths. Instead, they are behaving like colonizers, attempting to abuse state power to exercise undue influence by attempting to criminalize things that families in this country have believed in since the very founding of this nation by the English and the French. Now, they will, of course, as they have throughout this morning and this afternoon, made efforts to characterize our concerns over this legislation as theatrics. But I bring it back to what was said, the actual language used by the now Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, who was promoted, Mr. Speaker, by the Prime Minister after he made these comments. As chair of the Justice Committee on October 30th, he said that 3 books of the Bible, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Romans, are hateful. He used the language of hate to describe verses in the Bible that people have prayed over, they have read to their children, they have shared in communities all across this country for a very long time. And the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that the Liberal Party pretends, and I emphasize, Mr. Speaker, pretends to care about, enshrines the right to religious freedom precisely as a sign of respect for the fact that there are things the government should not have its fingerprints on. The government should not be making its way into churches, mosques, and synagogues in an effort to bring liberal values and use the criminal justice system to enforce liberal values on the private religious lives of Canadian citizens. But that is precisely what a colonizer would do. That is precisely what a cultural imperialist would do. It would look at churches, mosques, and synagogues and say, how can the federal government get their way in there? And it is wrong. It is unethical, and it is against the traditions of this country. It is an insult to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, one thing I have observed in the relatively short time that I have been a member of Parliament is that the Liberal Party does this, I don't know what you would call it, mind games, false presentation, making an effort to convince Christian, Muslims, and Jews of various cultural backgrounds that they respect them. They make this effort to show we want to hear you and welcome you into Canadian politics. I've seen them with my own eyes, Mr. Speaker, in the Toronto area, running around at cultural events, running around at cultural holidays, eating samosas and jerk chicken and pretending that they respect people from diverse community backgrounds. They run around and they offer people DEI and slogans like diversity is our strength. They say all kind of funny things, diversity, vote for me, you know, that kind of attitude that they bring around our communities. And then what do they do, Mr. Speaker, when they come to Ottawa? What they do is they want to culturally imperialize the people of this country and their children. They actually have no respect for diversity at all, at all. And any Christian, Muslim, or Jew whose ancestors come from any part of the world must be able to unite in recognizing that the Liberal Party has no respect for our religions, our traditions, or our values. They believe that the federal government is superior to us, and they believe they have the right to impose their values on our churches, mosques, and synagogues. You know, I believe when we talk about the language of colonizers and culturally imperialists, we have to recognize that when they attack Scripture, when they attack the Bible, when they attack our religions, when they try to justify bringing the criminal justice system into our places of worship, what they are doing is trying to strip away the things that make us well-rounded people. To them, we are simply economic inputs. We should have no culture. They believe we should have no meaning in our lives. They offer us nihilism. They offer us the chance to be a column on a spreadsheet used to calculate GDP. That's all they think of us.
Or votes.
And the efforts that we make to be well-rounded people, to be part of a community, to believe in something, to have conviction, to be connected to the traditions of our fathers, our mothers, our grandfathers, our grandmothers, they ridicule and they insult. They call it hateful to believe that we come from something. But Mr. Speaker, we stand on the shoulders of giants who sacrificed for us to be here. They sacrificed for us to have the life that we have today. And we will not denounce the very people who make our lives possible. We will not denounce the cultures and traditions that they come from. And we will not sit here quietly and idly while the Liberal Party seeks to call our ancestors hateful. We will not accept that. We will reject their cultural imperialism. We will call them colonizers when they behave like colonizers. And in closing, I will suggest, Mr. Speaker, that one of the reasons they denigrate Canadian history, one of the reasons that they keep the Canadian flag at half-mast for a year, one of the reasons they support teaching our children in this country that our country should be ashamed of its own history is because they are embarrassed by what they see in the mirror. And they have not learned the lessons from history, and they repeat the mistakes made in history to colonize and imperialize over other people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Where does this member get off thinking that he knows the first thing about me, Mr. Speaker? How does he believe to know what church I was baptized in, what church I visit every Sunday morning, what church my wife and I got married in, what the faith is that my wife and I both practice? This member has no clue, yet he stands up in this House and decides to preach to us about who we are when he has absolutely no clue. Is it even possible in this member's mind, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps I do and I am deeply faithful to my own religion? I just don't see the need to show that in this House of Commons to everybody else.
The member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't pretend to know anything about the member from Kingston other than what he shows me when I show up to work. And what I see when I show up to work is a man with no respect for Christians, Muslims, and Jews in this country, and a man who supports efforts by the Liberal Party to colonize and imperialize people.
Order. I believe we have a point of order from the member from Winnipeg North.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I know the member from Kingston is a Christian himself. And to make the type of allegation that the member just made, I believe he owes...
Order. I'll ask the member from Bowmanville or Oshawa North to please quiet down. The member from Winnipeg North, he could quickly get to the point of his...
Mr. Speaker, I know the government House Whip as a Christian. And it is distasteful for the member to say what he just put on the record, and we would ask that he withdraw the comments and apologize.
And resign.
Then you should leave the chamber.
Yeah.
Order. I can stand here all day. Order. I will stand here all day until the House comes back to order. Okay. I will review what was said on the tapes. I will take a look at the blues and I will take a look at the and come back to the House if necessary. Order. The honourable member for the Chief Government Whip on order. I will invite the member to please not take the floor when he hasn't been recognized by the chair. The honourable Chief Government Whip.
Notwithstanding what was said about me, because I will leave it to the member to do the respectful thing and apologize to me, but the member just yelled out to you that you are participating in liberal censorship, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. He owes an apology to this House and to you personally and to the seat that you occupy.
Yeah. Here.
Order. I didn't hear that comment, but I do appreciate, and I... Order.
The honourable member for Drummond, I believe, on the point of order. Mr. Speaker, we've talked a lot about decorum in this House. How many warnings, how many times do you have to yell order before you act? Because it's becoming embarrassing, this situation. Mr. Speaker, please do bring some order and apply your authority in this House. Thank you. I appreciate the comments from the honourable member.
We are on questions and comments. Question et commentaire, and I'm hoping that we can get through these next 3.5 minutes without further interruptions and interjections. I'll just ask all members to please have some respect. This is a place of debate. This is a place where we should have vigorous debates. But when those comments go beyond the debate and go into the questioning of the motivations or the character of individual members, that's where things go too far. So I'm going to ask members to have some respect for the offices that we hold on behalf of the Canadians who send us here from coast to coast to coast. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'll allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, that the people from Quebec who are watching what's happening here right now find this surreal, because everybody is missing the point here, as we say. If we look at the Bloc Québécois proposal when it comes to the religious exemption, in the criminal code, you can't incite hate. And unfortunately, there's a little provision that says there's an exception, a religious exception, when sacred texts are being referred to. So all we're doing is removing that religious exemption. There's no attack against any religion here. And when my colleague says that this is imperialism and colonialism, this proposal, well, 75% of Quebecers who are in favor of this proposal, and there's a unanimous motion that was passed by the National Assembly of Quebec. The 125 MNAs who are in favor of this proposal. Is my colleague saying that 75% of Quebecers and 100% of the elected members of the National Assembly of Quebec are imperialist and colonialist, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
I want to thank my colleague for the question. Specifically, I talked about liberal colonizers and liberal imperialists. So just to clarify for the record. Now, for my colleague from Quebec, what I would say is the Bloc Québécois has represented their efforts here in this chamber as pushing back on the encroachment of the federal government. In this situation, with Bill C-9 and this amendment, the Bloc Québécois is actually asking the federal government to have more power over the lives of Quebecers and more power over the lives of all Canadian citizens. I would think that would be an area where the Bloc Québécois and Conservatives would agree no abuse of federal state power. Thank you.
Comments. The honourable member for Oxford.
Speaker, in the Bill of Rights, Prime Minister John Diffenberger said, I'm free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I believe is right, and free to oppose what I believe is wrong. Those are the foundations our country is built on, the same values that this Liberal government is attacking. They're attacking faiths from all across the spectrum, Hindus, Sikhs, Muslims, Jews, Christians. Why is this government prioritizing the putting away pastors for preaching the Bible as opposed to putting away repeat violent offenders? The member travels quite a bit across the country, meeting with folks from all walks of life. What is he hearing from different faith leaders across our country?
Honourable member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
What is uniting faith leaders and faith communities across Canada is concern that we have a Liberal federal government right now that doesn't understand boundaries over its own power. Instead of being humble enough to recognize that people who are sick or struggling in communities across our nation rely on churches, mosques, and synagogues as a source of support and strength, the Liberal government instead looks at these institutions and wonders how they can exercise more state power over every function of our lives and every function of our communities. It is wrong and it must be opposed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Please the debate. The honourable member for York Centre.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What are these Liberals doing? What are they doing? To those of you at home who still don't understand what's happening vis-a-vis this bill, let me provide you with a quick summary, and it's going to be a professional summary. First thing they're doing, yeah, look at them laugh. That's fine. The first thing they're doing is they're lowering the threshold for the definition of hatred. The Supreme Court has articulated the test for hatred in a case called Kickstra 35 years ago. It was a good working definition. Now they lower the threshold to make it easier to convict of hate speech. 2, they eliminate the requirement prescribed in the criminal code for Attorney General consent in order to commence a hate-related prosecutions. Of course, we've articulated a number of concerns with that. You can have private prosecutions that will be instituted by vexatious litigants, potentially putting free speech at risk, especially with a lower threshold. They further create this standalone offense, a standalone hate-motivated offense. And what's interesting about that offense is that it doesn't just pertain to solely criminal conduct, but specifically the language in the section provides that the standalone hatred offense can be predicated on any offense contrary to any federal statute. So you may have an offense under the Canada Labour Code. You may have an offense under the Canada Elections Act. And if a prosecutor, perhaps a politically motivated prosecutor, believes that it may have been motivated by hatred, then you could be subject to criminal prosecution for what is otherwise civil behavior. Now, they take credit for suggesting that the new intimidation and access to facilities offense changes anything. At Justice Committee, we had an unbiased professional witness, Mark Sandler, one of the most celebrated criminal defense attorneys in this country, was invited both by myself and the Liberals. And he said to them that the new access and intimidation offense doesn't do anything that is not already criminal under the criminal code. It is criminal to intimidate folks trying to enter their place of worship or their school. It is criminal to certainly behave in a threatening fashion. And I don't mind for their heckles. I welcome their heckles. They didn't have courage to show up at the Justice Committee today. They canceled committee to consideration of this bill, clause by clause, because they're afraid, because they know that the bill is going nowhere, and they know that it's a terrible bill. So we should be traveling across the country for Canadians all across, coast to coast to coast, to learn what a terrible piece of legislation this is.
Hear, hear.
What this legislation fails to do, almost every witness we've heard from at the Justice Committee said, you missed the point. What you should have done is you should have criminalized the willful promotion of terrorism. That's what we're seeing on Canada's streets. During the previous Conservative government, we did have a law that criminalized the glorification of terrorism. But Justin Trudeau, in 2017, and his minions, they repealed Bill C-51. And instead, what you have going on right now is folks in my riding dressing like Yahya Sinwar, the worst murderer of Jews since the Holocaust, and he's being glorified and celebrated. This is why I'm proud that just a few weeks ago, I brought my first private member's bill to criminalize the willful promotion of terrorism, terrorist activity, terrorist group, or any activity of a terrorist group, and I challenge the Liberals. If they actually want to do something about this, if they want to do something that's happening on Canada's streets, something that's happening in my riding, being one of the most Jewish ridings in the country, pass my PMB. 257, criminalize the willful promotion of terrorism, terrorist activity, or terrorist group. I'd like to take a pause for a minute, Mr. Speaker, and speak a little bit from the heart. I'm joined here by my friend from Saskatchewan. I had a couple of friends over for refreshments at my home last week, and my friend asked me, Roman, can you talk to me what it was like in the USSR? I was born and lived in the Soviet Union until I was almost 9. And if I could capture it in one word, it would be fear. And as as an 8-year-old, you have enough intellectual presence to understand when your family is afraid. I first realized that I was of the Jewish faith when I was 4 or 5. It was on the eve of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, and I walked into my grandparents' bedroom. I was raised by my grandparents. And on the eve of Rosh Hashanah, I saw my grandpa read a Siddur, a Jewish prayer book. And this would have been in 1984, 1985. And even then, despite Gorbachev's glasnost and arguably perestroika, if a Soviet resident was found with a Jewish prayer book, they could potentially be looking at a labor camp for 3 to 5 years. And that was one of my first memories. I've asked Dad about it subsequently, and he said, it's unbelievable that Grandpa has this book. And so I cannot believe that I'm sitting in this house right now, and I'm hearing who is now the Heritage and Culture Minister essentially suggesting that reciting parts of the Bible could somehow be criminalized, almost like a strict liability offense. I can't fathom that. Back to the USSR, like the Beatles song. One of the worst things that this bill does, in addition to now supposedly looking to eliminate the religious defense, is to lower the threshold for what is hate speech. And I had considerable discussion with my friend about it the other week, is how we were taught that we ought to avoid certain topics. Certain topics were taboo. We were not allowed to discuss the West. We were not allowed to use the word America. We were not allowed to use the word Israel. We were not allowed to point out that there is no bread or jeans or eggs in the store, because the only religion allowed was communism. And when my friend from Oshawa Bowmanville talks about liberal colonialism, that's exactly what it is. It's liberal dictate in terms of freedom of thought. No other thought allowed other than liberal thought, and someone we should be shamed for it. Well, I'm proud of my conservative colleagues. Shame no more. We know that we're on the right side of this one, and so do the liberals. Which is why this morning, contrary to the suggestion that they want to move this bill forward, they canceled the Justice Committee. I'm prepared to show up tonight. All of us are prepared to show up at 3:30 in the afternoon and discuss clause by clause of this bill, but they locked us out. They locked us out. Now, why are they saying that they bring this religious exemption? This is very important. Supposedly, according to the blog, it was because of a guy named Adil Charkawi, who on October 28th, 2024, in a speech in Montreal to protesters, speaking in Arabic, denounced Zionist aggressors and called on Allah to kill the enemies of the people of Gaza, to spare none of them. And the blog is suggesting that it's because of the religious exemption that Adil Charkawi was not charged. Well, that is not true at all. First of all, we're talking about incitement to violence. If you read section 319 sub B sub 3, it only applies to the second section, which is willful promotion of hatred in 319. It does not apply to 319 sub 1. So I reject that argument just on legal grounds to begin with. Second of all, the section is very clear. In order to avail yourself of the defense, the religious speech has to be in good faith. In good faith. That means that you cannot be wishing for the extermination of peoples. And if you're wishing for the extermination of peoples, it's no longer in good faith, and the defense does not apply. And finally, as if we don't read the news, the Quebec Prosecutorial Service came out on this in May of 2025, and explained what transpired. The reason they did not proceed against Charkawi is not because of their religious defense, but because they said that he didn't call for violence against any identifiable group of people. Because the enemies of Allah, according to the Quebec prosecutors, was not a defined enough group by which you can leech onto the incitement to violence provision and charge. This is a farce. I don't know why we're here. We could be debating bail right now. We have Bill C-14, a very weak attempt to reform bail and sentencing that's presently before the Justice Committee, Last Tuesday, the Liberals locked us out and they accused us of a filibuster. Tonight, the Liberals locked us out and they accuse us of somehow sabotaging this. Let's get together tonight. Let's reopen the committee and hear bail. Let's get some work done. Toronto turned into Gotham City. Yet these Liberals have no shame. And now reality caught up to them. Canadians across the country understand that this is a terrible bill, and I implore them, withdraw it. Let's go back to the drawing board. Don't do me any favors. I represent one of the largest Jewish constituencies in the country. This bill does nothing to protect them. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the amount of misinformation, misleading information that is pumped out through social media and emails by the Conservative Party does a disservice to all Canadians. The member asked about the committee. Now the Conservative Party wants to use tax dollars in order to tour the country to spread even more misinformation. It's truly amazing, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to dealing with hate messaging and the hate that's being experienced by many Canadians, they're obstructing the legislation. They want taxpayers to pay for a tour for more misinformation. Instead of exploiting Canadians, why don't they allow the legislation to pass?
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
This Liberal government has no regard for taxpayer money. $78 billion deficit is what this budget that just passed is proposing. So don't lecture me about taxpayer dollars. What these Liberals are now trying to do is shield this bill from clear sight by all Canadians who now understand that this is beyond Liberal platitudes. All right? This is not about hate. This is not about defending the Jewish community. There's ample examples of how we can defend the Jewish community. Set the right tone. Have the Attorney General write to the provincial Attorney Generals, write to the police forces and say, we have laws on the books. They're called incitement to violence. Enforce them. The misinformation is coming from that side of the aisle.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Unlike the Liberals, my colleague is clear and honest. Here's what he thinks while he debates it. At the Bloc, it's the same thing. I think we're being clear and honest with the proposals we've made to remove this exemption. But the Liberals don't want to work. They're ensuring we don't have committee meetings. I think there's some dissension in their caucus, so it's not very clear on the Liberal side. Well, I'd like to respond to what my colleague said. Well, Quebecers are listening to this debate right now, watching things, and they don't understand what you don't understand. We're not attacking any religion. I've met with the Jewish community. CIJA are in favor of this Bloc's proposals. We just want to remove a religious exemption from the criminal code. It's just this. There's no religions being attacked here. So why doesn't my colleague understand this?
I appreciate the question from my friend from the Bloc. The defense is, if in good faith the person expressed or attempted to establish by argument an opinion on a religious subject or an opinion based on a belief in a religious text. The section itself arises out of Charter Section 2. It is not an extension of it only. It is effectively part and parcel of it. And I have not seen a situation where this has been used to defend against the type of speech that our Bloc friends are concerned about. This simply hasn't happened. A deal called for the killing of people. It's incitement to violence. No one has ever suggested that he hid behind 319 sub 3 sub B. That just hasn't happened. And so...
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, for the better part of 2 years in that member's riding, there has been a lawless mob that has functioned with complete impunity through the streets, calling for the genocide of their own citizens. There has been gunshots into school and fire bombings into businesses. And instead of enforcement, we don't have a law problem in this country. We have an enforcement problem, and we have a government that stands from this pedestal to pour fuel on the fire of that enforcement problem. And I want to know from the member, rather than focusing on enforcement, why is it that he thinks this government is bringing in a bill that is going to be weaponized against the very community that it purports to protect?
The honourable member for York Centre, a brief response, about 30 seconds.
It's conformity of thought. It's like my friend from Oshawa Bowmanville said, it's either liberal think or no think. Like I said, in the Soviet Union, the only religion allowed was communism, which is why the holding of a religious text would have been punishable by labor camp. The Haya Mushka School for Girls in my riding has been shot at 3 times. Every Sunday at Shepherd and Bathurst, when we first came to Canada 30 years ago, we came to the intersection of Shepherd and Bathurst, and now at that very intersection, every Sunday, a group of mass thugs come and call for incite to violence against the Jews. We don't need this legislation. We need to enforce existing legislation, incitement to violence and assault.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to participate in this debate that the Conservatives have tossed on the floor at the last minute in an attempt to obviously do what I've become witness to them doing for a better part of 10 years now, which is to obstruct and to prevent government business from occurring, and to find and look for opportunities that they can participate in just preventing the government from doing anything. You know, the member before me said he was going to speak professionally about everything and talked about the politics of this. I'm just going to lay out for you, Mr. Speaker, what has occurred to this point so that the public can be the judge of whether or not they think that what is going on is suspicious or not. So, Bill C-9, formally passed by this House at second reading, and it went to committee. It goes to committee. There were 3 meetings, over 8 hours of meetings with witnesses, where all political parties, government, opposition, the bloc, were able to ask questions. On November the 20th, I should back up a bit. What happens after that is the chair, typically we go into clause by clause. So this is an opportunity for members to start to look at the actual bill with the perspective of what they had learned through the deliberations with the witnesses for over 8 hours and 3 meetings worth. So, what the chair of the committee said on November the 24th is he said, I would like everybody to submit their amendments to the bill. Everybody had until November 24th to submit their amendments. Now, the amendments, and by nature of the way that our committees work, are submitted in confidence and are kept in camera until the committee reports out. So if I was to move an amendment at committee, nobody would know about it, and especially if it was an amendment that didn't make it through to the bill, in theory, nobody would ever find out about that because it all happened behind closed doors in camera. That was November 24th was that deadline. So by November 24th, when those amendments would have been distributed to all members on the committee, on that date, the Conservatives would then have become aware of the amendment that was put forward by the bloc. Now, 3 days later, on November 27th, Mr. Speaker, the committee meets again. And suddenly, from out of nowhere, the member from Elgin St. Thomas decides he needs to filibuster the whole the whole committee. The only new information that member would have had between the preceding meeting and the meeting on November 27th is becoming aware of all of the amendments that had been put forward by members. That's where we get to where we are now. Because the committee then, following his filibuster and starting the clause by clause, and after having listened to 23 witnesses, and by the way, it would have been 33 witnesses had they not filibustered, the minister even attended and answered questions directly as well. So then we get to this point. So now I hope the public understands. Bill went through second reading here. Bill goes to committee. Bill gets studied for over 3 meetings, over 8 hours worth of witnesses. Minister arrives. Then the request goes out for amendments. Everybody submits their amendments to the committee. After all that happens, then suddenly from out of nowhere, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives show up today during our routine proceedings and suddenly say, we would like to ask the House for permission to tour the country to get feedback on this bill.
Amazing.
The ship had long sailed on the feedback.
Yep.
When the committee, the pre-committee, the subcommittee would have met to determine what the goals were in studying this bill, the committee would have had opportunities in it before the witnesses even showed up to say, I think we need to take this on the road and go and visit various different communities throughout the country. The committee members could have asked any of the witnesses, or the minister for that matter, do you think it would be helpful for us to tour the country to ask about this? Now, do you think any of that happened? Do you think that happened once, Mr. Speaker? Because it didn't. It did not happen once. The only time that Conservatives suddenly demanded to be able to now delay the committee and the clause by clause to go tour the country came after they became aware of the amendment that had been put forward by the Bloc. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is why? And that all, what I told you there, that was all completely objective. That is all information that happened. That just occurred. Now I'll tell you what my opinion is to why they're suddenly trying to put the brakes on this. And the parliamentary secretary who spoke before me brought this up too. She made a very good point. She said they're divided. And now they're yelling, no, they're not. But here, maybe they will allow me to table some social media posts from their members that have contradicting views on that. I bet you they won't do that, just like earlier when this started. And the member, the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader said, well, why don't you guys want to work till midnight then? And they jumped up and they said, we want to work till midnight, of course, yeah. One of the members was like, right on. And then moments later, within 20 seconds, the same exact parliamentary secretary stood up and said, okay, I ask unanimous consent that we stay till midnight to the rest of the session. All it takes in unanimous consent is one person to yell out no.
They all did.
They all did it. They all did it. That's what happened in this House. It's theater to them. It's theater to them. They don't understand what their role is in this House. They think their role is to obstruct and to stop at every possible opportunity anything that the government does. That's not their role, Mr. Speaker. Their role is to encourage people to make better legislation. You know, I gave a speech on this once not that long ago, Mr. Speaker. I gave a speech on this, and I talked, at the end of my speech, I gave the last 3 or 4 minutes talking about how these Conservatives are nothing like Flora MacDonald that came from my riding, are nothing like Brian Mulrooney. I laid it out there and told them what I thought of them. You know what showed up? You know what showed up in my constituency office 2 days later? A portrait of Brian Mulrooney, and he said, Mark, keep giving those speeches, Brian.
Wow.
This is not the Conservative Party that existed when our parents were heavily involved in politics.
Right.
This is an extension much further right than the Reform Party, and you need not look at much more than what we've heard in this House today for support on that.
Yeah.
It's the reality of what we're dealing with. So we don't have a progressive or even just a Conservative Party anymore that genuinely believes in Canadians and wants to make this place better. We have a bunch of MPs that have come here under the blue color and the Conservative name and the Conservative logo, and all they want to do is obstruct all day long because they want this government to be able to absolutely accomplish nothing on behalf of Canadians, when in reality, their job is to actually try to make the lives of Canadians better by challenging the government, by suggesting when things can be done differently to make the circumstances for Canadians better, and they're not doing it. You know, I said moments ago, Mr. Speaker, I talked about the divide between the Conservatives. Well, I would like to point that out. I won't even bother to try to table these because I know I'll never get unanimous consent for that. But the reality is that the member who spoke before me from York Centre, it was a great speech. Well, you should ask the member from Elgin St. Thomas London South if he thinks the same thing. Yeah. Because the member from York Centre was basically saying this bill doesn't go far enough. And if you look at his private member's bill, you see why. Because he's actually calling for even tougher penalties, restrictions in there. But then you have the member from Elgin St. Thomas London South who calls this bill a censorship bill. That's the problem. The parliamentary secretary said it earlier. She said there's a divide, and there really is a divide. Maybe not in the members that happen to be sitting in this room right now, but there is a divide within that party on this issue. It's the only thing, Mr. Speaker, that explains why they refuse to let this go to clause by clause and to play out like every other bill does. It's the only thing that explains it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude with this. The member from Bowmanville North made a comment earlier. He made a comment about my faith. He made a comment about Liberals writ large. He made a comment about Liberals' approach to religious freedom and those that practice freedom. That member knows nothing about me. That member does not know where I was baptized, does not know what school I attended. He knows nothing about where I was married or the advice that from time to time I seek from my pastor. He knows nothing about that. He knows nothing about the school that my children go to and the religious teachings that they receive there. And you know why he knows nothing about that, Mr. Speaker? Because it's my choice. It's my faith. I keep my faith to myself because it guides me personally. I don't bring it in here and weaponize it like Conservatives do, like that member does when he does his Restore the North tour of going around the country, trying to stoke fear and division amongst community members because he knows that he'll be successful at it and he can continue to grow that alt-right base that we see on the other side of the aisle. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. I have no interest in coming into this place and divulging to everybody here what my religious beliefs are or how I practice faith, because our system is designed to specifically not allow that to be part of the debate in here, regardless of the fact that the Conservatives routinely try to bring that up in here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found most of that member's speech totally unnecessary. I'll explain it very succinctly. Conservatives are here to oppose bad laws. C9 has become a bad law because of this bad amendment that the Liberals have agreed to clandestinely with the Bloc, as reported by the National Post. When the former chair of the Justice Committee said that he thinks some religious texts are hateful and should be banned, we found that appalling. We thought he was on his way out. He's since been elevated to cabinet, and apparently it is now the position of the government and the Prime Minister that some religious texts are hateful and need to be banned in Canada. I have a very simple question for this member. I have a very simple question for this member. Who was the Prime Minister when the religious exemption was put into Section 319?
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
I regret that he found nothing in my speech to be of usefulness to him, but I would be lying if I suggested that I thought anything otherwise when I was giving it. I was trying to inform perhaps the public to get a better understanding and view of what is going on, what has happened, and how we ended up here today. To that member to say that his job, the Conservatives' job, is to oppose legislation, well, he doesn't have the luxury, he doesn't have the benefit of those of us who have been here for many, many years, who have seen this over and over and over again, getting up and calling people trust fund babies, babies, like they used to refer to the previous Prime Minister, getting a personal attacks over and over and over. They've never actually offered anything of substance. They don't offer anything of substance because their entire, and you think, and the Parliamentary Secretary of the House Leader said this earlier, you would think that they would have learned something after the last election, that Canadians actually want substance. They don't want what this party has been offering for 10 years.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Lamatyapédia. Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward for the government to put on its to take a position. It's not too much to ask. They're delaying justice meetings to not move forward with this legislation. Now they're dithering. They don't know what's happening with their caucus. We are in such a mess of a situation. Religions are controlling our democracy. What world are we living in? Quebec has dealt with this. We have legislated unanimously. Hate speech must be exempted from what is already in the criminal code. This is rather clear. 75% of Quebecers agree with this. What we want to know from the member for Kingston and his government is that, do they agree with this motion and they're saying that they're going to agree with us, or are they going to back off?
For them, well, two things that I take issue with there, Mr. Speaker. If he had listened to what I said, he would have heard when I talked about the member from Elgin, London Elgin North, I think it is, when he was filibustering the committee to prevent it from going. We were in clause by clause. You know, the Conservatives come in here and start this charade at the very last minute to try to delay the fact that they inevitably have to come to a conclusion on this, and they're going to have to vote on it. And some of them will be voting different ways, and they don't know how that's going to play out in their party, and that's what they're afraid of. But also, for the member to say that religion is influencing our politics, I can tell him that my religion does not influence my politics. It doesn't. My religion is my faith that I practice with the guidance of my pastor, that I do in the confidence of myself, my wife, and my family, and has nothing to do with this place.
Questions and comments? Question and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really do appreciate the comments of my colleague and friend. And I wanted him to expand upon the idea that, you know, when we have a flashback to the election just a number of months ago, when the Prime Minister and Liberal candidates across the country made a commitment towards bail reform. Bail reform that was supported by provinces, supported by law enforcement officers, Canadians as a whole. And when you take a look in terms of today, we have bail reform legislation, and the only thing that's preventing it from becoming law is the Conservative Party of Canada, just like the hate legislation that is supported by many. Can he provide his thoughts on how Canadians are victims of conservative, self-serving interest?
Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Well, this is what I was talking about earlier, Mr. Speaker, which is that they just obstruct. Like, they're so afraid that a law that is being called upon by so many throughout this country might actually get passed, and it might be a win for the government. That's all they're afraid of. You know, we don't take the same approach, and a perfect example is yesterday. The member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, had a private member's bill here. We thought it was a good bill. We stood up and voted for it. Our objective here is not just to oppose everything that Conservatives bring forward. Right. That's why that bill passed unanimously in this House yesterday, because we all stood up one by one. A Conservative bill. That member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, the name may have changed, can take the win. I don't care. It makes better policy, better laws for this country, and we're a better Canada as a result of that. But this all goes back to what I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, which is that Conservatives are only here to obstruct. They don't care if the bill is called upon by police and called upon by, like, they're mocking me now as I say this. All they care about is that we just don't get anything done so that they can say the government couldn't do anything.
That's right.
Comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the reason we're here today is because the committee, we have put forward a motion to travel and discuss Bill C-9. At the heart of the request to travel is the agreement between the Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois on Section 319.3 Clause B of the Criminal Code, which provides an exemption, and I'll quote, if in good faith they express or attempted to establish by an argument an opinion on a religious subject or an opinion based on a belief in a religious text. So my question to the member is very simple, does he believe that Bill C-9 will be strengthened by the elimination of this clause from the Criminal Code, or will it be weakened? Yes or no?
Honourable Chief Government Whip.
The member was going on a few minutes ago, Mr. Speaker, about how he wanted to stay here until midnight. When the parliamentary secretary said, I got an idea, why don't we stay here every day until midnight to get the work done for Canadians? That member jumped out of his seat and said, yeah, like that.
We have a point of order. I hope it's a point of order. The honourable member for Prince George Peace River.
It was a very clear question. He's asking for a yes or no answer. Will he simply answer the
Not a point of order. That's a matter of debate. The honourable Chief Government Whip. Order. We have lots of time for questions and comments here. Let's stay on track. The honourable member.
I apologize if I got caught up in demonstrating the hypocrisy of Conservatives, but I just couldn't believe that he stood up to ask me a question after what I witnessed earlier when he was so much in favor when he was heckling about staying to midnight to get this done, and then he
Order. I hope this is a point of order. The honourable member for Mission-Matsqui.
The member is indicating something I did, in fact, not do in the chamber. I'll let the record stand. I did not speak up when was called.
Order. A point of order has to be related to the standing orders or the usual practices of the House. We're into matter. Brad, order. We're into a matter of debate here. The Chief Government Whip has about 10 seconds if he wishes to finish his answer, unless he's finished. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I can tell you that members of the Liberal caucus actually came here today in anticipation that we are going to be debating the budget implementation bill. We are concerned about the issues that Canadians are concerned about. It's dealing with issues, for example, like the tax break to 22 million Canadians. It's dealing about the many ways in which the government is supporting Canadians and building a stronger Canada. I'm wondering if he can provide his thoughts as to why it is that we are actually not debating the budget today, but rather we're debating the Conservative agenda.
Order. I'll just invite members to, if they don't have the floor, just to not talk. You know, Chief Government Whip.
I wish I had an answer to that, Mr. Speaker, but unfortunately I've spent 10 years here watching it day after day after day, listening to Conservatives just go on about trying to obstruct, about putting concurrence motions. We haven't even got to the point in routine proceedings where you can put a concurrence motion forward. I'm sure they'll do that too. But you know, I'll go back to the question from Mission-Matsqui Fraser Canyon. I only had 10 seconds left. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, time. Do you want to hear my answer? No, because of course you don't. Of course you don't. Of course they don't. Of course they don't. Because well, they're yelling time, Mr. Speaker. What is it?
Order. No, not from the top.
From the top.
Nous avons assez de temps pour...
We have enough time for a 30-second question. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean, 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You don't know how discouraged people would be to see what's going on here today. In Quebec, we've already held this debate. The National Assembly is 100% behind the idea of repealing this defense from the Criminal Code. 75% of Quebecers are with the Bloc on this. People would be really discouraged if they saw what's going on here today. Does my colleague agree that if the committee doesn't hear on this, if we can't work on this to get this through once and for all, isn't it only reasonable that this exception should be removed from the criminal code?
Going on. I've seen it for 10 years coming from Conservatives. But the reality is that, you know, the member from Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon said, why can't this just come back? And the reality is, why can't we just travel on it? The reality is that should have been brought up when they started discussing the bill, not when they were in the clause-by-clause phase. And it just leaves people to wonder, why are Conservatives doing this? And I'll leave it to the Canadian public to figure that out.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the chamber today to address Bill C-9 and Act to amend the Criminal Code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places. This bill matters. This is an important bill. And Canadians deserve clarity, fairness, and honesty from their government. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives believe deeply in protecting every Canadian from hate, intimidation, and violence. We stand against hate crimes in every form. We stand with the communities that feel threatened. And we stand for the fundamental freedoms that define this country. Canada is a plural society. People of every faith, every culture, and every tradition live side by side. Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Jews, Muslims, Buddhists, indigenous spiritual communities, everyone contributes, everyone belongs, everyone deserves safety. We believe every Canadian should feel safe walking into a temple, a gurdwara, a church, a mosque, or any other cultural or religious center. And they deserve the freedom to pray, celebrate, and gather without fear. Religious freedom is essential. It is not secondary. It is a core Canadian value. It is protected by the Charter, and it must never be undermined by vague or politically motivated legislations. But protecting freedom requires responsible drafting, and responsible drafting requires clarity. Bill C-9, unfortunately, does not provide that clarity. This bill expands definition of hate propaganda without precise thresholds or constitutional safeguards. Experts raise concerns, legal scholars raised concerns, law enforcement raised concerns, and the National Post reported extensively on these flaws, highlighting how big language risk selective enforcement, how investigators lack operational guidance, and how Canadians risk being silenced rather than protected. Mr. Speaker, when the country's major newspaper and legal experts sound alarm, and any responsible government would pause and fix the issues. But this government did not. Instead, they push ahead prioritizing political messaging over legislative quality. They rejected Conservative amendments. They ignored community advice. They disregarded Charter warnings. Mr. Speaker, when the government proposes amendments to the criminal code on something as sensitive as the hate propaganda and hate crimes, the language must be exact. The law must be carefully crafted to target those who promote violence and genuine hatred, while shielding conditions from the risk of being criminalized for expressing opinion, beliefs, criticism, satire, or religious teaching that are the part of the legitimate democratic discourse. And then, Mr. Speaker, they try to block scrutiny where Canadians expect accountability most, the Justice Committee. Liberals filibustered. They obstructed meaningful debate. They prevented witnesses from fully presenting concerns. They treated legitimate questions as inconveniences. And incredibly, they disrupted the committee process to such an extent that committee clerk informed members that today's meeting has been cancelled because the government simply refused to let the work continue. Mr. Speaker, Canadian deserves better than a government that filibusters its own bill and grinds committee work to a halt. What kind of a confidence can Canadian have in the law when the government is afraid of its own committee hearings? Canada's strength is its pluralism, not in slogans, but in real lived experience. In neighbors of different faiths supporting each other, in families practicing different traditions under the same roof, in communities celebrating their culture without fear, pluralism requires trust. And trust requires laws that are fair, clear, and constitutional. Bill C-9 threatens that trust. Because vague laws do not protect our society, they weaken it. When religious groups, cultural organizations, or ordinary Canadians wonder if their speech or practices could be misinterpreted, fear begins to replace confidence. And when confidence erodes, the foundation of a pluralistic society cracks. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives support protecting places of worship, temples, gurdwaras, churches, mosques, synagogues, cultural centers, every sacred place. We support the right to worship freely and without intimidation. We support strong penalties for hate-motivated attacks. But we also support laws that work. Communities want real protection. They want scrutiny, resources, not flowery commitments. They want policing tools, not political theater. They want faster responses, not confusing legislation. Mr. Speaker, instead of developing a precise, enforceable, community-informed framework that strengthens prevention, enhances police capabilities, and sharply targets those who spread real hatred and violence, the government drafted a bill so broad, so unclear, and so poorly defended that experts, communities, and law enforcement alike cannot confidently explain how it will be applied. This is not a good governance. This is not how you protect a religious freedom. This is not how you protect or support a pluralistic society. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will always stand against hate, but we will also always stand up for the Charter. We will defend due process. We will defend clear constitutional law. And we will defend the right of every Canadian to worship freely, speak freely, and live without fear. Bill C-9 does not meet these standards. It fails to give police clear tools. It fails to deliver confidence to religious communities. It fails to reflect the society we are proud to be. And it fails the test of transparency, especially when the government cancels committee meetings rather than faces scrutiny. Canada deserves laws that work. Our society deserves that is real. And every Canadian who values both safety and freedom deserves better. And Parliament deserves the legislation that respects rights, freedoms, and common sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his passion behind C9. Mr. Speaker, in committee, when we serve on committee, we are doing really important work for Canadians. That's currently where this legislation is at. It's in committee where we work and we review the legislation. Conservatives are working to protect the religious freedoms of Canadians in committee right now. On this side of the House, that is what we're trying to do. Can my colleague please explain how the Liberals are blocking this work that we're trying to complete in committee?
Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for wonderful questions. And we have seen, and as a member of Justice Committee also, I can tell this thing that for days and weeks, the Liberal have filibustering the committee and not letting us reach to the conclusion where every Canadian expects from us. Even in last 24 hours, one of the Liberal member of Parliament stood in the Parliament and accusing us for claiming that the government was committed to moving justice. We are not moving it forward, and we are blocking it. And today, we all know that we have received the message that the Justice Committee has been cancelled. They are not working effectively. They are not working in collaboration. We have to put forward the policies that will help Canadians in the coming future.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, let's see now. Excusez-moi, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, there's two ridings with similar names, but we're both members here. So there's something I'm not following here. People in Quebec are watching what's going on here, and they find it quite surreal. The Bloc's proposal is not complicated. Take out the exception for promoting hatred under the cover of religion, even in good faith. Take that out of the criminal code. So the Bloc is not attacking religion here. I'm just trying to understand. Is my colleague fighting to leave it open to people to foment hatred under the cover of religion? Is that what the Conservatives are saying here in the House? I'd like some clarification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague at opposite side, and I thank him for the question. The fundamental basic difference between Conservatives, Liberals, and Bloc, we want to work together, but Liberals are not willing to collaborate with us in making things happen in this country, and they always politicize things when the commitments of security or crime or any other issues that is important for Canadians. And I would like to thank member for his question, and I would say we have to enforce the law as it exists. Thank you.
The honourable member, well, there will be about a minute and 14 seconds remaining after question period to continue the questions and comments exchange. Right now, we must go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Prescott Russell Cumberland.
Mr. Speaker, as we move into the holiday season, I rise today to honour one of the greatest women I know, my mother, Leslie Jean Anderson. Jean gave birth to and raised 7 children. She made every meal from scratch and built our home on a foundation of devotion and generosity.
Like so many women across the country, she is one of our country's unsung heroes. Women take care of their families without pay, often without rest, and they reinvest almost everything, their time, their energy, and their hearts into their families and their communities.
This holiday season, let us recognize these extraordinary women, our mothers, for what they truly are, nation builders. Wishing everyone, especially the mothers in Prescott Russell Cumberland and across Canada, a very happy holiday season. Joyeuses fêtes.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Hark the herald, Brookfield PM sleigh is near. Bringing gifts for all his friends is here. Consultants cheer, lobbyists sing, corporate stockings overflow with bling. Now the PM poses by a door, a photo op that's only decor. Fake homes for the cameras flash, but taxpayers send real cash. Brookfield's modular dreams take flight on subsidies through Christmas night. Insiders feast while young workers fall. This isn't charity, it's a corporate haul. While steel workers lose their pay, Brookfield cashes in today. Tax credits wrapped with care and with bows, handouts for customers, everyone he knows. Arc Furniture furnaces hum, the contracts flow, electric riches make profits grow. But for families left in the cold, this tale of cronyism must be told. Canadians deserve a fair refrain, not the PM's plan for insider gain. Let's put the workers first, not billionaires, and bring real hope to he who really cares.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, I count it a great honour to speak today. On December 1st, we marked the 20th anniversary of the Labrador Inuit Land Claims Agreement. This historic treaty between the Nunavut government, the Government of Canada, and the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador stands as a powerful example of reconciliation. It formally recognizes that the Inuit have lived on and have stewarded the lands of northern Labrador since time immemorial. However, this agreement did not come easily. I reflect today on the many Labrador Inuit who, over decades, fought tirelessly to have their rights recognized by the federal and provincial governments. I wish to acknowledge the trailblazing leaders whose vision, resilience, and determination made this treaty possible. We honor the enduring relationship between Canada and the Inuit of Labrador. Today and every day, we recognize our shared history and reaffirm our commitment to building a future together, one that respects Inuit rights.
The honourable member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katiskamik, Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank some people who are very important to me. We know that our role as members of Parliament would not be possible without our teams, and with my team, it's no exception. Annie Francoeur, who's been working with me for nearly 12 years. She's not just my right hand, she's both my arms, Mr. Speaker. After our accident in October, she still needs some time to rest. We miss her very much, and we wish her a speedy recovery. Then there's Denise, who kindly welcomes citizens to my office in Rivière-du-Loup. In Montmagny, Annie Boutin is equally appreciated for her remarkable work. And what can I say about Anne, who manages our communications so well? We're also fortunate to have Shane, our Tigidou intern, who gives his all every day. And then there's our newest member of the team, Lauriane, whose good humor and speed make me look even more professional here in Ottawa. I'm blessed to be surrounded by such a wonderful team. Thank you for your passion and commitment to the people of Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katiskamik, Témiscouata. And I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to wish my team and everyone a very happy holidays across my beautiful riding.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very fortunate to live in a community that comes together to support those most in need. For the 17th year in a row, I'm proud to partner with 'Twas the Bite Before Christmas and my annual holiday turkey drive. Over these years, working together, we've raised more than $1.2 million to support food banks in Mississauga. We're once again raising money to provide turkey dinners for families throughout this holiday season. I'm grateful for the generous support of my neighbors and volunteers, and I appreciate the continued spirit of giving. 'Twas the Bite Before Christmas campaign and the holiday turkey drive go a long way toward fighting despair and feeding hope. I wish everyone peace, joy, and good health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the civil war in Sudan has been devastating, and Canadians have been shocked to learn that weapons made in this country have been used in the conflict by the RSF, the same organization responsible for genocide. This is not the first time this diversion putting weapons in the hands of genocidal actors. Canadian-made weapons have also been used by Russia against Ukraine. At a time when our allies are rearming, there is no excuse for allowing Canadian weapons to go to hostile regimes and militias responsible for genocide. The world must work to end the devastating war in Sudan, in particular by stopping the flow of arms to the combatants. And the Prime Minister's trip to the UAE could have focused more on that and less on advancing Brookfield's corporate interests. But Liberals are doubling down on a foreign policy of personal selfishness, autocrat idealization, and administrative incompetence, instead of on one that upholds our values and our security interests. The people of Sudan deserve freedom, democracy, and civilian administration. They have shown a will to fight for these things themselves. It shouldn't be much to ask for Canada to stop arming their oppressors.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
For the past 20 years, I helped develop processes to deal with Aboriginal rights and title honourably on part of the Crown and First Nations respectively. It took years of trial and error, but it's what enabled projects like LNG Canada to be approved and brought peace to the forests in BC. Today, this Liberal government is disregarding and frustrating what was already a good process that met the needs of First Nations and non-First Nations alike. Offering to do consultations by Zoom is demeaning to First Nations. The idea that this Liberal government will start consultations once the application is made is an insult. It ignores all the best practices already laid out in other projects. Consultations should have started 8 months ago. The flip-flopping of statements to First Nations is not honourable. The messaging to First Nations from this Liberal government to First Nations changes every day and is confusing to Canadians who deserve leadership in the face of USA tariffs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I want to flag some disconcerting data regarding HIV/AIDS with my colleagues. The goal of ending AIDS as an epidemic globally by 2030 has gone off track. Poor nations are now increasing partly due to U.S. funding cuts. But what's alarming is the 35% rise in new cases in Canada this year, especially in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and among First Nations. This is a result of poor tracking, cuts in funding for prevention and treatment, and the myth that HIV is no longer a problem. Antiretroviral therapy combined with pre-exposure prophylaxis is a successful made-in-Canada solution. But we need to move it. It was tried in BC with no new cases for decades. We need to introduce it now in provincial formularies and into a national pharmacare program. We will see the end to an AIDS pandemic by 2030 if we do that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the cold weather is back. Lights are shining in the trees again. There can be no doubt about it. The holiday season is back. And for the 25th year, it's also the return of the traditional media food drive. 25 years of generosity toward families who need a little help to have a wonderful Christmas like everyone else. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I invite everyone who can to give generously, whether it be gifts of food or of money. We will be able to meet media stars throughout Quebec all day long today. But for those who don't have the chance to shake hands with our artisans, it's possible to make donations online until December 31st. Thank you to the media for being there for a quarter century now for our fellow citizens. Thank you to all Quebecers who participate, and thank you to our teams from the Bloc Québécois in the ridings who are contributing in many regions of Quebec. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Ms. Corinne Beltrami, President of Événements Citoyens, who is passionately organizing the 7th edition of Terrebonne en Portrait. This magical and deeply human event shines a spotlight on families who are facing various challenges. Thanks to the commitment and hard work of more than 71 volunteers, many photographers, mascots, a makeup artist, and the star, a fairy, Santa Claus, and his elf, 61 families were able to enjoy an exceptional experience and leave with portraits imbued with magic and solidarity. Congratulations to Ms. Beltrami and her dedicated team for the resounding success of this 7th edition of Terrebonne en Portrait. Their generosity and creativity bring joy to the community, and they remind us of the power of sharing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, 8 months ago, the Prime Minister told Canadians to judge him by their experience at the grocery store. Today's food price report confirms that groceries keep getting more expensive. When the Liberals took office in 2015, the weekly grocery bill was $159. Today, it has more than doubled to $338, over $17,000 a year. And next year, families will pay another additional $1,000 more, the largest increase ever recorded. For rural Canadians, these costs hit especially hard. Many travel further to shop and have fewer options. We're seeing farmers struggle with soaring input costs, higher debt, and policies that make it more expensive to grow and transport food. Instead of cutting spending and axing hidden taxes and driving up prices, this government keeps raising them. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, especially around Christmas. It's time to lower costs and make food more affordable again, especially to those in our rural communities.
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Our new government has taken immediate action to improve public safety, to stop crime, and to hold criminals responsible. We've added much stricter penalties for gun, gang, and violent crime. We're strengthening bail to ensure criminals aren't released from jail. We're strengthening anti-hate laws to protect vulnerable populations from targeted harassment. We're protecting women from violence and exploitation. And we're giving police the modern tools that they need to infiltrate criminal networks, investigate, and stop crimes before they happen. This was done in close collaboration with police chiefs, frontline officers, legal experts, community partners, and victims' organizations to prevent crime, to hold criminals responsible, and to keep our communities safe. However, progress on these important public safety measures is being delayed by partisan conservative obstruction. Mr. Speaker, public safety is not a partisan issue. Canadians deserve action, not political stunts, so let's work together to keep Canadians safe. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a good day to be Brookfield under this Liberal government. Why? Canadians for Tax Fairness called Brookfield Canada's runaway leader in tax avoidance and estimates they have skipped out on paying $6.5 billion of Canadian taxes. It's clear that when the Prime Minister was running Brookfield, he would rather dodge their tax bill than contribute to Canada. Wow. Canadians deserve one set of rules for everyone. Instead, we get these special carve-outs for Brookfield and for the Prime Minister. The Conflict of Interest Act is clear. A public office holder must not involve themselves in any matter where they could benefit. Yet a Brookfield executive told committee the Prime Minister's ethics screen is basically an open window. All this while Canadians are facing record-high food prices just in time for Christmas dinner. Young Canadians are told to make more sacrifices, yet the Prime Minister is doubling our deficit. When will this Prime Minister stop acting like a greasy banker that puts his own personal interests in Brookfield ahead of everyday Canadians?
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to be here in the House this morning during my maternity leave on the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. I speak with my daughter, Martina, in my arms. As I look at her, I think about the future that I want for her.
Speaker, I'm talking about a future where every woman, every girl can love, dream, and walk alone freely without fear. A future where existence itself is never a risk. On the Status of Women Committee, we heard about the necessary changes needed to be made to the justice system. We heard from countless witnesses about the urgent need for prevention, awareness, and better support for women. We must strengthen protection for victims and survivors and ensure that there are real consequences for abusers and perpetrators of violence. I will continue to prioritize these issues and look forward to working with my colleagues in government to make our country safer for women and girls.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of this Liberal government, Canadians' grocery bills look less like a Christmas list and more like Clark Griswold's electricity bill. The Prime Minister told Canadians that he should be judged by the cost at the grocery store. Well, 8 months later, and we're feeling even more uncertainty and higher grocery bills. Today's food price report shows that grocery prices are still climbing, and it's only getting worse. When the Liberals took office in 2015, the average weekly grocery bill for a family was $159. Today it has doubled, totaling over $17,500 each year. Shameful. And now Canadians are being warned to brace for another $1,000 next year just to feed their families. Instead of gifting Canadians a Griswold-style Christmas bonus full of empty promises and hollow announcements, the Prime Minister should give Canadians real relief this holiday season by removing unjustified hidden taxes on food and ensuring mom and dads can feed their families this.
The honourable member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the progress our government is making in expanding dental care across our country, and especially in Manitoba. The Canadian Dental Care Plan now covers nearly 6 million Canadians. Wow. In Manitoba, over 150,000 residents are enrolled, and more than 85,000 have already received care. To build on this progress, our federal government is investing over $35 million through the Oral Health Access Fund in 30 projects nationwide to strengthen training, support outreach, and reduce barriers to care. Nearly $6 million will go towards 4 initiatives at the University of Manitoba, including clinical internships, training modules, support for low-income patients, and stronger ties with local community organizations. These initiatives show the power of community collaboration and helping more Manitobans access the dental care they need, close to home. Thank you.
Bravo.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians deserve nutritious food that's affordable and excellent. But unfortunately, this isn't the case after 10 years of these Liberals. Let's look at today's facts that have come to light. The Canada Food Price Report expects a family of 4 to spend up to $17,600 more, an increase of $995 a year, almost a double since the Liberals came to power. When will the Liberals abolish the tax and the inflationary spending that are driving up grocery prices? The Honourable Member. First, Mr. Speaker, the industrial carbon price does not apply to farmers. So they are taking imaginary cases that don't apply here. But if they want to talk about the food price report that was published today, what they said was that what will apply and that will have a cost on the price of groceries is climate change. I'd like to know if they're ready to fight against climate change. That party doesn't have a plan, and they're fighting against Canada and not against climate change.
The Opposition.
Let's analyze the weekly spending for groceries. According to today's report data, in 2015, the years when the Liberals came to power, the average Canadian family spent $163 a week on groceries. Today, next year rather, it'll be $340 a week, the double. The government's costs have driven up grocery prices. When will they abolish taxes? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, once again, they're just talking about imaginary taxes from the Leader of the Opposition. Systematically, this leader votes against food school programs. They vote against the Canada Child Benefit. They vote against dental care. They vote against pharmacare, things that help people who are in need in Canada. We are making these proposals, and they are opposed to them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Hardworking Canadians deserve affordable, nutritious, and delicious food. Meat and potatoes on the dinner table every single night. But after a decade of this Liberal government, the cost of groceries has literally doubled. Today, the Food Price Report shows that Canadians will spend $17,600 to feed a family of 4 next year. Double what it was when the Liberals took office, and $995 than the preceding year after the Prime Minister promised to be judged by the price at the grocery store. Will the Prime Minister reverse his inflationary taxes on food?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, another example of the opposition using a report without actually taking the time to read it. In fact, beef, one of the prices that's going up most dramatically, is directly linked to climate change. In fact, the report says that challenges persisted for producers throughout the year in Western Canada as they experienced a drought and input costs like feed rose. Mr. Speaker, we're focused on how to help Canadians. That's why today I was with Ontario signing the child care agreement and will save families $10,400 a year.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is the point in any Liberal term when they go from making promises to making excuses. The Prime Minister promised that he'd be judged by the prices at the grocery store. And let's look at those prices on a weekly basis. Today's report gives out data that shows that back when the Liberals took office in 2015, it was $163 a week to afford groceries for a family of 4. Now it's $340, literally double. Liberal taxes on farmers, fertilizers, food processors, and packaging have all driven up the cost of food. Will they reverse these Liberal taxes on groceries?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Speaker, instead of focusing on imaginary taxes, we're working to control the things we can, which is putting more money in the pockets of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's how you help Canadians with affordability challenges. You make sure they have the money so that they can adjust to whatever happens in the market. You'd think Conservatives would understand market pressures. It's clear they don't. Mr. Speaker, today we signed with Ontario an extension of the early learning and childcare program. Mr. Speaker, $10,400 per family on average. Do you know how many weeks of food that is? At least 63 if they're cost.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Children cannot eat agreements or photo ops or promises. If any of these costly promises Liberals were making actually were real, then you wouldn't have seen the number of kids reliant on food banks doubled to 700,000 kids in the last 5 years. Today, a report from Dalhousie proves that the weekly grocery bill of a family of 4 has doubled to $340 a year. That's the result. So will they finally reverse the Liberal taxes that are driving up food?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, time and time again, the members opposite say no to Canadians, say no to supporting Canadians. We have a Canada Child Benefit that supports young families.
That's right.
Index to inflation, it isn't taxed. It is something that they voted against. Time and time again, we'll be there to fight for Canadians. And if he wants to talk about imaginary taxes, that's only an imaginary argument. We're doing the real work to support families.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the industrial carbon tax is not only real, it was in the Prime Minister's own budget that he wants to increase it. It's a tax on the steel that goes into farm equipment, the fertilizer that goes into farm fields, the equipment that goes into food processors. Then there's the tax on food packaging. By banning plastics, they're making food go bad earlier and costing an extra $1 billion, all of which is passed on. And finally, a $78 billion deficit is inflating the cost of everything. Wow. So instead of doubling the cost of food, why won't they scrap the taxes on groceries?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Speaker, it's clear the member of the opposition has not read the report because, in fact, the report predicts that inflation is actually going to stabilize and go down. So here's what we're doing on this side, Mr. Speaker. We're putting money in the pockets of Canadians, whether it's through the Canada Child Benefit, which, oh, by the way, is indexed to inflation and that they voted against, whether it's affordable child care, Mr. Speaker, for families with growing children, helping them save money for down payment on a house, which they say is a goal they have, but they voted against, or whether it's for school food programs for those families that need an extra hand. We're here for Canadians in good times and bad. It's pretty clear where they stand for themselves.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, we thought that the Liberals had finally agreed to remove from the criminal code the exemption that allows incitement to hatred under the guise of religion. But today we learned this is far from the case. Just as we're beginning to debate the Bloc's amendment to repeal the religious exemption, the Liberals tell us that they want to cancel all meetings of the Justice Committee until 2026. Clearly, they are afraid to adopt the Bloc's amendment. Clearly, they are bowing to religious lobbies. Will they pull themselves together and abolish the religious exemption, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Please, silence. Mr. Speaker, we are ready to do the work. We started last Tuesday to do a clause-by-clause study, and we're going to continue to work hard on this file. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, religion should never be an excuse for committing crimes, including incitement to hatred. Ending the religious exemption that allows this abuse is a unanimous request from the National Assembly of Quebec, but the Liberals are still abandoning the will of Quebecers to bow to the will of a handful of dogmatic religious leaders. Tolerating this type of speech is not respecting freedom of religion or freedom of expression. It's even less about being open to diversity. It is about being cowardly in the face of violence. Will the Liberals get their act together? The Honourable Minister. Speaking of freedom, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask a question that is very relevant with respect to today's news. At the Bloc, like their leader in Quebec, do they think that Quebec artists lack loyalty to the Quebec nation? May they answer the question yes or no? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, we knew that the Conservatives would side with extremist preachers because they are the official party of the religious right. But it's appalling to see the Liberals abandon Quebecers, Canadians, and their fundamental principles. Principles such as equality before the law when it comes to crimes, principles such as gender equality, the rights of sexual minorities, the maintenance of social peace, etc. All because they're on their knees before the various religious right-wing groups. Will they stand up, get their stuff together, and immediately reconvene the Justice Committee to abolish the religious exception? The Honourable Minister. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc wants to divert our attention, but if we invest historical amounts in culture, it's not to gain the loyalty of artists. It's for them to thrive themselves and have their expression. Investment in culture could neutralize artists in their view, and it shows the disdain they have in Quebec for their artists. Neither the Bloc leader or they have the right to judge other Quebecers about their loyalty to Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
The Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by the price of food at the grocery store. Well, the verdict is in, and the Liberals have failed. Canada's food price guide said Canadians will spend $1,000 more on groceries next year, the highest increase in years. When the Liberals took office, the average weekly food bill was about $160. In a decade, it has more than doubled to $340 a week. Will the Prime Minister, why is he breaking his promises to Canadians and increasing taxes on farmers, on food and fuel?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we've done more for affordability in 6 months than that leader and that party have done in 20 years. We've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We cut the tax for first-time homebuyers. We've cut the consumer carbon tax, automatic federal benefits, school food program. The list goes on and on. They opposed it all. With that leader, it's the same old tired rhetoric again and again. On this side, we're getting things done for Canadians. Thank you.
Member for Foothills.
Well, I think Canadians will have a very different point of view. They know these food crises, as a result that was in this report, are a direct result of the Liberals' industrial carbon tax, fuel tax, and inflationary spending. The Prime Minister himself said he should be judged by the price of food. By his own metrics, he has failed. When the Liberals came to office, the annual food budget was about $8,300 a year. In a decade, it has doubled to $17,500 a year. Will the Prime Minister get rid of his taxes on food so Canadians can afford a Christmas dinner?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, that member, that leader and his party need to look in the mirror. They have voted against every affordability measure we have brought forth. Let's talk about automatic federal benefits. Benefits for 5.5 million Canadians, getting benefits to those that need it the most. Did they support it? No, of course they didn't support it. They have not supported one affordability measure we have put forth since we've come into government. It's time for them to look in the mirror, get real, support our programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Newton-Tecumseh, Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker,
Where's the beef? That's what Canadians are asking as food prices keep rising. This Prime Minister told Canadians he would be judged by the prices at the grocery store. And yet 86% of Canadians say they are cutting back on meat because they simply can't afford it. The Liberals' industrial carbon tax and inflationary deficits are driving up the price Canadians pay at the checkout line. Why is this Liberal government making it even harder for people to afford food?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
There's no taxes on food. And look, food's too expensive. That's a fact, but I've got some other facts for the member. One, the number one driver of food cost inflation is climate change, something those Conservatives will never say. Two, industrial carbon pricing applies to goods sold on international markets, and they're not passed on to consumers. Three, industrial carbon systems impact household expenses by 0%, Mr. Speaker. Here's some ideas of ways the Conservatives can actually help Canadians. Vote in favor of dental care. Vote in favor of national school food programs, vote in favor of affordable housing, or vote in favor of $10 a day childcare that we just signed with Ontario, Mr. Speaker. Try and help a Canadian for once.
The Honourable Member for Newtecumseh, Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, that answer was all bun, no patty. Said nothing of substance to Canadians who can afford groceries. Because of Liberal policies, next year a family of four can expect to pay nearly $1,000 more. On food, food prices could rise 6% next year, with meat expected to see the biggest price hike. The Liberals are refusing to act to lower food costs. The beef's already gone, so what does that minister think Canadians should cut back on next?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I've got a lot of respect for that member, and I've been to his riding, and I know the farmers in his riding very well, and they know that industrial carbon pricing doesn't affect the cost of food in Canada. He should spend more time talking to those farmers, Mr. Speaker. But if he wants something to put on his hot dog, here's four things. Dental care for Canadians, $10 a day child care for young kids, a national school food program to feed the kids in his riding. Mr. Speaker, affordable housing goes great on a hot dog. Put that on your hamburger.
Again, through the chair, the Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by the prices at the grocery store. Canadians are now paying 112% more for food than when the Liberals took office, and groceries are consuming a bigger share of every family's budget. Even basic center aisle staples, such as coffee and baby formula, are skyrocketing. Canada's food price report confirms that next year, Canadians will pay an extra $1,000 on groceries. When will these Liberals finally stop their inflationary spending, scrap the industrial carbon tax, and let Canadians afford groceries again?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, instead of repeating the same canned lines, I would ask this member from Newfoundland and Labrador, Conservative member, to think about what she voted against. $10 a day childcare, food for kids in schools, something that her colleague called garbage, dental care, the family benefit. 46,000 families in our riding take advantage of this. I ask her to start to work for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians.
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, a local single mom of three reached out to me today in complete desperation. She's working hard, doing everything right, yet a series of setbacks has pushed her to the brink. She's falling behind on the basics. Now she's trying to figure out how to give her kids Christmas, while food inflation makes the essentials feel out of reach. Families shouldn't have to choose between groceries and giving their children a holiday. When will the Prime Minister finally take this seriously and make life affordable for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I would say to the mom in the member's riding, please ask your member to vote for childcare.
That's an idea.
dental care, school nutrition program. A family of two can save $800 a year. Support the inflation index, Canada Child Benefit. 46,000 families need that support. Housing supports, and on I can go. These are tangible affordability measures. I will never politicize the struggles of moms in my province.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
The Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by the prices at the grocery stores. Under their watch, the weekly...
You stand up.
The member can continue. It's fine.
The Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by the price at the grocery store. Under their watch, the weekly grocery bill has doubled, and the food price report of 2026 says it will get even worse. Families in my community can't even afford a healthy meal, not even the modest Italian dish like pasta fagioli. Yet, this government keeps stirring the pot with higher spending, the industrial carbon tax, and the new fuel tax. What's the matter for you?
Everything's quite all right. Again, through the chair. I know it doesn't pack the same punch, but through the chair. The honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, those Conservatives clearly can talk until the cows come home, but they're all hat and no cattle. When their own platform had nothing in it for food affordability, did they vote to put money in the jeans of Canadians? No. Did they vote for the National School Food Program? No. Did they vote for old age security? No. Did they vote for the Canada Child Care Benefit? No. Did they vote for the disability benefit? No. There you have it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, Radio-Canada has revealed that the no side is reforming. The Liberals are wondering how to respond to a possible third referendum in Quebec. Well, here are some ideas. Don't betray Quebecers by abandoning the fight against climate change. Don't threaten a province with imposing a pipeline on it. Don't dismiss all of Quebec's requests on the budget. Don't turn the Quebec Liberal Party into a federal training club. Before even coming up with the arguments for the no side, have the Liberals, these world champions, considered that they could stop adding arguments to the yes side. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, do you know what they're not talking about in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean this morning? They're not talking about the obsession with the referendum. They're not talking about the separation, the division, about the squabbles in our society. They are worried about what? Their jobs, building our country, taking care of their kids, putting food on the table, and paying their mortgage, Mr. Speaker. What our party is concerned with. They are trying to divide and separate people. We are focused on jobs and the economy. The honourable member for Drummond. The Government House Leader should perhaps go to Lac-Saint-Jean. Yes, they are talking about building a country, but yeah, the country of Quebec. So here's some more suggestions for the no camp. The federal government could respect Quebec's laws, such as state secularism or the Charter of the French language. They could fight against the decline of French in Quebec instead of funding its Anglicization. It could transfer immigration powers to Quebec. It could stop meddling in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. There's a long list because we have the same issues since the 1980s. Nothing's changed. Is there someone who really still thinks that things will change today? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the last election campaign, the Bloc didn't propose anything. They just said, if it's good for Quebec, we'll vote for it. If it's not, we won't. But now, when they have the opportunity to vote for a good budget for Quebec that sets out $4 billion for Hydro-Quebec, investing in their infrastructure with historic investments in culture, they voted against it. And even worse, when they had the opportunity to present their requests, there was absolutely nothing on culture. That's a shame. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Aubinière. This Prime Minister, who has accomplished nothing since he took office, but has inflated spending, he said, Canadians will judge me on the cost of groceries. Well, the time for judgment has come, and the cost of food will rise at an unprecedented rate next year, according to the annual report. Average family paid $159 a week on groceries when the Liberals came to power in 2015. 10 years later, the bill has almost doubled to $340 a week. When will the Prime Minister stop his inflationary spending so that Canadians can eat their fill? Thank you. The Honourable Government House Leader. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would challenge my colleague or any of his groups of colleagues to explain what inflationary spending is for them. Is it the school food program? Is it dental care? Is it investment in jobs, in renewable energy? What is inflationary spending for them? We're still wondering, and the colleague doesn't seem to know what it is. I would ask him to explain it to the House and to all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Aubinière. It seems to be hurting them when we say that their own Prime Minister said this. I didn't say it. The Prime Minister said, "You will judge me on the cost of groceries." Well, the time for judgment has come. The average family will pay an extra $1,000 more next year, an extra $340 a week, twice what it was 10 years ago. He has been judged. He's lost. Now he needs to accept the verdict and put an end to his inflationary spending so that families can eat properly. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, perhaps let's turn things around. I can explain to him what important spending is. For us, it is spending that leads to job creation, spending that leads to single-parent families to have a child at daycare who will be fed through a school food program. An important spending for us is something that gives dignity, a job, an opportunity, a future to young Canadians. That's what important spending is for us, and they call that inflationary spending because they would cut all of that spending.
Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals find it funny that we're reminding everyone of the Prime Minister's promise that he could be judged based on the price of groceries. But their record is a failure. Canadians have seen no results. And why? Well, because it's the same old Liberal recipe, and they're expecting a different result. I don't know if the Prime Minister has ever done his own groceries, but the fact is that for many Canadians, it's a struggle. And they don't expect the Prime Minister to produce any results because he says, who cares? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives keep talking about inflationary spending, but when we ask them what that means, they can't answer. For example, during the campaign, we asked, would it be the dental care program that covers 1 million Quebecers? And all they say is the program doesn't exist. But I can guarantee that in his riding, there are thousands of his constituents that have been able to see the dentist for the first time in years, thanks to that project. Is that inflationary spending in his mind? The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Prime Minister wanted to be judged by the prices at the grocery store, and 8 months later, Canadians are judging and they're hungry. The food price report released today shows that the reality of Canadians is only getting worse. In 2015, the Canadian grocery store was $163 a week. Under these Liberals, it has more than doubled to $340. That's a grocery bill of $17,600 a year. Liberal taxes increase the cost of growing, transporting, and selling the food. When will these Liberals cut their inflationary spending and senseless taxes so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
The Conservatives say they care about affordability, but their voting record says something very different. The Conservatives vote against every measure designed to help Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. Let's take one example. One example. Parents receive a payment every month called the Canada Child Benefit. Real help with groceries, real help with clothing, real help with the everyday costs of raising children in this country, Mr. Speaker, and they voted against it every time. It's crazy. That's saying one thing and doing another. That's the Conservative Party.
Member for Newmarket Aurora.
When Canadians tell this government that they can't afford food, their response is, well, you're taxed to death, you can't afford groceries, but cheer up, we have a program for you, you should be grateful, and you've never had it so good. 86% of Canadians list food as their largest financial worry. The food price report confirms grocery prices are set to increase up to 6% next year. That's $1,000 more just to feed a family. The Prime Minister asked to be judged by the prices at the grocery store while prices are set to reach historic highs. Will the Prime Minister admit his record is a failure?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, we'll stand by our record every day in this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, they're the ones who have to be embarrassed about their record, their track record of voting against dental care, which is putting the money in pockets of real Canadians. The Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker, a tax cut. Mr. Speaker, they voted against all of it. Building Canada homes, reducing the cost of homes, automatic tax filing so people get real benefits, Mr. Speaker. That's their record. That's what they have to stand behind.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Assembly of First Nations met here in Ottawa to advance economic sovereignty. And ministers from our government were at the table because reconciliation requires real partnership and real results. Can the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs outline how our government is turning commitments like Section 35 and the duty to consult into action, ensuring First Nations are not just consulted, but leading major projects and driving prosperity across the North?
Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Assembly of First Nations met in Ottawa, and many of us here were at the table with them. That shows that we're moving along together with First Nations. We are backing Indigenous-led growth and solutions. That's why more than half of Canada's economic activity is being Indigenous-led. We're creating hundreds of jobs right now, like those at the First Casca construction in Yukon. Our government is also ensuring that Section 35 of the Constitution is fully respected. We are ensuring that First Nations are not just consulted, but that they're co-owners of major projects.
The honourable member from Montmorency, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister asked Canadians to judge him based on grocery prices, and what we can see is that not only is he failing to keep his promise, he's failing miserably. His policies are impoverishing Canadians, but serving his friends and interests. When the Liberals came to power in 2015, the grocery bill was $159 per week. 10 years later, it has more than doubled to $338, or $17,500 per year. When will the Liberals finally stop their inflationary spending so Canadians can feed themselves and live decently? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, you know, Quebecers elected 44 Quebec Liberal members to deal with the economy in the face of the American tariffs. And what they've seen is that our plan is working. Our GDP has grown by 3.2%. Inflation's under control at 2.2%. 60,000 jobs were created and more in October. We have the highest growth rate in the G7. There's more to be done, and we know it, but we are going to make the economy grow while protecting our way of life. The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. The latest food price report 2026 shows that while 2025 was tough, next year will be even worse. Families will spend 112% more on food than 10 years ago. 2.2 million Canadians are using food banks every month. 86% are eating less meat because of prices. Families will have to pay $1,000 more for food, the largest annual increase in Canadian history. Meanwhile, food inflation in Canada is rising 48% faster than in the U.S. Why won't the Prime Minister scrap his taxes on food so Canadians can finally afford to eat healthy food? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is willfully blind because he's just cherry-picking figures. The fact is, inflation is down. It's at 2.2%, and it's also a fact that wages are increasing by 3.3%. So, of course, people have more money to pay for the cost of living. At the same time, what we're doing as a government is we are building a strong social safety net. We have various programs, including for school food. We will be there for Quebecers all across the province.
Honourable member for Cambridge.
Speaker, the prices at the grocery store was how the Prime Minister was to be judged. From Trudeau's crisis to this rebranded, not-so-new Liberal cabinet, Canadians are seeing costs go from bad to worse. Today's food price report shows that Canadians are bracing for the largest grocery increase in years, nearly $1,000 more. Under a decade of these Liberals, families gone from spending $159 a week on groceries to $338. That's more than $17,500 a year. Families are stretched to the limit, and so are food banks. When will this government rein in its inflationary spending, cut the costs it piles onto farmers, truckers, and processors so Canadians can afford to eat?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretaries of State for Labour, for Seniors, and for Children and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, a national school food program that's going to save parents up to $800 a year, a dental care program, a tax cut for 22 million Canadians, early learning and child care, a Canada Child benefit. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition stood up in this House today and called these costly promises. Members opposite call these photo ops. They call them garbage. They call them socialist programs. Mr. Speaker, this is a case of saying the quiet part out loud. When someone tells you who they are, believe them. Canadians know who's fighting for them.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Their programs don't feed seniors. When Liberals claim their taxes are imaginary, I think of a senior woman in my community, one who told me she can barely afford to eat and that someday she wishes she simply wouldn't wake up because living in this indignity is harder than dying. That is what 10 years of soaring food prices and punishing taxes have done to Canadians. Not imaginary, real. Not theoretical, human. Families are being crushed by fuel costs, fertilizer costs, and the industrial carbon tax. And yet the Prime Minister looks at Canadians suffering the same way he looks at Brookfield balance sheets, as numbers, not people. When will the Prime Minister prioritize making food affordable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when I talk to seniors in my riding, they talk to me about the Canadian Dental Care Program. They say that this is life-changing, that this is getting them the dental care that they haven't had for years, for the first time. They talk to me about the New Horizons program and how we're supporting projects that improve their quality of life. They talk to me about the $5 billion that Budget 2025 is putting into new hospital infrastructure and urgent care. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is spewing nonsense, and if she wants to stand up for seniors, she should have voted for the budget when she had the chance.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
When the Liberals came to office in 2015, the average Canadian grocery bill was $160 a week. A decade later, it has more than doubled to $338 a week. That's $17,500 a year. And next year's food price report confirms Canadians will pay another $1,000 more, the largest annual increase ever. Yet instead of axing taxes and spending that increase the cost of growing, transporting and selling food, these Liberals actually raised them in Budget 2025. When are the Liberals going to read the room and get prices down so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, that member opposite is from my home community. If he was talking to Manitobans, he would know that they want $10 a day daycare. They want the school food program. They want investments in housing and infrastructure. So if he was talking to Manitobans, he would know that Manitobans support our budget. He should be supporting our budget as well. These are generational investments like never before. He needs to get on side.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
I'd invite the minister to get outside the perimeter highway in Winnipeg every once in a while and come and tour communities in Manitoba. Here's a few facts for her. Families in Manitoba are being squeezed harder than ever thanks to her Liberal government. With Harvest Manitoba reporting today, 60,000 Manitobans a month are accessing food banks, and almost 50% of them are families with young children. A record for that minister to be proud of. Canadians don't need handouts fueling dependence on government-bloated programs. They need affordable groceries on their kitchen tables. When is she going to get out of the way and deliver that for Manitobans?
The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there you have it. Handouts, dependence, talking about school food programs, talking about child care, trying to lecture my colleague from Churchill about not getting out enough. That member needs to talk to more single mothers. That member needs to talk to more young people, more skilled workers, more aluminum workers, more steel workers, more auto workers, about supporting it, about the government standing up and supporting and building this country. That member needs to get out.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Stellantis is investing $13 billion of their own dollars into the United States to create 5,000 auto jobs. Meanwhile, this Liberal government gave Stellantis $15 billion taxpayer dollars, and they fired 3,000 auto workers. Let that sink in for a minute. This is what happens when incompetent Liberal ministers don't read contracts. And this isn't an investment. This is a corporate ripoff. They took $15 billion and fired the workers. How does this incompetent minister sleep at night?
Good question. How?
Honorable Ministre de l'Industrie.
Honorable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, we take very seriously when it comes to investing taxpayers' money. And when it comes to Stellantis, we had a deal. They broke it. And we'll make sure that we get our money back. Period.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
So, unlike that minister, I've actually read the contracts. And if she actually had a legal case to do anything about the 3,000 workers that got fired in exchange for $15 billion, they would have sued. But guess what? They haven't. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? And all Canadians should know the extent of the incompetence of this Liberal government. The jobs guarantee in those contracts are not worth the paper they're written on. If I drafted that as a first-year law student, I would have got an F. How does this minister stand here and defend this terrible contract?
Honorable Ministre de l'Industrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have no lesson to take from the Conservative. In 2009, when the Harper government decided to bail out and shake hands, GM and Chrysler at the time, they gave $28 billion of Canadian taxpayers' money without no job guaranteed. You know what happened, Mr. Speaker? 2 GM plants closed, one in Oshawa, another in Windsor. One Ford assembly plant closed as well, and one Orion bus plant closed in Mississauga. This is their record. We're creating jobs, and we're fighting for them.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Speaker, the Liberals committed $15 billion to Stellantis only to have them ship 3,000 jobs south of the border. In fact, just in the White House yesterday, Stellantis says they're investing $13 billion in the U.S. to create 5,000 jobs. Every time this government makes a deal, it seems like executives get taken care of while employees get overlooked. When will this Liberal government prioritize jobs for Canadians instead of corporate welfare for executives?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, speaking of jobs, we are focused on creating jobs for the good workers in Brampton across Ontario. The Prime Minister committed $2 billion to build small modular reactors in Ontario, a project that will create 18,000 jobs in Ontario and help build Canada as an energy superpower. You look at the opportunities we're creating through nuclear exports, a sector valued to create 90,000 jobs and 250 businesses in Ontario, Mr. Speaker. We remain relentlessly focused on creating jobs in nuclear, in energy across Ontario, in communities, including Brampton. Thank you.
Honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, for over 3 years, Ukrainians have fought valiantly against Russia's illegal and brutal invasion, defending not just their homeland, but the principle that borders must not be changed by force and that every nation has a right to determine its own future. Canada has stood with Ukraine from day one, and now more than ever, they need our support on the battlefield, where it matters most. Can the Minister of National Defence update this House on the latest steps Canada is taking to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to win?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, this week we announced our purchase of a package of critical military capability under NATO's Prioritized Ukraine Requirements List, or PEARL, in partnership with other NATO allies. Our $200 million contribution to this PEARL package will include capabilities that have been specifically identified by Ukraine as their urgent requirements to support their defense against Russia's aggression and war. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, Canada will stand with Ukraine until victory.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, last year over half the people who became Canadian citizens did so by clicking a box online. That is crazy. There's no justification for this. In-person citizen ceremonies are essential unifying bedrock of Canada's civic life, Mr. Speaker. Swearing the oath of citizenship in front of an official should be upheld as an integral part of committing to the responsibilities that come with being Canadian. Will the minister immediately end one-click virtual citizenship ceremonies?
Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for that question. I respect that member, and I know he knows that that's not correct. I know that he recognizes that we have a robust system in this country, that there is no such thing as that one system, that we have multiple layers, and when it comes to citizenship ceremonies,
It's a duo.
there is no such thing as that. There is multiple layers of defense. When somebody is coming out of port of entry, 100% of those people spend considerable time with border service. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Knowles Hill.
So the minister completely didn't answer to the question. She didn't listen to it. My colleague asked why she was allowing one-click citizenship ceremonies, which, to repeat a famous line in the House, we found on your website. People get their citizenship by doing a virtual ceremony and clicking a box. That's what we're talking about here. This is I cannot believe she's still the minister. Will she end one-click virtual citizenship ceremonies?
The Honourable Minister.
Say it's not. Mr. Speaker, here's the facts. Okay, virtual citizenship ceremony were started during the time of the pandemic. We all know during COVID, life shifted. Even in this parliament, we now have the voting app, for an example. So we're always looking for opportunities to celebrate our citizenship, to bring people together, to celebrate and build Canadian economy and make it strong, and we will continue to do that. Thank you.
Good job. Honourable Member for Calgary, Knowles Hill.
Last year, well after the pandemic, more than half of Canadian citizenships were conducted where? Online, by clicking a box. How does that unify Canadians? How does that imply and impart the responsibilities of being Canadian? She's standing up here and defending a post-national strategy. Will she end one-click virtual citizenship?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Again, I'm correcting the record for that member and those that are listening. Virtual citizenship ceremonies started during the pandemic. That is correct. There are still some that are happening. However, all new Canadians, while it is still being done under a secure, full-fledged citizenship ceremony with officials present. Thank you.
Yep. The Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cyclone Ditwa has
devastated communities across Sri Lanka, causing severe flooding and landslides that has claimed over 465 lives and left hundreds more missing. Homes, infrastructure, and local economies have suffered serious damage, and communities across the country are struggling to deal with aftermath, especially in the northeast hill regions, which are already struggling due to poverty and war. Canada has always been known as a partner that we can count on in moments of hardship. Could the Secretary of State for International Development inform this House of
The Honourable Secretary of State for International Development.
Our hearts are with those affected by the devastating floods in Sri Lanka, which has declared a state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, in times of crisis, Canadians step up. And to support an urgent and immediate response, Canada is providing an initial $1 million in humanitarian aid to help the Red Cross, the Humanitarian Coalition, and other partners deliver life-saving relief. This means emergency shelter, water, health services, and other essentials to the most affected, and builds on support Canada's already provided through the World Food Programme's emergency response. We're closely following developments across the region and will continue to stand with communities facing the impacts of danger.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Chair of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Yesterday, the Liberals got up in question period and accused Conservatives of obstructing work on Liberal Bill C-9, which takes aim at religious freedom and freedom of expression. The Liberals said they wanted to conduct clause-by-clause review today, but this morning, the Liberal Chair cancelled the meeting, obstructing the Liberal government's own agenda and denying our right as legislators to do our work. Why did the Chair cancel the meeting, and will he commit to calling our scheduled meeting on Tuesday so we can get to work?
The Honourable Member for Lakeshore, Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I became chair of the Justice Committee just 2 short days ago, and I'm honored to take that responsibility, and I take it very seriously. Look, it became very apparent to me quickly that the committee was having a great deal of trouble. Emotions were running high, and they didn't have a path forward to deal with some very important legislation that was before the committee. So acting in the best interest of the committee members, the members of this House, and the members of the public who want this bill to pass, I decided to cancel the meeting so the members could regroup to find a path forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable. Okay, enough. The Honourable Member for Brantford South. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Options for housing in Nunavut are limited. Mold leads to chronic illness, overcrowding.
Well, the Honourable Member for Nunavut may start from the top if she wishes.
Options for housing in Nunavut are limited. Mold leads to chronic illness. Overcrowding leads to abuse of women already in unsafe conditions. There are 37,000 families, There are 3,700 families on the waiting list according to Nunavut Housing Corporation. Even once these houses are built, it will cost over $3 billion to maintain them. This government has only promised 700 new homes. Why aren't the Liberals fully funding Nunavut to meet the urgent housing need?
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our new government is delivering on its commitments. We are dedicating $2.3 billion to urban, rural, northern homes. We're also partnering to deliver over 700 new homes and fast-tracking them. We're also building on 450 additional homes that will start in the next few years. In the Northwest Territories, we're funding 150 social homes, and in Whitehorse, 100 new affordable homes. This is just the beginning, Mr. Speaker, because we're delivering on the 3,000 homes by 2030. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some might call it a flip-flop, but a flip-flop is a sandal, and this is a betrayal.
On page 348 of the budget, it says clearly that investment tax credits will not be available for enhanced oil recovery. Yet in the Memorandum of Understanding with the province of Alberta, it says it will extend federal investment tax credits to various parts of carbon capture and storage, including enhanced oil recovery. My question to the Minister of Finance is, with this additional handout to big oil, have they recalculated how deep the deficit will be? How much above $78 billion is it now?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the Memorandum of Understanding with Alberta, which provides many opportunities for us to move forward on industrial carbon pricing and on clean electricity, on building interties with neighbouring provinces, all steps that are incredibly important for us as we try and build a clean economy and build our country strong for the future. So I thank you for the question. We will keep on working to build a strong Canada going forward.
Rising on a point of order, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, you clearly established your right to cut questions before the end of the questions if they were not related to government business. But today, not once, not twice, but thrice, a government response had, not only did it have nothing to do with the question, but it had nothing to do with the work of Parliament. This is a way to instrumentalize the work of the House. This is an insult to our democratic institutions, especially the House, and it's also an insult to the intelligence of Canadians. I would ask you to please clarify whether it's acceptable to say just about anything during the question period. And I'll quote from the Rules of Procedure, Chapter 11.11. Answers to oral questions must usually be as brief as possible. They must relate to the question asked, and they must not provoke disorder in the House. A statement was made in 1975 during question period saying that many types of answers are possible. Ministers can answer the question, take the question under advisement. They can explain briefly why they cannot answer the question at this point in time, or they can choose not to answer. Nowhere is it written that an answer may have nothing to do with the work of this House. Thus, I ask you, please, to clarify that if questions must relate to the work of the House, shouldn't the same go for answers? The Honourable Government House Leader, rising on the same point of order. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois leader said federal money for culture in Quebec is used to shut up independentists or to silence them. If he says that in the House, then he should own it. The Bloc Québécois has to own what they're saying. It may then become subject to debate. The Bloc seems to be affected by the same condition that afflicts Conservatives, that is questions without reflection. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will always respond to relevant questions. I will give this some thought. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rose on this same point of order last week. I asked you to allow our member to continue asking his questions because he had 15 seconds remaining. He was, of course, going to ask a question about government business. Thus, I feel that my Bloc Québécois colleague's argument is justified. What is unjustified and has nothing to do with the point of order is the gratuitous act that the House leader just made. Mr. Speaker, you allowed him to engage in unjustified attack with no context. Now, of course, we can ask questions. That is our right, and we represent constituents. He, Mr. Speaker, does not have the right to decide on our rights in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will reflect on all that has been said. We will come back to the House with a ruling on this point of order.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians today are worried about the rising prices of food after 10 years of Liberal governance, but they don't see the chaos going on right here in the House of Commons and especially in parliamentary committees. Ministers don't show up, committees are being cancelled at the last minute, and we saw this again today. Is this the Thursday question? All right, well, I wasn't done with what I was saying, so I will come back to the member. I will come back to the member because I have a ruling to read regarding a point of order raised yesterday.
Back to the House on a point of order raised yesterday by the member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna, concerning whether quoting from a document or book during an intervention in the House violates our rule against using props during debate. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, section 13.26 notes, quote, props of any kind have always been found to be unacceptable in the chamber, especially when they cause disorder, unquote. La même section indique également, et je cite,
the same section also states, I quote, moreover, speakers have consistently ruled that visual displays used by members to illustrate their remarks or emphasize their positions are out of order. For example, members may hold notes in their hands, but they will be interrupted and reprimanded by the Speaker if they use papers, documents, or other printed material to illustrate their remarks. Printed material that has been ruled out of order includes advertisements, newspapers, books, business cards, and money. End quote. We must clarify, though, about use of books, that it is generally acceptable to quote from books in order to support an argument or point being made by a member, especially when a member raises a point of order to flag to the chair a possible breach of House rules and procedure. However, it is unacceptable to brandy a book about or show it as a rhetorical device to support a point.
Be allowed to quote from a book when needed in the course of debate. The Chair would fully concur with this assertion, and the Chair confirms that members are allowed to quote from books so long as the same are not used to emphasize their position.
Now we can move on to the Thursday question. I apologize for having interrupted the honourable member.
The Honourable Whip, Governor Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for that thorough response to the point of order that was raised yesterday. Just before that point of order was raised yesterday, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader also stood on a point of order, and you indicated that you would come back with a ruling on that if it was deemed necessary. Is your lack of coming back meaning that you don't deem it to be necessary, or do you plan to do that?
No, I deem it not to be necessary because the honourable member for Winnipeg North raised the fact that the Leader of the Opposition was offside when he made a comment that alluded to the absence of the Prime Minister, and I took measure in response to that. I skipped over, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition lost the question, so I consider the matter closed, really.
Are you challenging the chair? Are you challenging the chair?
No, go ahead. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, the Chief Government.
With respect, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate that response. With respect, and there was a lot of heckling going on at the time when the member was trying to give his point of order, so perhaps it didn't get in there. What the member for Winnipeg North was trying to ask of you is, what is the next step? Like, will you just continue to take away questions? Because our position on this, Mr. Speaker, is that when somebody is weighing the cost-benefit analysis and decides, yeah, it's okay to give away a question, because the gain that I get out of it by posting this on social media is going to outweigh that. Our question to you is, which he did do, which he did post. So our question to you is, what is the next step in this regard that you will take so that all members are aware ahead of time before you have to go down that road?
Well, we'll actually have to wait and see on that. It's a hypothetical situation, but I do consider it a major offside, and I don't think we should be. I won't be tolerating it going forward. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lotbinière with the Thursday question. Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I was noting earlier, Canadians are very concerned by rising grocery prices. After 10 years of Liberal government, grocery prices have doubled. It costs $340 a week these days. It cost only half that 10 years ago. Unfortunately, we are also seeing that Liberals are creating chaos in parliamentary committees instead of advancing democracy. Ministers refuse to show up. Committees get cancelled at the last minute. All of this is part of Liberal political games. There was another example just this morning when the Justice Committee was cancelled at the last minute when it was supposed to review regulations clause by clause. My question for the government House Leader this week is, can he assure us that the government will stop its anti-democratic games, that committees will be able to sit normally next week, that there will be no last-minute cancellations? At the same time, can he tell us what will happen tomorrow and next week here in the House? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will not be surprised to learn that I disagree with the version of facts described by my colleague. Conservatives seem to be getting a little bit enthusiastic, much like their leader, with their heckling and their three-word slogans. They are the ones who are trying to take the House of Commons and its committees off course. The decision of the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore to cancel committee work this morning is due to this. I would encourage all members to do their jobs properly. After all, we are debating legislation that is important for all Canadians. We expect these laws to make their way to committee where they can be debated and also come back to the House for further debate. We ought to behave seriously instead of in this excitable, overly mischievous way. I would ask the opposition leader to tell his members that their actions and their shouting do nothing to advance democracy. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue debate on Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget. We hope that the second reading debate will finish this afternoon. Tomorrow, we will resume second reading debate on Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation.
Will be given third reading of Bill C-4, an act respecting certain affordability measures for Canadians, which once again, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know well. We cut income taxes for every income taxpayer. We have made sure that we've gotten rid of the consumer carbon tax and gotten rid of the GST for first-time home buyers. This is something the Conservatives said they wanted to do, but apparently not, Mr. Speaker. Also, second reading debate of Bill C-13, an act to implement the protocol and the accession of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, a very solid piece of economic policy. Mr. Speaker, you would think Conservatives would be interested in that. Apparently not. Report stage and third reading of Bill C-12, which strengthens Canada's immigration system and borders, something Conservatives that once again, Mr. Speaker, talk about a lot, but apparently have nothing to say about a substantial and very important piece of legislation. And finally, the second reading of Bill C-2, the Strong Borders Act, which contains a concept known as lawful access, which police forces across this country have been asking for. They've been calling Conservative members' offices to say, Mr. Member, now we know they're divided on that over there. We know they've had some very, very difficult conversations in their caucus. The police want this ability to deal with extortion, to deal with child pornography. Conservatives said they wanted action on this. This is action on that. The Conservatives want to hold this up. And finally, Mr. Speaker, should Bill C-15 not collapse today, the bill will also again be considered next week, that very, very good budget bill that is before the House. Thank you very much and have a good weekend, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear, hear.
Here to unconstitutional laws. Yay. We're liberals. We love unconstitutional laws.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-15, Budget 2025, Implementation Act Number 1, and on the amendment in the name of Mr. Jennis.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, perhaps unsurprisingly, the Bloc will not be supporting Bill C-15 on the budget. We were very clear during the budget vote. The Bloc was the only party that stood up against this budget because of a number of different reasons. We decided to vote down the budget. It's a great big budget, 650 pages, 90 legislative measures, amending 49 separate pieces of legislation. Because it's so long, certainly the Liberals can point to certain measures in there that are good for Quebec and that the Bloc does agree with. For example, the runway on the Magdalen Islands. But the 6 demands of the Bloc Québécois appear nowhere in the budget. The government refused to listen to us and did not negotiate with anyone, despite the fact that we noted that our 6 requests were intended to represent Quebec interests. They were intended to benefit our seniors, young families buying a first home. They were meant to fight against climate change. They were meant to increase health transfers. And none of these measures appeared anywhere in the budget. Nowhere in a budget that creates $80 billion worth of deficit. But it gets worse. When you look at this budget, you quickly realize that the fossil fuel industry is being showered with billions of additional subsidies. The government decided to fork them over even more money, despite the fact that oil and gas companies are already making record profits. As one example, they will be increasing the business tax credit and extending it so that the government can pay for carbon capture and storage. Businesses should be the one paying for their pollution and for the greenhouse gases they emit. Quebecers should not be paying the bill. Taxpayers should not be paying the bill. After all, businesses are the ones who are mainly driving climate change. Also, if you look at the budget, you'll see that the government is not only providing subsidies to these companies, but the former Heritage Minister went and sat down with the honourable representative of the Green Party and promised her that there would be environmental protection measures. One of these measures would be preventing tax credits from being used by oil companies so they could produce more oil while pointing to carbon capture as an excuse. The former Heritage Minister gave his word on this. And it did make its way into the budget, but just last week, in an agreement with the Prime Minister and the government of Alberta, they contradicted their own budget and they betrayed the Green member who voted with them, all to benefit big oil. So not only are they granting more money to the fossil fuel sector, but the government also proved that their word cannot be trusted because they do the opposite of what they promise. A further point about the budget. Green electricity tax credits are being used to provide money to the nuclear sector, small modular nuclear reactors. This is supposed to be clean energy. Mr. Speaker, have you heard of nuclear waste? Not far from here in Chalk River, nuclear waste will be buried right beside the Ottawa River. Quebec municipalities are opposed to this measure. 85 groups across Canada rose up just this week to say it makes no sense to bury radioactive nuclear waste right beside the Ottawa River. Nuclear waste stays radioactive for millions of years. If that's clean electricity for this government, people will have to start asking some difficult questions about governmental greenwashing. These tax credits also go to gas-powered power plants, as though gas was a form of clean electricity. There is something in this BIA which we didn't really notice when the budget came out because it was buried somewhere around page 300. The government is preparing to let developers of major projects exempt themselves from legislation. So not only did the government work with the Conservatives to force through Bill C-5, which was already worrying, because it would have allowed the government to suspend 12 different democratically passed laws. But also, on page 300 of the budget, we are learning that the government has snuck a measure into this omnibus bill that would give 3 years to ministers so that they can exempt major projects from any federal act. Any piece of federal legislation can be temporarily suspended because of this sneaky maneuver from the government, and I find that concerning. Still looking through the budget, it goes even farther, backwards, that is. Because the early days, not so early anymore, of this new government have been all about environmental backsliding. They're offering billions in additional subsidies to oil and gas, which is obviously problematic. And then they came forward with this budget and said it would be part of a climate revolution. It would contain a climate competitiveness strategy that would really highlight Canada's environmental ambitions. But there's no competitiveness strategy in this budget. This budget proposes just giving up the fight against climate change. You know how much they fund their climate competitiveness strategy with? $4 million over 5 years. If you think that this will be enough for Canada to get itself back on the rails and fight against climate change, you will be very disappointed. There are no new investments in the budget that will lead to a green economy. The Environment Department got its budget cut by 15%. Businesses, oil and gas businesses' use of tax credits has been extended, and also the government is getting rid of the emissions cap, which was meant to ensure that the oil and gas sector would reduce their emissions. But no, they got rid of it. The government is going back on its own word to the great benefit of oil and gas. Looking at the greenwashing regulations, the budget even undermines anti-greenwashing regulations. Greenwashing is like when the Prime Minister talks about clean oil. Luckily, we had rules preventing this sort of dishonesty, but the government weakened those rules. The government also got rid of the 2 billion trees program. They provided no funding in the budget for parks or protected areas. The fund for public transit has been moved over in some sort of budgetary shell game. No new money for climate change adaptation, even though that there are floods and droughts and forest fires raging across the country every year. There's a program for priority intervention zones. That program got $1 billion a year. It's just being cut. So, Madam Speaker, given that this budget does not address the demands of the Bloc Québécois, given that it's the worst budget in terms of environmental backsliding in Canadian history, the Bloc will be voting nay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it doesn't surprise me in terms of the Bloc's response to the budget implementation bill. It's somewhat unfortunate given the amount of investments, whether it's the Port of Montreal through the major projects program, literally tens of thousands of jobs, the expansion through the military expenditure, which is going to do well for Quebec's aerospace industry, not to mention the investments in terms of the arts programs and the supports for French language. Yet we find the Bloc working in coalition with the Conservative Party of Canada to vote and ultimately cause an election. And that's the major objective of the Bloc Party. And I'm wondering if he would recognize that he seems to be putting the Bloc Party's best interest ahead of the people of Quebec as opposed to what it is that the people of Quebec would want to see in a budget.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, perhaps unsurprisingly, I disagree with my honourable colleague. This budget contains no positive response to the Bloc's very reasonable requests to increase the health transfer, help seniors, help out young people who are having trouble putting down their first down payment. Above all, we see the government forking over $10 billion a year to oil and gas. Quebecers would have liked them to take this money and do something useful with it, but that's not what we've seen. This is climate recklessness. The Bloc is open to amendments to the budget. The government can modify it in ways that are favorable to Quebec, but they don't seem to be doing that. So the government is responsible for their own problems.
Thank you. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What does my colleague think of the Prime Minister's record? During the election, he said he would be a great negotiator, the one who would save Canada and Quebec from the United States. But instead, we're seeing tariffs go up, factories shut their doors, and jobs vanish. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister was elected based on a promise to promptly fix the tariff crisis. And it's only gotten worse. It's very concerning to see that jobs are being lost in Quebec. Jobs are being lost, and this could have been preventable. The government could have supported the forestry industry. They've been asking for support for a long time. They were asking for a share of money from countervailing duties, and yet the government has refused to act up till now. Meanwhile, they are more than willing to hand over money to oil and gas. Other parts of the economy could have benefited from these funds. So that's what I think of the Prime Minister's negotiations with the Americans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Repentigny for his speech. I agree with his story, with his recounting of the budget. The government went back on its own commitment. In page 399 of the French version of the budget, it says clearly that tax credits would not be able to be used to help out oil companies. And yet, in the agreement with Alberta, the government did the exact opposite. How can my colleague account for this government's decision to make such a large change with no explanations?
The honourable member for Repentigny. I have a simple answer, Madam Speaker. This government, especially the Prime Minister, is not trustworthy on the environment. We cannot depend on this government. What we've seen with this budget is a real oil and gas sector wish list. The government is making all those wishes come true. We've seen that since it came to power. All it's doing is meeting the wishes of the oil and gas sector. That's all the time we have. And a reminder to honourable members to not make sounds that might disrupt the audio quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we approach Christmas time, it's an honor to be able to stand here in this place and speak to the budget. And when I think about the needs of Canadians that we're hearing, what all of us are hearing from our constituents, we look to the budget to see what's in there for the families that are struggling to make ends meet, the families that we talk to at the grocery store or at the hockey rink that are talking about the struggle to heat their home, put food on the table for their family, maybe get a new hockey stick for their kids for the Christmas season. The everyday, to put gas in their van to get to and from work and to and from sporting events. I'm hearing from my constituents about that struggle. And the government sometimes would have us believe that that's all in our heads, that this struggle isn't real. But we look at this new budget, we say, okay, what's in there for those families that are working hard, playing by the rules, paying their taxes. And some of the numbers are stark, Madam Speaker. In this budget, $1.35 trillion. That is now the federal debt. The federal debt is a burden not only on the taxpayers of today, but the taxpayers of tomorrow. Those that are young, those that are just starting off in university, those that are just starting off in elementary school. This is a burden on them. $55.6 billion. This is the interest on the federal debt for the 25-26 fiscal year. What is $55.6 billion, though? How is the average person wrap their mind around a figure so vast? The interest on the debt. Well, Madam Speaker, a quick way to understand it is this is more money that Canadians are needing to spend of their tax dollars on the federal debt. This is more money than the Government of Canada spends on health care in the entire country. Wow. A staggering figure at a time when waiting lists in many provinces are so long and people are being delayed important treatments. This government is spending as much on interest on the debt as they are on health care. $321.7 billion. This is the amount that will be added to the federal debt over the next 5 years. Those are big numbers. Madam Speaker, here's a small number, 1.1%. This is how much Canada's GDP has grown this year. What does that mean? Well, this is the second lowest growth in the entire G7. For all this spending, Canadians are not better off, and many are falling further behind. That is why Conservatives, we called for an affordability budget, for an affordable life. because you cannot have an affordable life unless the government has an affordable budget. But we know the reality, Madam Speaker, is over the last decade, over the last 10 years, that these Liberals have been in government. Canadians, Canadian families, communities continue to fall further and further behind. And Canadians know all too well the burden of tax, and that burden has increased 32% in the last decade. Canadians are paying 32% more of their hard-earned money into taxes than they were 10 years ago when the Liberals took government. That is more than Canadians are spending on food, on housing combined, a staggering amount. And, you know, more bad news in that regard. We know that there's an affordability crisis in housing. We know that there's a crime crisis, that we've seen the crime severity index go off the charts now that these Liberals, with their failed policies on bail and other justice measures, have created chaos on our streets. Another area of failure is on food affordability, and the numbers just came out, Madam Speaker, and if Canadians were hoping for some relief, the numbers are not providing it, and this budget is not provided it. Canada's food price report was just released, and this is a direct quote from the report. If 2025 was a difficult year for Canadian households, 2026 is unlikely to be easier. In fact, the cost for families for food, families that are already stretched to the limit, that are already making compromises around gassing up their vehicle, heating their home, putting food on the table, the cost of food for those families, Madam Speaker, is going to go up $1,000 this year. So food prices are expected to increase to the point where the average family of four in Canada for food is $17,571 per year. This is a 112% increase over the last decade. That's right. The cost of food for Canadian families has doubled in just 10 years while the Liberals have been in government. Now, have their paychecks doubled? Have my constituents and the constituents of members in this chamber, have those constituents' paychecks doubled? Absolutely not, Madam Speaker. But the price they pay to put food on the table for their family has over doubled. So what does this mean? Since in 2015, that cost for the year was $8,286, or approximately $160 per week for food. And incredibly, in just 10 years, that number has over doubled to $340 per week for the average Canadian family of four. And when we bore down further into the numbers in this report, it's very staggering, Madam Speaker. What the report found is that Canadians are compromising healthy choices in favor of more cost-effective options. Nearly a quarter said they would eat healthier, and 20% would buy higher quality food if they could afford it. We see price of strawberries up 51% since this Prime Minister took office. Beef is up 30%, chicken 23%, coffee 22%, ground beef 14%, salad dressings up 13%. Canadians, Madam Speaker, literally cannot afford these Liberals at all anymore. And look to my home province of New Brunswick. Feed New Brunswick is an organization that supports food banks, community kitchens, and similar programs. And when I've talked to food banks in my own riding, they have said that demand is off the charts. And on days when food is being delivered, we see the lineups at the food banks. Feed New Brunswick is reporting that the demand for their services has seen an astronomical increase of 140% in only the last 3 years. So, Madam Speaker, New Brunswickers, Canadians are struggling just to put food on the table. The latest MNP Consumer Debt Index found that 24% of Atlantic Canadians are struggling to afford food for their families. Now, what is this government doing with the money, the tax money? It's not their money, Madam Speaker. It's Canadians' money. It's their hard-earned tax money. Well, Carmaker Stellantis, $15 billion for a battery plant, and $529 million for factory upgrades, but no protection for workers, leading to 3,000 layoffs in Brampton. This week, Canadians learned the Prime Minister handed Algoma Steel $400 million, knowing full well about their plans for layoffs, and now 1,000 steel workers have lost their job. This is the same Liberal logic that led to the government committing to spend up to $1.34 billion to prop up Quebec's Northvolt battery plant, only for the company to file for bankruptcy last year. And this week, a paper mill in British Columbia informed workers it would permanently shut down, leading to 375 workers losing their job. In New Brunswick, the lumber industry is a key driver of our economy, and we just learned last week of a paper mill in Maine no longer accepting softwood lumber from New Brunswick due to tariffs, which have gone from 14% to when this Prime Minister took office, now to 45%. So, Madam Speaker, we were hoping in this budget for some relief for taxpayers. That relief, unfortunately, is only going to come for Canadians, for New Brunswickers, for families, when we elect a Conservative government, one that takes the issue of overtaxation seriously and will enable Canadians to provide for their families, lowering cost, making Canada affordable again, and renewing the promise of Canada so that families can be successful and Canadians can provide for their families and enjoy a great future in our great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I note that the member opposite quoted Feed New Brunswick, and I wondered if he could comment about the recommendation by Feed New Brunswick to ensure healthy school programs, including breakfast programs, and why it is that he would vote against the very thing that Feed New Brunswick would recommend as part of their strategy to feed hungry folks. I also wonder why he would have voted against the packages for trade-affected workers, like stronger EI and retraining supports, indeed for the province of New Brunswick, who will be delivering that training to anybody who's impacted by tariffs. And finally, he talked about lowering taxes, and in fact, Budget 2025 speaks about lower taxes for 22 million Canadians, Madam Speaker, and yet that member voted against that as well. So I'm just curious to know, what exactly does he do for the members of his riding when they are asking for the kinds of supports this government's providing?
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, it's unbelievable actually how these Liberals now, after a decade where crime has skyrocketed, housing has skyrocketed, the cost for families, and the cost of food has skyrocketed, how they can get up and ask us questions about affordability. I mean, Madam Speaker, the cost to families for groceries has doubled since that member's party took government. We're not going to take any lessons for them on affordability. Canadians are struggling and need help because of this government's policies, because of policies that have hurt our energy sector, because of overtaxation, because of printing money, Madam Speaker, that has caused inflation to skyrocket. That's why Canadians are struggling. That's why they need help. And this government continues to go down the wrong path. Conservatives will stand up for hardworking Canadian families always.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Like him, I am concerned about the fact that increasingly seniors need to go to food banks.
On a eu le bilan fin au Québec qui a été produit par toutes les moissons
we saw the report produced by the food banks of Quebec, and in my riding, like probably in my colleagues' riding, there has been a great increase in the need for food assistance, especially for seniors. I'd like to pose my colleague the following question. Does he think that it's appropriate that year after year, this government is discriminating against seniors between 65 and 74 who did not see an increase in old age security, despite the fact that seniors over 75 have seen that increase, whereas all of these seniors have seen the cost of living go up? So what does my colleague think of that?
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
I thank the Honourable Member for her question. Madam Speaker, in the last 10 years under this Liberal government, the cost of food for families, for seniors, has doubled. In the last 4 years, the cost has gone up by 25%. Seniors' income, families' income has not kept pace with that. So it's going to require a complete change in direction from this government to end their inflationary policies, to make life more affordable, whether it's housing, whether it's food, whether it's fuel. In every measure, Madam Speaker, this government has pushed us into the wrong direction. They've pushed seniors and families to the very brink, where they're having to make terrible decisions around whether to heat their home or feed themselves or put fuel in their vehicle. Canadian seniors shouldn't have to make that decision, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank my colleague for his speech. I also serve a riding that's in Atlantic Canada. One of the things that I commonly hear in my riding is that rural and remote communities have really been left behind by this Liberal government, also have been punished by the high cost of everything and the policies that they've implemented. I'm just wondering if my colleague hears the same thing and maybe if he'd like to speak to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In the 25 seconds the Honourable Member has left.
Thank my friend for her question, and indeed I do hear from my rural communities, in rural parts of the country, in rural New Brunswick, people have to travel further. That's a cost, and this government has increased the cost on fuel. This government has increased the cost on food. This government has increased crime, and we hear about that a lot in rural communities. So the affordability issue for families and seniors in rural areas, I'm hearing about that, and only Conservatives are committed to addressing it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Tilvic-Macton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague from Fundy Royal for his great remarks. And he brought up so many relevant subjects that need to be considered when we consider the implementation of this budget. I couldn't help but in preparation for my remarks today, an old saying came back to me, and I think it bears relevance today. I don't know if many in this House and fellow members may have heard the expression, whatever you do, don't put the cart before the horse. And when it comes to this particular government's budget, I have to say this is a superior example of putting the cart before the horse. And you say, well, what do you mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is that we're investing tremendous amounts of taxpayer dollars into building an elaborate cart, expanding the cart, growing the cart, making the cart larger, making the cart have many compartments, increasing the storage and capacity of the cart, while at the same time totally and entirely neglecting the horse. Now let's bring that to terms that we can relate to. When we grow the size and scope of government, the cart, the deliverer of services, without ever prioritizing the needs of the horse, which is Canada's economy, that funds and fuels and hauls the cart of government from one objective to another, we've got something that has misplaced the priorities that should be at the top of any government's priority list. When the priority is growing the size and scope of government while neglecting the very thing that funds and fuels the government, you're going to have a problem. Absolutely. When for 10 years we've called out and criticized oil and gas and energy and agriculture and many sectors that have helped make Canada a truly amazing country, no wonder people are frustrated and think that we've got our priorities wrong or that this government has their priorities wrong. You cannot be ever expanding the load and the burden upon fewer and fewer taxpayers. You cannot neglect the sectors that produce the wealth to generate the programs that we rely upon and depend upon and continually grow that level of dependence without expanding and rapidly growing and prioritizing the things that fund and fuel the economy. I challenge the government to reprioritize, to look at the budget and say, maybe we've got some things out of order here. We're growing the burden on the taxpayer without growing the taxpayer base. We're growing the expectations upon future generations of Canadians without growing the economy that will be able to fuel the very mechanisms of government that they're expanding. So, to kind of crystallize this, Madam Speaker, I want to talk quickly about a few categories. And of course, I always love alliterations, so I'm going to give a few F's for the pathway forward in Canada. F number 1 we want to talk about is making sure that we make food affordable again. It's hard to work to carry out obligations to provide for a family if you're struggling to put groceries on the table every week. And we've seen under this government that the cost of groceries has doubled in the last 10 years. We're seeing an expected increase of even $1,000 more per year coming in the next fiscal year on average Canadian households to put groceries on their table, to where they're expecting a family of 4 to cost $17,000 this year. It will go to over $18,000 next year to feed a family of 4 in Canada. For many families, that is looking like an insurmountable mountain that they must climb when they try and balance that with other needs in their households. But I must further go to the source of food and look at the increased burdens that this government has brought upon those, and that is our farmers. I have the privilege of serving on the Agriculture Committee, and trust me, we hear directly from our farmers and producers, and they talk about soaring input cost. We put our farmers at a competitive disadvantage when they have to pay things like industrial carbon tax, including fuel standards tax, and packaging taxes. All of these over-regulations and increased taxations are causing an undue burden on those who grow our food and generate food security for not only our country, but countries around the world. I think if you were to hear the voices of farmers who say, if you want to find a pathway forward, take care of those who grow your food. Take care of your farmers and make sure we get out of their way so they can do what they do best, and that is plant and grow and produce good nourishment for Canadians and literally people around the world. Don't muzzle the ox is exactly right. Feed the horse that's hauling the cart. Don't starve the donkey that's bearing the burden. Make sure that we're taking care of our farmers and they'll take care of Canadians. It's time we prioritize these things. The next F that I want to talk about in moving Canada on the pathway forward economically and to a future of prosperity is making sure we deal with those who are in our fuel sectors, our oil and gas sectors. You can't talk those sectors down for 10 years and tell everybody it's dirty oil and dirty gas, and then expect those sectors to continue to be able to produce at a high level when you maintain the policies that have been detrimental to their progress and to their prosperity, such as tanker bans, pipeline bans, such as overtaxation, industrial carbon taxes. And when you put them at a regulatory and taxation disadvantage, guess what? The investment dollars for those sectors are going to flee your country, and it's very hard for a country to move forward on the pathway to prosperity when those who generate our fuel are overcome. Emission caps, production caps. These things are absolutely detrimental to the future prosperity of this country. The next aspect we want to talk about is the forestry sector. The previous Prime Minister, the last Conservative Prime Minister we had, was able to reach a deal that lasted for 10 years in 80 days. It has been over a decade that this government's been in power and still no relief for our forestry sector. And we're seeing mills close all the time here in our country, and people lose good jobs across this nation. It's time we reprioritize, and oh, how Canadians are looking for a government to put a priority on our forestry sector again. And that brings me to a consideration of rural Canadians, who are oftentimes the most overlooked and most often forgotten segment of our nation. Those who live in rural, remote communities are oftentimes forgotten by the government that's in place now, because their way of life is oftentimes not considered when it comes to policies such as EV mandates that take away the choices of the kind of vehicle that they need to drive and want to drive in the areas in which they live. It attacks their way of life and traditions such as hunting and fishing with overregulation, especially firearms legislation that punishes the law-abiding firearms owner, hunter, and sports shooter, and misplaces the priorities of rural Canadians and says, oh, no, you know, we're going to tackle crime by doing this. No, rural crime is soaring under their watch because they've neglected the issues that matter most. If you want more security in rural areas, you make sure that those who are law-abiding firearms owners have the ability to protect their homes and stand on guard for their homes and their properties and to do it properly and lawfully. And as many of them will tell you, firearms ownership is a deterrent to rural crime. And we need to stand up for their rights. The next F I want to talk about, of course, in the pathway forward to prosperity and overcoming the challenges that this budget has presented for Canadians is to make sure that we are addressing the challenges that we're finding even in the area of rural connectivity and broadband access and mobility access. You see, when budgets are put together, oftentimes there's an urban-centric slant that's put on them, with very little consideration to those who literally grow our food, manufacture our goods, truck and haul our goods, and develop our natural resources. So much of our nation's GDP is harnessed in rural Canada.
And they're an afterthought.
But they're an afterthought when it comes to the policy decisions that this current government is making. They promised for years to increase broadband access and internet access in rural and remote areas, with very little headway being made. I still hear and receive phone calls all the time at our office from those who are frustrated with the lack of coverage, because again, they've not been proactive in addressing this. We've got to prioritize the needs of rural Canadians because, Madam Speaker, it was rural Canada that built this country, and it will be rural Canada that's key to our comeback. It's time their voices were heard and considered when it comes to aspects of our budget and economic security and viability.
Not treated like second-class citizens.
Exactly. They are not second-class citizens, and they shouldn't be treated that way. They're first-class, hard-working, wonderful people who felt forgotten by their government. But I'm glad to say, Madam Speaker, there is an awakening across rural Canada, and they're recognizing we need change. And they're looking for this side of the House to stand up for them, and we'll continue to.
And I've been very generous with time to the honourable member. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton. Hamilton West, Ancaster Dot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the member opposite is no Doug Ford with his folksy witticisms. And I'm continuously amazed that the members are conveniently confusing capital investment and operational expenses. Businesses, municipalities, families, and farmers understand this difference, but there's no acknowledgement of the reality of the trade war that we're currently facing with the United States. The whole entire point of this budget is investing in Canada to build our economy, to invest in our country. So can the member opposite explain the difference between a capital investment and an operating expense? Thank you.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Wow. I thank the honourable colleague for his question, but I find it somewhat perplexing, and I think many Canadians share the being compounded by that, or confounded by that, I should say, in that that's a lot like voodoo economics. Spending is spending is spending. To a Canadian, if you're spending, you can call it investment, you can call it this, you can call it that. Spending is spending, and debt is debt, and deficits are deficits. What we need is a government that's going to prioritize the needs of Canadians, unleash our private sector, stop standing on the backs of our industry, stop standing on the backs of our farmers, stop standing on the backs of our oil and gas sector, unleash that potential, build the infrastructure necessary to get Canadian goods to market. Then we'll turn the economy around, and we'll be much more self-reliant in doing so.
Questions
and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He talked a lot about the cost of living. This matters to us as well, of course. When it comes to the cost of living, one of the most important aspects of that is the cost of housing. During the election campaign, the government bragged a lot about its Build Canada Homes project. They said that they would fix all of our housing problems, but once again, they have failed. Their budget has been criticized. Apparently, the government has been slow to free up their office spaces. The government will not meet its targets. So is this another broken Liberal promise, or will it be? Thank you.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my Quebecois colleague. It's a pleasure to discuss matters with her in the House of Commons.
Madam Speaker, that we reflect, and she raises a very valid point. The priority of Canadians is cost of living. And the last thing they need is another grandiose announcement, a big promise that puts expectations high and results never to be seen for years, oftentimes maybe even decades. And it's like, oh, tomorrow, someday tomorrow, we're going to do this. And oh, yeah, we're going to do that somewhere in the future. But I'll tell you what, a promise after a while without delivery leaves people feeling hopeless and desperate. Canadians need results and they need action, not just more spending and not just more announcements. They need real results, not rhetoric. And that's what we need and we intend to do on this side of the House, is deliver results for Canadians.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
No. No.
What? Sorry?
Calgary McKnight.
Calgary McKnight.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his wonderful speech. Can I ask my colleague to explain why does this budget not help farmers, builders, and truckers, the people who keep Canada running? Thank you.
The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank my honourable colleague from Calgary McKnight, and that's a great question. And they totally have missed the mark when it comes to delivering results for Canadians, because again, they make promises without being grounded in reality and in results, and tangible, measurable results for Canadians. You cannot talk down the very sectors that have helped make Canada the greatest, one of the greatest countries, not the greatest country in the world, historically. You can't keep talking down those sectors and then expect all of a sudden to turn it on a dime and say, oh yeah, we're champions for Canada now, come and do business here, but yet we're the highest tax jurisdiction in the advanced economy, and we put more regulations on our energy sector than most other economies, and we put more taxes on them than most other economies, and we're wondering why we're not effective and we're not delivering results. It's because they've misplaced priorities for years and talked down the best of Canadian economy. Let's get out of the way and let Canada do what it does best, produce and work.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King Vaughan.
I rise today on behalf of seniors in this country, both from my community of King Vaughan as well as many seniors from coast to coast who have shared with me how they feel completely abandoned by this Liberal government's latest budget. These Canadians expected a plan that addressed affordability, housing, health care, and dignity for older adults. Instead, they received a document full of slogans, empty promises, and more spending, creating a deficit that our grandchildren and their grandchildren will be stuck with the bill. But no meaningful action for the people who dedicated their lives to supporting us and in building this country. The only time seniors are mentioned in this budget is through the New Horizon for Seniors program. Now, I want to be clear. I support the New Horizon program. It is a valuable program for community initiatives. In a time where seniors face increased isolation, stress, and poor health outcomes. So many of the programs that New Horizon funds help address some of these challenges. But New Horizons doesn't tackle the core issues that seniors struggle with today. It is not an individualized support. It does not put food on the table. It does not reduce heat or rent. It does not help the widow living alone, the retired nurse rationalizing her medication, or the senior forced to choose between heating and eating. I recently spoke to Claire Fassett from the group Seniors Tin Cup, an organization that supports vulnerable older adults. Carol manages her food budget, but excludes meat and other nutritionist foods. Poverty levels in Canada is 25,252, yet 28% of senior women live in poverty through no fault of their own. These are hard-working Canadians, older adults who paid taxes their entire lives, contributed to the communities, and yet now they struggle to survive. And still, this Liberal government has done nothing for them. I also heard from single seniors for Tax Fairness, an advocacy group representing seniors who are widowed, divorced, or never married. They submitted thoughtful recommendations to improve the tax system for single seniors, highlighting unfair penalties and disappropriate burdens on those living on their own compared to coupled seniors. They called for reforms that would allow single seniors to maintain dignity and independence. These are reforms that were ignored by this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, seniors across the country are facing financial penalties simply for trying to support themselves. Under the current system, older adults who want to work a few hours a week are punished by clawbacks to their guaranteed income supplement or their old age security. This is not just policy mismanagement. It is a moral failure. Seniors want to continue to contribute to their communities, to remain active, to supplement their income, and to maintain independence. A Conservative government will allow low-income seniors to work without punitive clawbacks. It is the right thing to do, and it is long overdue. The financial strain has compounded by the government's failure to address the two-tier retirement system they created. I spoke with Mark Ront from Red Deer, Alberta, who has written many emails to the Secretary of State for Seniors and has yet to receive a response. We spoke about how seniors over 75 may receive top-ups and enhanced benefits, while those between 65 and 74, the group most vulnerable to rising costs, are left with nothing. Many seniors are unable to retire because of high cost of living, yet they are financially penalized for continuing to work through clawbacks. He spoke about how the increase for seniors aged 75 and older. This top-up has created a division among seniors in this country and creates a two-tier pension system that is neither fair nor sustainable. The wait list for affordable senior housing in King Vaughan is now 10 to 12 years. A senior applying may not receive housing they can afford until they are well into their 80s. This government's budget contains nothing to shorten that wait. There is no plan to increase senior-specific housing, no emergency support for those facing eviction, and no acknowledgement of the daily struggles of seniors living alone on fixed incomes. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister once said he would be judged by the prices at the grocery store. In King Vaughan, the consequences of government inactions are stark. Food bank volunteers reported that seniors are now the fastest growing group relying on donated food. Sidam Food Bank Services 3,600 seniors per month, a total of 44,000 per year. Vaughan Bank Food Services, 1,000 seniors per month, totaling 12,000 per year. This trend is echoed throughout the country, with Food Banks Canada reporting in their latest report that 8.3% of food bank users are seniors, up 22% from 2019. This summer, I was on the ground talking to seniors across this country, including in Nova Scotia. I visited Yarmouth with the member for Academia Annapolis. I may have pronounced that wrong, but I know he used to be on this side. I don't know what happened to him. Before he sold out to his constituents. The calls I've been getting from his constituents are unbelievable. I spoke with senior groups throughout his riding, and I spoke with senior groups in Bridgewater and in the riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Can you guess what their biggest concern was? Affordability. Seniors told me they couldn't afford to feed themselves. They are forced to choose between heating and eating, that energy prices are skyrocketing and food prices are soaring. The Prime Minister continually fails seniors. At every step of a senior's daily routine, they are consistently burdened with the high cost of living due to the reckless spending of this out-of-touch Liberal government. Only a Conservative government will cut taxes, rein in wasteful spending, tackle deficits that fuel inflation, and bring down the cost of living, including the cost for seniors. Madam Speaker, after 10 years, this government has made living as a senior in Canada harder, not easier. Seniors deserve better. They deserve dignity, security, and independence. They deserve to be able to work without punishment, eat without fear, and live in homes they can afford. They deserve a government that respects their contribution. Seniors built this country. They deserve more than a passing mention of a re-announcement in this budget. They deserve more than lines at the food bank or a decade-long waiting for affordable housing. They deserve a government that puts them first. This budget failed them. The Conservatives appreciate the work the seniors have done for our country and will always fight to ensure they can retire in dignity and with respect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I can recall back in the 2010 by-election in which knocking on German Congress, and it wasn't just one home, it was a number of homes in that particular block where seniors were saying to me, you know, we can't even afford to get the medications that we require, to the degree in which some of them were actually eating dog food, pet food. Now, if you want to fast forward in terms of healthcare investments, housing investments, pharmacare investments, dental care program investments. We've got the 75-plus enhancement. We've increased the guaranteed income supplement, Madam Speaker, which literally lifted thousands of seniors out of poverty. Contrast, Conservative government, her leader, they want to increase the eligibility for old age the OAS from 65 to 67. On the GIS, just now, she says, well, they're not going to claw back on the GIS. So the member's saying that if someone that's collecting GIS gets a job for $25,000 a year, they're not going to claw back the GIS. Does that mean they're going to enhance the OAS to match what it is that they're giving in replacements for the so-called clawback? In other words, your policy stinks.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, you know, the member across the way obviously didn't listen to what my seniors have expressed to me, because had he been listening, he would have understood that seniors are working beyond the age of 67 because they don't have a choice. I visited a factory in my riding, and half of their employees are between the ages of 65 and 74. Tell me why they're still working. It's because of your failed government policies that have...
Please speak to the chair. Honorable député de la Gaspésie.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Mer and Listagouge.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand that this is a fiery debate. Of course it is. It's about an important topic. I am happy that my learned colleague is amplifying the voices of seniors in her riding. Seniors in my riding, too, have been contacting my office explaining that daily life is difficult for them because they, in many cases, are unable to work to increase their income and are therefore struggling with an increased cost of living. What does she think of the request made by the Bloc Québécois to increase old age security by 10% for 65 to 74-year-olds to give them a helping hand?
I thank my honourable colleague for that, and I understand and I agree with what he is saying. But we have to do more than that. We have to cut taxes. We have to stop spending. You know, coming from the financial background, we were taught that you can't spend more than what you make. This government doesn't understand that policy, so maybe they need to go back to school and understand that budgets that they expect every single day from Canadians and seniors, they have to lead by example. They're not doing that.
For Cambridge.
Madam Speaker, my colleague spoke about the pressure seniors are under, but one thing we're both hearing is the fear. Could she share with what seniors in her riding are telling her about the choices they're having to make now that even basic dignity is becoming unaffordable?
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank my colleague from Cambridge. I recently visited her riding, and we were shocked to find out that since 2015 to 2024, $50 million of scam towards our seniors. This government's done nothing to protect them. But I also, if I can, I received this note from an individual, Kathy. She said, "Thank you for being a voice for seniors. It is heartbreaking what seniors have to endure to survive. I'm a PSW and I have watched seniors insist I don't waste spoiled food or vegetables. They will find a way to eat them. I've seen them eating one egg, splitting a piece of toast." I see my colleagues find this very funny, but they won't be laughing if they listen to the seniors that can afford to eat.
Could the Honourable Member allow me to intervene? Could we have some respect while some answers are being given and not laughing about something that is quite serious? The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
They call me because they're worried. They're worried about where they're going to get their next meal, how they're going to pay for their heat, how they're going to be able to find the money to pay for their medication. The choices they have to make shouldn't have to be that way. Because after all, they came to Canada for the promise and the opportunity to be able to live a comfortable life. This Liberal government needs to open their eyes and ensure that seniors can continue this life in dignity and respect.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Violence pensions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan Employment, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Sturgeon River Ethics. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments that my colleagues have been sharing today. It seems to be we're the only ones that are standing up for Canadians and the travesty of this budget. Madam Speaker, we're facing the greatest peacetime fiscal crisis in a generation, and it didn't have to be this way. The Prime Minister broke every promise he made just 6 months ago. This is a Prime Minister Canadians simply cannot trust. He promised a $62 billion deficit, delivered an over $78 billion deficit. That's $16 billion in broken promises. He promised to spend less. He's spending $90 billion more, $5,400 in more inflationary spending per household. He promised to lower the debt to GDP ratio. He's raising both debt and inflation. Madam Speaker, this budget adds $10 million to our debt every hour. That's $240 million every single day. The federal debt is now over $1.3 trillion, a number so large most Canadians can't even comprehend it. Let me be clear about the Liberal pattern. Stephen Harper left this government a balanced budget, achieved through disciplined spending and sound fiscal management. In 2015, Justin Trudeau promised modest deficits and told Canadians that budgets balanced themselves, perhaps the most economically illiterate statement in our political history. In 2025, this Prime Minister presented himself as a fiscal hawk, the supposed adult in the room who would restore fiscal responsibility. The reality? He will add over $320 billion to the federal debt over 5 years, more than twice what Trudeau would have added. The fiscal HoC was a fantasy. Madam Speaker, I know something about fiscal responsibility under pressure. As Mayor of Moose Jaw during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, I refused to raise property taxes despite unprecedented challenges. While other governments use COVID as an excuse for unlimited spending, we found efficiencies and maintained financial discipline. I've balanced budgets at the municipal level and fought for fiscal responsibility in this House for 4 years as an MP. I've managed $120 million infrastructure projects, $120 million worth of infrastructure projects, and brought over $1.3 billion in economic investment to my community while keeping taxes low. I know what real fiscal leadership looks like, and this isn't it. The fundamental truth is that this government refuses to acknowledge is simple. You cannot spend your way out of debt. You cannot borrow your way out of debt. Madam Speaker, let me put this fiscal disaster in terms every Canadian can understand. Interest debt will be $55.6 billion this year. That's over $3,000 per Canadian household. The Liberals talk about making tax cuts, but just add it on. It's nothing but a shell game. They're taking from one hand and giving it to another. When this Prime Minister told Canadians to judge his government by their experience at the grocery store, he set the standard. 7 months later, families are paying almost $1,000 more per year on food, with costs more than doubling since 2015. Record food bank visits at 85% of Canadians citing food affordability as their biggest concerns show he's failed that test. 86% of Canadians are eating less meat because they can't afford it. Not because they're vegetarians, but because they can't afford it. And families are compromising nutrition for cheaper options. From strawberries up 51% to ground beef climbing 14% since March, no family is immune. Madam Speaker, we're spending more on debt interest than health care transfers. We're spending more on debt interest than we collect in GST. Every dollar the Liberals collect in GST goes to the bankers and bondholders, not doctors, not nurses, and definitely not veterans. These are the Liberal priorities. Bankers first, healthcare second. Veterans get $185 million over 4 years, while bankers get $55.6 billion every single year. This government has turned Canada's federal budget into a wealth transfer system from Canadian families to banks. When I was mayor, every dollar we saved on interest payments was a dollar we could invest in water infrastructure, in community development, in services residents actually needed. These Liberals have reversed that priority. They've made debt payments the largest line item in the federal budget, while telling Canadians there's no money for the services that they need. Madam Speaker, let me tell you about two different approaches to crisis leadership. In 2020, as mayor of Moose Jaw during the worst pandemic in a century, I faced the same pressures every leader did. The easy path would have been to raise property taxes and blame COVID for the burden on taxpayers. Instead, I chose fiscal discipline. We found efficiencies, we prioritized spending, and we refused to raise taxes despite unprecedented challenges. That's what real leadership looks like under pressure. This Liberal government chose the opposite path. They used COVID as an excuse for unlimited deficit spending, and that reckless approach continues today, 5 years later. The difference is clear. Real leaders find efficiencies during crises. Liberal leaders find excuses to spend. When you're in leadership, you have to make tough decisions. Madam Speaker, nowhere is this government's misplaced priorities more obvious than their treatment of Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan taxpayers are funding this Prime Minister's $321.7 billion debt explosion while receiving one copper mine project in return. Our farmers face 100% Chinese tariffs on canola, while the Liberals add $10 million to our debt every hour. For years, I've advocated in this House for the Lake Diefenbaker irrigation project, a ready-to-proceed initiative that would generate massive economic returns. This project creates jobs and an economic return in one of our most important industries. As I've said repeatedly in Parliament, if the government was serious about helping the agriculture sector, it would continue with projects like the Lake Diefenbaker irrigation project. The Liberal response? Ignored for a decade while spend billions on boat buying schemes. While canola exports dropped 17% and Chinese markets closed completely, the Prime Minister prioritizes $5,400 per household in new spending over agricultural support. The industrial carbon tax remains in place, adding cost to Saskatchewan farmers already devastated by trade wars. The contrast is staggering. The Lake Diefenbaker project represents a $4 billion investment that would transform Saskatchewan agriculture, create thousands of jobs, and create revenue for generations. Madam Speaker, let's stop using announcements as a substitute for achievement. Madam Speaker, I've spent 4 years in this House fighting for this government against their spending addiction. The math is simple, the choice is clear, and the time for excuses is over. You cannot spend your way out of debt, you cannot announce your way to prosperity, and you cannot break every promise and expect Canadians to trust you with their future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I find it interesting that the member from Saskatchewan failed to reference the historic agreement to extend $10 a day childcare in Saskatchewan, and my colleague, the Secretary of State for Rural Affairs, made that announcement with his counterpart from Saskatchewan. Madam Speaker, this is $10 a day childcare for families in Saskatchewan. And in fact, the Premier and province is working collaboratively with the federal government to make sure that families get this great relief in terms of cost of childcare and ensure that families can actually fully participate in the workforce. So while the member talks about leadership, we're actually practicing leadership on this side, because leadership is about supporting provinces and territories. The member also referenced the pandemic. I will reference the support that we provided to Saskatchewan to make sure that Minister of Health could save lives in Saskatchewan. That's what we've been doing over the last 10 years, Madam Speaker, is being a good partner to provinces and territories. So if maybe the member could speak about his opposition to affordable childcare, to the supports for the Minister of Health, not just during the pandemic but ongoing, and why he continues to vote against the interests of his community of Moose Jaw.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's an interesting perspective. What I am fighting for is financial independence of the taxpayers, the choice of the taxpayers, and the choice of the taxpayers in Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan is they want financial freedom. They don't want a heavy boot on their neck. They don't want to be paying taxes that are going out the window like the Liberal spending that's just throwing money on fire. They want their independence.
All right.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, I would like to hear my colleague speak about billions of dollars in subsidies that the last budget provided directly to the oil and gas sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to hear my honourable colleague speak about the subsidies provided to the oil and gas sector in the most recent budget. The government is proposing to spend billions of dollars on public money. This money will go to oil and gas companies for an unproven carbon capture scheme. These billions in public funds could go elsewhere, for example, to solutions that would bring down greenhouse gas emissions, reduce grocery costs, and improve quality of life. What does he think of this idea?
Stake Centre Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. You know, I always take it into perspective of what my taxpayers in my riding care about. And I think about the farmers in my riding, and I've never met a farmer that didn't know how to recycle or didn't know how to take care of the land better than anybody else. And they're getting a heavy boot put on their neck by the Liberal government with all these policies and all these taxes that are being downloaded onto them, which is now being passed on to the consumer. Saskatchewan is known for its food, fuel, and fertilizer, and we need to export that. And so, Madam Speaker, it is important to recognize the gifts that we've been given in our ridings and to be able to export them because it's what the world needs.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a question after that great speech he just gave. We hear quite often about the industrial carbon tax, and we've had the Liberals say to us many times that it's an imaginary tax. Yet, on my Sask energy bill for my farm, there is a line item that says industrial carbon tax. Could you maybe explain a little bit of how this affects farmers, how it affects the price of food, how it affects the price of transportation in Canada?
Just a mild reminder, I can't answer any question, but I'm sure the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan can do it.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that's a very interesting question. People don't seem to understand the negative consequences of the carbon tax. It has a trickle-down effect. And it's trickled down onto provincial levels of government. I've seen it affect the local school boards where there was a $2 million deficit. They were promised they were going to get that money back from the federal government. They never got it back when we're going through an education crisis. The downloading of carbon tax onto the hospitals. We're going through a healthcare crisis. We never get that back. It's happening to everybody. It's happening to our farmers, and it's being passed on to the consumer. It's a bad tax.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kataskamit-Témiscouata. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak frankly about the budget tabled by this Liberal government. It lets down our workers, businesses, and farmers, especially strategic economic sectors like softwood lumber. In the budget, we were told that it would be a generational investment plan, but actually, this is a matter of generational debt, not an investment. 458 pages of promises. But in our ridings, in our regions, people are telling us that things are actually getting worse. People are sick of what's happening. I will tell you, Madam Speaker, in our regions, this is a completely disconnected budget, completely disconnected from our realities. Where I'm from, people work very hard. In Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kataskamit-Témiscouata, there are more than 116,000 people working in 75 rural, urban, industrial, and agricultural municipalities, entrepreneurs, forestry workers, sawmill workers, workers in all sorts of sectors, public services workers, people who just want to have a good life. And these days, people keep telling me, Bernard, we just can't make ends meet. We just can't make this work. That's what I'm hearing. People are calling me, emailing me. It's not because they don't want to work, they don't want handouts. They just need a little breathing room. But that's not what we're getting in this budget. Our municipal officials have been very clear. We have needs right now. Drinking water, wastewater, recreational infrastructure, housing, it's an emergency. But what we heard from the Rive and Rivière-du-Loup, it takes time to reach our communities. Intentions are good, but when is this actually going to happen? And the problem is that despite everything that this government has done for 10 years and all of its deficits, well, we're not actually seeing any effects. We know that money was promised for all sorts of things, such as housing, but it's all just disappeared. It never seems to actually help us. People in our ridings are not asking for something unrealistic. They just need the government to recognize that our rural regions are not like Montreal. And when governments don't understand the realities facing rural Canadians, it shows right away. It's obvious with something as simple as the grocery bill. We can see that all over the place in my riding. Like in Montmagny, Saint-Pamphile, Saint-Jean-Port-Joli, La Pocatière, or Rivière-du-Loup. Groceries are just too expensive, not because families are wasting money or buying expensive products, just because the price has skyrocketed under this government. And Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister said that he wanted to be judged based on people's experience in the grocery store. But 7 months later, people are judging him, and I can tell you that things are not looking good. We were told that this was going to be elbows up. The Prime Minister said he was going to bring down grocery prices. And we heard from the Minister of Finance that he was going to make a deal with the grocery businesses. But once again, that's another broken promise. Since this Prime Minister has been here, everything has been going up. Strawberries by 51%, beef and chicken 30 or 20 and 23%. Even ground beef has gone up since April, when the PM was elected, by 14%. The Canada Food Prices Report for 2026 is telling us that next year will be even worse. The average Canadian family with 2 adults, 2 children will pay $1,000 more in 2026. That's a lot of money. That's a significant amount per month, and that's for the same food. And since 2015, food budgets have gone up by 112%. Today, 85% of Canadians say that the cost of food is their main concern. With those kinds of numbers, it's not surprising that 2.2 million people have visited food banks in a single month. It's a record. This is a matter of survival for many people. Meanwhile, what are we seeing in a Liberal budget? No serious measures to reduce grocery costs, no strategy to slow down food inflation. And there are still more taxes, like the clean fuel tax, the carbon tax, which of course affects the costs of fertilizer equipment. All of those costs end up being passed on unavoidably by farmers to the cost of the products they make. People are sick and tired, Madam Speaker. They feel misunderstood or ignored by the government. I also need to speak about the gigantic elephant in the room, which is the deficit. The Liberals have now been in power for 11 years. 11 budgets, and year over year, we're seeing the same thing happen. Spending going up, deficits going up, and no way to get back to a balanced budget. And every time we ask the government what's going on, it's like a broken record. Because they tell us, well, the government has the lowest debt in the G7, Canada has the lowest debt in the G7, there's nothing to worry about. That's what they say. Really, Madam Speaker, do we really have to be the worst? Do we have to be like the worst countries in the G7? Is that really... does that really have to be the bar we're measuring ourselves by? Why not try to be the best instead? Why not aim for excellence in order not to create debt for our children and grandchildren? After all, they're the ones who will have to pay the bill. Because there's a cost to this kind of lack of discipline. And the costs will not be paid by this government. It will be paid by my grandchildren and the grandchildren of all Canadians. That's the truth. Because they're piling up these deficits instead of bringing in a serious plan to stabilize the public coffers, we're just making things worse for future generations. I refuse to accept that. I have grandchildren. I hope one day to have great-grandchildren. And I am shocked by the idea that they would inherit a country which is just piling up the debt without caring about those who will come later. People in my riding work far too hard. Just leave the future of their children and grandchildren to the debt that will be the legacy of this government, which is unable to manage its priorities. And also, there's the lack of vision that this government has showed about our key sectors. For example, the softwood lumber sector. In the Bas-Saint-Laurent, Côte-du-Sud, Chaudière-Appalaches regions, sawmills, processors, transportation companies, and thousands of families depend directly or indirectly on that sector. Businesses like Groupe Lebel, Mébec, Val-de-Bec, Matériaux, Blanchet, and many others are all experiencing the pressure of American tariffs that are smothering our industry. What did the Prime Minister say? He said, oh, there's going to be a deal soon that workers could hold on to a glimmer of hope. But now he's saying openly, who cares? Who cares?
We care.
And what's the answer to that question? We care. We absolutely care, and we want the negotiations with the U.S. to start. We need to take action because, after all, I accidentally misspoke and said that there were cats on the hot stove, but I meant that there are still several pots on the hot stove, by which I mean that there's a lot that we need to do. I'm laughing because what I said about the cats, but actually this is a serious matter because these are jobs that are on the line. For example, look at the white birch factory at Rivière-du-Loup, 175 excellent jobs and 1,800 indirect jobs. Is the Prime Minister really going to say who cares to the workers of Saint-Pamphile, Sainte-Perpétue, Saint-Just-Botanière, and many others who are seeing their plants struggle to survive? Meanwhile, European wood is being brought in at lower prices. I could go on and on. Madam Speaker, I can't believe that you're cutting me off. There's so much to say. There were a number of really important things that I wanted to say, but I know I don't have any time left. But I will respond to some of these things during the questions. So I will look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments, General Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we should do a little bit of a fact check in terms of deficits and debts. You know, when Stephen Harper came into government, when he made reference to him, he inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus, converted that into a multi-billion-dollar deficit, and that was before the recession actually came in. Now, when you take a look at the G7, he wants to compare us to the G7. When it comes to the debt, we are the lowest of the G7. When it comes to the deficit, we are the second lowest in the G7. If you want to contrast to the debt, take a look in terms of the when his leader sat around the Conservative caucus with Stephen Harper, the actual deficit was higher than it is today's budget when you factor in inflation. So the Liberal government, this Prime Minister, does not need to take advice from the Conservative Party when it comes to either deficit or debt.
L'honorable député de Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup.
The honourable member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kataskamektimiskwata. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I can't swear in the House of Commons. But it's not because I don't want to. I'll say that. Unfortunately, I can't swear here because if I could, I would definitely be swearing right now. Because the fact is, they've been in power for 10 years, and they've been piling up the deficits. And now they're telling me about Harper. That was during the worst crisis since the Great Depression.
Madame la Présidente,
Well,
le
I managed to
gouvernement
find a slightly
dépense
tamer
d'argent,
thing to say.
il tire ça
Taboire.
par les fenêtres littéralement, puis durant ce temps-là, les
Look,
gens dans
they're
nos
just
comtés
they're just throwing money out the
peinent à
window.
se nourrir.
Meanwhile,
C'est ça la réalité,
people in
Madame
my riding are struggling to put food on the
Questions
table.
et commentaires, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford.
Moi, j'aurais le goût de dire, en
Well,
fait,
Madam
si on
Speaker.
parle du discours, en fait, le discours sur le budget aujourd'hui, mais que c'est le budget des illusions déçues.
I would call this budget the budget
Vraiment,
of broken
et de la
promises and
désillusion.
shattered hopes.
J'aurais pu parler à mon collègue, parce que je sais que sa région fait partie des régions
I know that
très vieillissantes
in
au
my
Québec,
colleagues'
avec une population de plus en plus
riding,
vieille. Donc,
there is an
l'importance
aging
d'aider
population.
davantage les aînés, il n'y a rien dans ce budget-là.
There's nothing in
Il y a
this
rien pour
budget to
aider les
help
aînés de 65 à 74
seniors between
ans qui font
65 and
plus la même
74
augmentation que les gens de 75 ans et plus. Il n'y a rien eu non plus, puis
who are
finalement,
not
il y a eu
getting
une
the same benefits as
incitative, mais
people over
il a fallu
75.
qu'on martèle le message au gouvernement que ça n'avait pas de bon sens.
And we had
de
to really
laisser l'industrie du
repeat
bois
over and
d'œuvre
over to
comme
the
ça,
government that the
sans
softwood lumber
intervenir,
industry
sans
needed
faire,
help.
par exemple, nous, on disait,
It took a
il faut
long
absolument,
time for it
regarde,
to
le
offer
peuple
any help
s'était
whatsoever.
présenté en champion des négociations, il n'y a rien obtenu. Puis il a fallu qu'on demande de l'aide pour que finalement il arrive un débat d'urgence puis une aide qui arrive
It was only after an emergency debate was called for that the government did anything at all, but it was too little, too late.
Mais finalement, ça ne règle pas le problème. Donc, que pense-t-il du fait que
The government hasn't managed to fix the problem. What does my colleague think of the fact that this is the budget of shattered hopes? The honourable member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katascomi-Témiscouata.
Merci. Merci, Madame la
Thank you,
Présidente.
Madam
Je remercie
Speaker.
ma collègue du Bloc. Elle a raison
I'd
concernant
like to
les
thank my
aînés.
colleague
Il n'y a rien dans ce
from the
budget-là.
Bloc
C'est une
Québécois.
grande
She's right that
désillusion.
there's
Elle a totalement
nothing
raison.
in
Mais pour
this
ce qui est du
budget for
bois d'œuvre,
seniors.
Madame la Présidente,
And as for softwood lumber,
les gens ne veulent pas de l'aide. Ils veulent pas d'argent du gouvernement.
people don't want
Les
handouts
gens
from the
veulent
government.
vivre dignement de leurs
What they
emplois.
want
Les
is
entrepreneurs
to be
veulent
able
veulent faire des
to
profits à
have a
partir
good
de leurs
job.
ventes. Le problème,
They
c'est
want
qu'ils
to
peuvent
be
plus faire
able
de ventes aux États-Unis.
to
Ils sont en train de
continue
perdre leur
to make
marché
sales to
au
the
niveau
US,
de
but they
l'Europe
can't do
par
that
rapport à
anymore.
l'Europe. Pourquoi? Parce qu'ils n'ont
Unlike
pas été
Europe.
capables de négocier un deal.
Why? Because
Même
this
que les
government
tarifs
wasn't
ont
able
triplé
to sign a
depuis
deal.
6 mois.
And in fact,
Alors
tariffs have actually
imaginez, c'est
gone
comme
up.
ça que nos
They've
régions
tripled
sont en train de
over the
s'appauvrir
past
grâce à
6
ce
months.
gouvernement.
That's why these people are getting poorer.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent,
The honourable member for Louise Saint-Laurent Akewenrak. I'd like to thank my colleague for his eloquent speech. My colleague works very hard in his riding with families, students, young people, seniors, and entrepreneurs. It's incredible how hard he works. I'll just shorten his riding name to L'Apocatia. But anyway, he raised an important point. He raised the issue of tariffs, of the tariffs on aluminum, steel, and softwood lumber. What impact does that have on companies in his riding? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his kind words, but actually the softwood lumber tariff has actually gone up to 45%. The latest tariffs really gave a killing blow to the softwood lumber industry in my riding. It's the last straw. And yet the Prime Minister used to be dancing around with his elbows up like that. Well, that elbows up motto, I wonder if at his holiday party he's still going to be dancing around with his elbows up like that.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière. Mégantic-l'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lotbinière. Well, Madam Speaker, I know that sometimes you like making the names of ridings a little shorter because they're very long, but I'm very proud of my constituents in Mégantic-l'Érable-Lotbinière. So I would just say that it's always an honor for me to rise on behalf of my constituents in Mégantic-l'Érable-Lotbinière, especially after such a passionate speech like we just heard from my colleague, which just goes to show that we really care about our constituents in our rural constituencies. We know that this is a very difficult time for people. We know that people are struggling to make ends meet. And unfortunately, the latest numbers show us that after 10 years of this liberal government, many people are just completely unable to pay their bills. And so, today, although the Liberals are not interested, they don't seem to be interested in what's happening right now. They don't seem to be listening to the debate on the cost of living. even though today is the media food drive. And yet the Liberals don't care. They're disconnected from what's happening in real life. They don't care about what people are suffering in our constituents. People we meet all over the place, at the grocery store, at the post office. So what is the media food drive? Well, it's an event to help people who are even worse off than the rest of us. This food drive is going, despite the cold, is going to visit all corners of Quebec to try to help the most vulnerable. This is something that's happening today and tomorrow. And these food drives, these organizations, are not only very caring and charitable, but they've also become essential.
Without events like these, there would be people who would have not much at Christmas. In May, when cabinet members were sworn in, the Prime Minister decided to make something his personal battle. He stated that Canadians could judge him on grocery costs. That's a loose translation. He also said that people could judge him based on the situation at groceries. Either way, regardless of the wording, the Prime Minister decided that his priority would be to make food more affordable for all Canadians. Well, the results are in. The results are in through the 2026 annual cost report. 2025. It says 2025 was a difficult year for Canadians. 2026 will not be any easier. Well, if we judge him based on the cost of groceries, well, there are many Canadians who can no longer afford to buy groceries. The report says that groceries will cost even more, $1,000 more for groceries in 2026. So let's take a look at the Liberals' track record since 2015 and all the damage they've caused. In 2015, it cost $8,000 a year for groceries. If you divide that by the 52 weeks of the year, it's $159 a week in 2015. Today, that same bread basket, it was $8,000 a year in 2015. Now it's up to $17,500 a year, which is $340 a week, Mr. Speaker. That is double what it was in 2015, 10 years ago, Mr. Speaker. And people will say to me, well, salaries have also risen. Salaries have not doubled since 2015. The people I run into day to day in my riding, their salaries have not doubled. It may have increased a little bit, but not doubled. Groceries now cost $340 a week. They've doubled, but salaries have not followed pace. If people's salaries have not increased as fast as groceries cost, then people have to make choices. Choices about what they buy. They will buy less meat. All types of meat have become more expensive. People will buy less nutritious food because that's also more expensive. People will make grocery purchases based on what's left in their pockets after all other costs. This is the truth. This is the truth that the Liberals don't want to hear. The Liberals claim that everything's all well and dandy, that everything's great in Canada, but when we go to the grocery store, when we see what people are buying, when we look at the prices, we realize that something doesn't add up. Something's not working. People are eating less and eating less well. The recently published report shows us that more and more Canadians are using food bank services. In fact, even employed Canadians have to visit food banks to fill up their fridges. This is the truth. This isn't just what Conservatives are saying. This has been confirmed by a University of Dalhousie report. A majority of Canadians said that food costs were their main source of financial worry. Whoever would have thought that one day in Canada, everyone would be worried about buying groceries, that would be their main worry, financially speaking, budget-wise. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable. Food inflation is 2 times higher than the Bank of Canada's target for inflation. Now, yes, inflation is coming down, but groceries doubled. This makes life very different for all Canadians. The government might reply that this is occurring worldwide. Well, why did food prices rise 48% more in Canada than in the United States? I can tell you why. This government's attitude is the reason. They continue to act like everything's going well. They spend recklessly. They act as though they had a credit card with no limits. Meanwhile, this Prime Minister and his cabinet will not be the ones to have to pay this back. We are swiping the credit card. We're swiping it as much as we can. The government is swiping it to the tune of $78 billion. But they won't be the ones to have to pay it back. The Journal de Québec, I'm quoting an article that was published the day after the budget was tabled by Michel Girard. He is a very credible, well-known journalist in Quebec. And I can't name the person in question, but the title of the article is the name of the Prime Minister. So replace the Prime Minister's name with the Prime Minister, and then it says the Prime Minister is spending more than Trudeau. What? Really? Yes, you heard me. Now, a few stats. For the 5 fiscal years from 2025-26 to 2029-2030, the total deficits will add up to $322 billion, which is $168 billion more higher than what the Trudeau government forecasted for these 5 fiscal years. This Prime Minister promised to spend more, not only is he spending less, he's spending more than the Prime Minister before him, who spent more than all Prime Ministers before him. I remember the days when Justin Trudeau was promising us that they would have teeny tiny deficits, then eventually no deficit, that they would balance the books. Well, the Liberals are not going to balance the books. That will never happen. Forget about it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are Canadians really struggling, suffering. We Conservatives are here for them. We know what people need. They need more money in their pockets so they can pay their expenses themselves. We need to cut taxes and costs that make things cost more. We need to help Canadians so they have more money and can buy more groceries. Questions and comments?
The Government House Leader.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, and we hear a lot in regards to inflation. I just did a quick look when the leader of the Conservative Party was actually a parliamentary secretary under Stephen Harper. There was 2011 election, the year 2011. The inflation rate was actually 2.91% in 2011. In the 8 months or so, the current Prime Minister's rate would be around 2.2%. And I'm wondering if the member would share his thoughts in regards to just how it is that we deal with issues like inflation as we support Canadians through programs that are provided, for example, in the budget. Should he not be supporting the budget so that we can make life more affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the member for Winnipeg North has a lot of experience, but sometimes he seems to be living in the past. He seems to have forgotten the past 10 years, where he was led by Justin Trudeau. In 2022, the inflation rate was 6.8%, Mr. Speaker, under this government. And if you add up all of those inflation rates, you get to the report that we have today about food in Canada, which tells us that Canadians have to pay $340 a week for groceries, for the same amount of groceries that cost $159 a week 10 years ago. But they say everything's fine and well and dandy, but people go to the grocery store and often can't even pay for what they've put in their cart, and that's because of inaction over the past 10 years. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to ask him several questions, but the most pressing question is this. He is a Quebec MP, as I am. Therefore, he knows that our healthcare and social services are doing poorly because we have inadequate, insufficient resources, and we're trying to do more with less. The Bloc Québécois called for a larger health transfer to provinces, but unfortunately, the government does not want to hear the provinces, does not want to help the provinces with their needs. The Conservatives were in power in 2006. They made decisions about this. Now we have the centralizing Liberal government. Could the Conservatives get the government to understand that they need to transfer more through health and social transfers and unconditionally? The Honourable Member for Mégantic, L'Érable, Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals do indeed have strings attached to their transfers, and they're also making new health programs. The government has us paying $55 billion a year in debt service charges. They're swiping their no-limit credit card, and $55 billion a year is more than what is transferred per year to provinces for the health transfer. They have made us unable to do more, to offer more in our provinces, and they do it with a smile on their faces. For those tuning in today, know that every dollar you pay in GST does not go to services or health care. It goes to debt service charges after 10 disastrous years of this Liberal government.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the excellent insight, and he has mentioned fiscal mismanagement and cost of living and deficit in his speech. Even Prime Minister mentioned that he would be judged by the price of grocery. My question to the member is, why Bill C-15 do nothing meaningful to reduce grocery prices, mortgage renewals, or rent hikes, and instead layers on more spending that fuels inflation Canadians can no longer afford?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic, L'Érable, Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
C-15 bill is smoke and screen, because there's nothing in it for real people, for people from rural communities, people who are unable to pay their bill at the end of the month, Mr. Speaker. This is why Bill C-15 is a bad bill, a big deficit bill, and we will not and we can't support this bill.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of Liberals, life in our country has become too hard. People tell me every day that the cost of the food is hurting them the most. Moms and dads are cutting back. Seniors are skipping meals. Young people say they cannot get ahead no matter how hard they work. The Prime Minister once said that people should judge him by the cost at the grocery store. So let us do that today. A new food price report from Dalhousie University shows just how bad things are. It says food price will rise 4 to 6% next year. That is even worse than this year. A family of 4 will spend almost $18,000 on food in 2026. This is almost $1,000 more than this year. Mr. Speaker, Let me say that again, $1,000 more just to feed a family. Food prices have gone up 112% since 2015. In 2015, a family spent about $159 a week on food. Now it is $338 a week. Families are paying more than the double. Because of these high prices, many Canadians cannot buy healthy food. They're forced to pick cheap food that fills the stomach but is not good for long-term health. This year, more than 2.2 million people went to food bank each month. These are numbers we have never seen before. And nearly 85% of Canadians say their food bills went up again in the past year. Everyone feels it. It does not matter where they live. Mr. Speaker, I want to share what I hear from people of my riding and across our province of Alberta. Every week, families tell me that they now shop in 2 or 3 different stores just to find the lowest price. Some parents say they no longer buy fresh fruits because it has become too expensive. Others say they now buy less meat and try to stretch meal as far as they can. These are honest, hardworking people. They are not looking for special treatment. They are simply looking for a fair chance to feed their families without going broke. Small shops and local stores in Alberta are also struggling. They pay more for rent, fuel, power, deliveries, and packaging. When they try to keep the price low, they lose money. When they raise prices, families blame them. These small shops are part of our community. They want to serve people, but this government makes it harder for them to survive. We also hear from truck drivers who move foods across Western Canada. They say the rising fuel taxes make their work more expensive every month. When the cost of moving food goes up, the price at the store goes up. It's simple. But instead of making life easier, the government turns around and adds even more taxes. This does not help farmers, this does not help truckers, and it does not help families who are already stretched thin. Mr. Speaker, Canada should not be a place where people fear the grocery bill. We have the land, the farms, the workers, and the resources to feed our whole country, yet families are paying more for food than ever before. This government has lost control of spending, lost control of taxes, and lost control of cost of living. Canadians deserve better. In Calgary, food banks are seeing more people than ever before. Staff and volunteers tell me that many of the people coming in have jobs, but still cannot afford food because prices are so high. Seniors come in because their pensions no longer cover both food and rent. This is not a normal Calgary. Calgary is a strong, hardworking city. But the cost of living has pushed many families to the edge. When food banks are stretched this thin, it shows that government policies are not working. We need to bring food prices down so families can depend on stores, not on food banks. Why is this happening? It is happening because of the Prime Minister keeps spending more money than the country has. His $80 billion deficit pours fuel on the fire of inflation. Every dollar the government spends has to come from someone, and that someone is the Canadian people. People pay through higher price on food, fuel, home heating. The Prime Minister also keeps putting taxes on the things that make food. Taxes on the farms, taxes on the trucks that bring food to the stores, taxes on the packaging, taxes on the fuel that cooks, moves, and stores foods. When you tax the farmers, when you tax the trucker, when you tax the store, who pays? The family standing at the checkouts. Mr. Speaker, across Alberta, farmers tell me that same story. They work long day growing the food we all depend on. But rising costs are making their jobs harder every year. Taxes on fuel, taxes on barns, taxes on the tools they use, all add up. When the cost of Alberta farmers goes up, the cost of food for every family in our province goes up too. And Alberta families are feeling the pressure as well. A simple trip to the store now costs far more than it did just a year ago. Meat, milk, bread, fresh food, everything is higher. Some stores in our province have prices so steep that families leave with only half of what they plan to buy. When food prices rise this fast, people cut back on meals, skip healthy foods, or turn to food banks. This should not be happening in a province as strong and as resource-rich as Alberta. We need a government that brings down food costs, supports our farmers, and makes life affordable again. That is why Conservatives put forward a motion to cut the cost of food. We asked House to scrap the Liberal carbon tax on farmers and on food, scrap the new food packaging tax, scrap the fuel standard that adds 17 cents a liter on gas, and stop the inflation that comes from massive deficits. This was a real plan to give people relief, but the Liberals voted against it. They voted against lower food prices. They voted against common sense. Mr. Speaker, food is not a luxury. It is not a special good for the rich. It is the most basic thing a family needs. Yet this government hikes taxes in the food supply chain, pushes up the cost of living, and then asks Canadians to be grateful for the small rebates that do not even cover a week of groceries. People do not want handouts. They want life to be affordable again. Conservatives have a simple plan. Scrap the hidden taxes on food and bring down prices for everyone. We will bring back common sense. We will bring back balance of the budget so inflation comes down. We will let farmers farm without punishing taxes. We will let truckers move food without extra cost. We will let farmers keep more of their own money. Mr. Speaker, when a country as rich as ours has millions of people using food banks, something is deeply wrong. When parents skip meals so their kids can eat, something is deeply wrong. When seniors cannot buy fresh food after a lifetime of work, something is deeply wrong. The Prime Minister said people should judge him by the price at the grocery store. Canadians are doing that now, and they are seeing...
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, back in the last federal election, the Prime Minister made a commitment to Canadians, a commitment of dealing and building one Canada economy, building Canada strong, looking for investments. After we passed Bill C-5, over $60 billion in the first 5 projects alone, bringing provinces together and ultimately looking for expanding export markets and just doing a phenomenal job in terms of attracting investment coming into Canada. In the budget, we have a budget that's investing again in Canadians, investing in Canada as a nation in terms of its infrastructure. It's a holistic approach at delivering for Canadians. And what we've seen coming from the Conservative Party.
I have to give a chance for a member for Calgary Skyview to respond.
Mr. Speaker, member from opposite said the investments coming here. You know, when you have taxes so high, we have seen for last decade who would come here. Well, we have seen $500 billion of the dollars going out of Canada to other places to invest. And you know, we can see the prices because of those taxes. Everything, affordability is an issue. It was not an issue in 2015. So I would like to request a member from the opposite to tell the Prime Minister cut down all the taxes that people can afford this country and they can afford the grocery. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear my colleague speak about what the government put on page 300 of their budget bill, what we refer to as C5 on steroids. The government added a hidden amendment that would allow any minister to exempt any business from the application of any federal act except the criminal code for 3 years. Does he agree with this measure?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, we are discussing affordability issues. We are working on the groceries. Basically, what we are requesting, we are demanding to the government what Canadians need. They need a break on the taxes. We don't want any tax on the farmers. We don't want any tax on the packaging stuff. If they can get rid of the industrial carbon tax, then they can make the food prices low, and that's going to help all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Calgary Skyview who had such a heartfelt speech. And I know how much transportation and farmers matter to his community and his residents. So I would like to ask the honourable member, what do transportation agencies, the people that handle our food and the farmers, what do they feel? What is the backlash and what is the pressure that they feel? I would like to understand more about that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank member from the Abbotsford for the question. It is very concerning. I have been talking to the farmers and the truckers, and they all are feeling the same pain. The tax on the fuel, it rises up the cost. And it's not just on just the fuel they use for delivery, even all the parts, trucks itself, where they manufacture, it impacts everything. So, you know, that is the main factor, even for the tax on the stuff they need for farming, for the fertilizers, and everything is hurting. So that's what bringing the cost up. So Conservatives have a plan to cut all the taxes and make food affordable again. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. We have time for a short one. The member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bicage-Ronald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. You know, we talk about these hidden taxes on food, and constantly from the Liberal bench, we hear that they're imaginary. Well, I know in my riding, I see the cost of food going up, and I see the real impact. Does the member think that these taxes are imaginary?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Well, you know, these are the taxes they are killing Canadian market. The small shop owners, the small farmers. Because of these taxes, we have seen lots of young farmers. A farmer I met just day before yesterday here, you know, and he was saying the same thing. You know, if we can get rid of the taxes, we can save the industry. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to provide some perspective on the Liberal government's 2025 federal budget and its implementation. I've had the chance to speak with many of my constituents in Bowmanville, Oshawa North, and with Canadians across our country to gather feedback on the vision for the future of Canada that is expressed by the Liberal government in this budget. I want to start with one of the signature items in this budget that we've heard Liberal members mention here in the chamber on many occasions as a point of pride. They mention it as a statement of progress, but the reality is that it is a huge red flag for what kind of economy the Liberal Prime Minister is intending to build. They mentioned the National School Food Program and the fact that they are introducing it as a permanent feature of the federal government, as a positive thing. Look, they're even clapping now, showing how out of touch they really are. They say they want to fund this for years to come. And yet, the concern that many Canadians have is that they don't actually want to be dependent on the federal government to feed their children. What they want to see from the federal government is efforts to bring down the cost of food. It is a fact that parents are having a tougher time affording food. It is a fact that over the last decade, the cost of food has skyrocketed year to year. It is a fact that keeping up with grocery bills and other bills is a huge source of stress for Canadian families as food bank lines get longer every month. And in this situation, Canadians expect to see the federal government do everything in its power to bring down the cost of groceries. But we saw in the lead up to this budget that the Liberals were actually quite insincere in promising to work with other parties to solve our country's problems. In the lead up to the budget, Conservatives provided multiple proposals for how the cost of food could be brought down, including proposals that would remove needless taxes on Canadian agriculture and food packaging, taxes that are passed on to the Canadian consumer at the grocery store. But the Liberals didn't want to work with us, and they didn't want to adopt any of those proposals, which is their right. If they want to be obstructionists, that's a choice that they get to make here every day. But there were other institutions in this country that also offered policy ideas to bring down the cost of food, like Canada's Competition Bureau, which has been recommending for years that the federal government increase competition in the grocery industry to lower the cost of food. Of course, the Liberal budget didn't include any references to that either. Instead, what did we get? We got a vision for the future of Canada by the Liberal Prime Minister that makes it clear that bringing down the cost of food is not their objective. In fact, what they want to do is normalize the idea that moms and dads cannot afford food for their own children and instead require government assistance in order to do that. We should all be alarmed by that because for years and years and years, decades and decades throughout our history, the federal government knew that its purpose was to create the conditions for families and communities to thrive so that parents could buy their own food and provide food to their own children. And yet what we have seen from the federal government is a significant shift in another direction, a shift away from that primary responsibility and instead toward the idea that families and communities need the government's help because the economy is so unaffordable. You know, this is not what a healthy society is supposed to look like. In a healthy society, families and communities are independent enough from the government that if they don't like what the government is doing, they can very easily tell the government to kick rocks. That is not the vision for Canada that the Liberal Prime Minister articulates in his federal budget. And in fact, the logic of the Liberal government was betrayed by the Liberal member from Vancouver Centre when she criticized us, when she criticized Conservatives and said, and I quote, "We believe that parents would prefer to feed their kids themselves rather than have the government feed them."
Here.
Yeah, that's true. We do believe that.
100%.
And we believe the vast majority of moms and dads across this country feel the exact same way. And so the vision that the Liberals are articulating is not one of compassion, it's one of dependence. But they have sold the National School Food Program and its permanency as a compassionate and noble idea. But let's continue to explore this vision for the future of Canada expressed by the Liberal Prime Minister in his budget. He says he wants to be compassionate. Well, I would ask why then in this document that is hundreds and hundreds of pages, does the word addiction appear once? Why in the midst of an addiction crisis that is harming families all across this country, harming people of all generations, destabilizing our communities, would a compassionate government, as the Liberals say they are, pay such little attention to such a crisis? Well, I would argue because they're frankly just not as compassionate as they would like for us to believe. In fact, when they do mention addiction the one time in their federal budget, they make a point to say that federal transfers to provinces to deal with this issue will remain the same over the next several years, which means that even though we have a piling amount of evidence that the addiction crisis is getting worse, they actually offer no new money for this. This has been a very serious issue in my community of Bowmanville, Oshawa North. And as I have visited young people across this country, it is one of the top issues that I hear from students because they all know somebody who's been affected by the addiction crisis. We have seen since January 2016 over 53,000 opioid toxicity deaths. In the first 3 months of this year, over 1,300 people died because of opioid overdoses. And yet, in a budget that shows the vision of this country, the federal government has decided to pay very little attention, offering no new resources and offering no vision for how we will help our friends and neighbors overcome their challenges. That is not what compassion looks like. And so forgive me for calling their bluff when they say that they care a lot and they're leading with their heart, because in a budget that increased the federal deficit annually to $80 billion, they couldn't spare a single extra penny for this problem. Let's further explore their vision for the future of Canada, shall we, Mr. Speaker? Because they also present their 2025 federal budget, the Liberal Prime Minister does, as if it is about sovereignty and strength and nation building. That's what they say. And yet we see snuck into the budget on page 100 a very interesting, and for many people across our country, alarming idea. And I will quote, "The government will also consider options for the privatization of airports, critical public infrastructure that a truly sovereign and strong country would take very seriously." The Liberal government sneaks in the idea of selling it off to public interests as one line in a budget, hoping that in the hundreds of pages, people probably don't pay enough attention, because they certainly didn't mention that when they asked Canadians to vote for them in April. The Liberal Minister of Transport was actually written a letter by the national president for Unifor expressing concern over this idea, concern I've also heard from many of the unionized workers that I am proud to represent from Bowmanville, Oshawa North. And in that letter, the president from Unifor says, and I quote, "Canada's airports are vital economic hubs and public assets. They require public investment and democratic stewardship, not divestment to private interests." So once again, the claims of the Liberals that they are concerned about sovereignty and strength betrayed in the 2025 federal budget. I look forward to seeing the Liberal Minister of Transport respond to that letter and to explain to the Canadian people what exactly they mean by considering privatizing critical public infrastructure. But my point remains, Mr. Speaker, that as we explore the vision articulated for the future of our country, it is not what the Liberals have honestly presented. In fact, it is an alarming one. It is one where affordability is not resolved. Their vision is one where more families are dependent on the government to feed their children. It is a vision where the addiction crisis does not get the attention it deserves. And it is a vision where big issues like the privatization of public infrastructure are mentioned as a throwaway idea by a government misrepresenting itself as concerned with our sovereignty and our strength. This is why I oppose the federal budget and why we should all be very concerned about its implementation. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's pick up on the caring attitude. And I want to go back to the dental program, the pharmacare program, and to focus on the national school program. When we take a look at the national food program, this is something that was not an issue, or has been an issue, I should say, for generations. When I was elected back in 1988 in the Manitoba legislature, people were talking about children going to school on an empty stomach. For generations, nothing was done dealing with that issue. There were kids going to school not being able to learn, and this isn't just me, this is professionals saying this. And when the Prime Minister made that program permanent, that is good for the overall nation and all children in every region. Does the member not agree that it's been an issue for many, many years?
The Honourable Member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
I appreciate the member opposite continuing to affirm that we are correct when we say this Liberal government does not have a vision for strength and independence for communities and families, but continues to present federal government dependency as a solution to the very economic problems that have been created under Liberal leadership over the last decade. You would think that the member just showed up, but as he mentioned, he's been a politician since 1988. I was 1 year old when he first got elected. And every problem that's been created in the last decade, the government then positions themselves as a solution, not seeing the irony in this vicious, weird cycle and vortex of bad public policy.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, I met with volunteers who were organizing a charity drive, and today is the media food drive. There will be a food drive in Saint-Césaire soon, and a number of other ones. For example, in Granby, there's one in Rougemont on Saturday. So this is a period where charity drives are underway and food drives. And more and more, I've been hearing everywhere about the reports showing that the need for food has gone up, and one of the recommendations is that old age security be raised, because clearly it's not enough now. However, in this budget, there's nothing for seniors. They boast on the other side about the New Horizons program, but that doesn't put food on the table. Seniors are on a fixed income. They can't put food on the table. Do the Conservatives agree, as they used to, that we should give the same amount in old age security to all seniors, including people between 65 and 74?
The Honourable Member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to plug the fantastic work done by food banks in my home community of Bowmanville, Oshawa North, Clarington East Food Bank, the Salvation Army Food Bank, St. Joseph's Food Bank, full of great volunteers committed to making sure that the problems created in our economy by bad stewardship and bad leadership here in Ottawa can be resolved by the wonderful charity and hard work of wonderful people in my community. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to ask a question of my neighbor, the member from Bowmanville, Oshawa North. We each share a portion of the city of Oshawa and in whom we represent. And his heart for youth and young people is probably what resonates the most in this house. His conversation about addiction. But I would also like to give him an opportunity to address the cost of food. It's doubled. Income hasn't doubled. The cost of, the amount of money folks are making hasn't doubled. And in Oshawa, we have an unemployment rate of nearly 10% now. And I would like my good friend, the Honourable Member from Oshawa North, to comment on that and our youth unemployment as well, if he could.
Honourable Member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Yes, I thank the member from Oshawa. She serves her constituency incredibly well. We do have a very serious unemployment problem in our part of the country, also affecting all parts of the country. We also have a very serious youth unemployment problem. I want to stress to everyone listening in this House, I speak to young people all the time. They see what is happening. They work hard, they go to school, they hope to get a career and a future, to own a home, start a family, do whatever they want to do, start a business, whatever their dreams are, and yet they are constantly seeing evidence that it is only going to get harder and harder. What we see here in the 2025 federal budget is an out-of-touch government thinking that young people want to see more state dependency as a solution to their problems, but they want to thrive as independent people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
À l'ordre, j'ai l'honneur d'annoncer à la Chambre que le Sénat a
I have
transmis un
the
message
honor
à la
to announce that the
Chambre
Senate
informé qu'il a
has sent a
adopté
message
le
to the House
projet
to
de loi
inform
suivant
that it
qui
has adopted
soumet
the following bill.
à l'assentiment de la Chambre. Projet de loi S2, loi modifiant
Bill
la loi
S2,
sur les Indiens,
an act
nouveau droit
to
à
amend
l'inscription.
the Indian Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm willing to accept that this government meant well in bringing this budget forward. The Prime Minister claims that he wants to reshape Canada's economy so it's more self-reliant, more resilient, and less vulnerable to outside shocks. Well, that starts with food security, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said that Canadians should judge his leadership by their experience at the grocery store. If that is the test, then this government is failing it. After 7 months, food prices continue to rise, families are making impossible choices about what they can afford, and the weekly grocery bill has become the clearest sign of a government that is out of touch with the struggles faced by Canadians today. While this Liberal government may believe that the goals of Budget 2025 are noble, the budget itself simply does not achieve them. It tries to be all things to all people, but it fails to deliver on the basics. Canadians want a plan that strengthens our foundation and rebuilds hope, but they also need to put food on the table, keep a roof over their heads, and provide for their families. This budget does not meet that moment. Canada's Food Price Report from 2026 confirms what Canadians, or for 2026, confirms what Canadians already know. If 2025 was difficult, 2026 will be worse. The report warns that families can expect almost $1,000 more in food costs next year. Compared to 2015, Canadians will pay 112% more for groceries for their family. Food costs have more than doubled in a decade, and nearly 85% of Canadians say that food affordability is their top financial concern. Food banks saw a record 2.2 million visits in a single month this year. These are not abstract numbers. They are the lived reality of a country where working families increasingly rely on charity to eat. Yet Budget 2025 does not present a coherent plan to address that crisis. It doesn't reduce taxes in any meaningful way that families can feel today. It doesn't reduce the fees or the regulatory burdens that drive up the costs through the supply chain. It doesn't relieve the pressure on farmers whose operating costs rose 2.5% in a single year. And if you think that isn't passed on to the consumer through your food prices, then I don't know how to explain the math on that. Fertilizer, fuel, and transportation costs have all increased, and producers were forced to take on 14.1% more debt in 2024, which is the largest increase since 1981. A budget that claims to strengthen resilience should support the people who grow our food. Instead, it leaves them with higher costs and greater uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that the world is changing. They see global geopolitical instability, inflation, rising global competition. But what they want is a clear plan that responds to those challenges. They want their government to understand the day-to-day struggles that shape their lives right now. You can't build a resilient economy when families can't afford groceries. Instead of delivering clarity, this budget presents pages upon hundreds of pages of contradictions. One of the clearest signs of that is the government's use of the new separation between what they call operating spending and capital investment. In theory, this could provide discipline and transparency. But the Parliamentary Budget Officer has indicated that a full $94 billion in expenses have been mischaracterized as capital spending. And while the budget pledges to balance operational costs someday, it never commits to balancing the budget overall. Canadians know that when you spend more than you earn, somebody pays the price down the road. That would be our children and our grandchildren. Deficits still count, even when they're hidden in new categories of line items in the budget. The contradictions in this budget extend to the economy. This government keeps saying that Canada has strong economic fundamentals, yet families are telling me that they want groceries for Christmas. On Vancouver Island this week, another mill in Crofton announced that it's closing its doors. That means 375 more families without paychecks and more than 1,000 others that are indirectly hurt. 31 mill closures across British Columbia and counting means shrinking tax bases, weaken communities, and more pressure on food banks. Budget 2025 offers slogans, not solutions. Meanwhile, the food price report makes clear how widespread the affordability crisis has become. 86% of Canadians say they're eating less meat because it's become too expensive. The report notes how rare it is for beef, chicken, and pork all to rise sharply in the same year, and yet that is what Canadians face in the grocery store. And the pressures extend to every aisle, Mr. Speaker. Since the Prime Minister took office, strawberries are up 51%, beef is up 30%, chicken 23%, coffee 22%, and even salad dressing is up 13%. Meatless burgers are up 17% year over year. Food inflation is now double the Bank of Canada's target rate and rising 48% faster in Canada than it is in the United States. These increases are not a force of nature. They're the consequences of policy choices, including the government's refusal to remove the hidden taxes, including the industrial carbon tax, that raise the cost of everything from farm inputs to food transportation. Conservatives proposed real solutions to reduce costs and rein in the record high deficit that fuels inflation. The Liberals voted against both. The gap between the government's rhetoric and reality is also evident in its behavior toward a food bank in my community. Loaves and Fishes operates in 44 communities across Vancouver Island, each with increasing need, and was promised $5 million to expand operations in the December 2024 fall economic statement by this Liberal government, or by a Liberal government. Nearly a year later, that money has still not arrived. The government initially denied its obligation to honor that written promise, saddling the organization with $35,000 in additional monthly interest costs and forcing cuts to its Christmas programming this year. If the money does arrive, it will only do so as a result of immense pressure from the organization, myself, and our community. Ministers in this government stand up every day and claim to champion the hungry. But when it takes many months and a full court press to shame this government into keeping its written promises to a food bank during a national food affordability crisis, it tells you everything you need to know about where their heart is. Budget 2025 claims to reshape our economy for resilience, but you cannot strengthen a country by ignoring the immediate needs of its people. The government talks about productivity, but hungry people cannot work to their optimum level. It talks about building Canada strong, but provides little to nothing for the seniors who built this country, even less for the students who are its future, and even less than that for working families. And with food inflation running rampant, it offers no meaningful plan to make groceries affordable again. Brookfield must own stock in a grocery chain somewhere, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada needs a government that understands that affordability is the foundation of economic security. A government that sees families, workers, and vulnerable people not as footnotes to a capital plan, but as the heart of a strong country. A government that recognizes that you can't build resilience on borrowed money alone. Budget 2025 may have set out worthy goals, but a budget is only as strong as its execution. This one does not deliver the clarity, the discipline, or the conviction that Canadians need. And we see that in the fact that there is no clear message coming out of this government around the budget. It doesn't address the soaring costs of food. It doesn't ease the pressure on producers and on farmers. It does not bring inflation under control. Canadians deserve better. They deserve a plan that works. Conservatives will continue to fight for pragmatic, practical measures to make our lives better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in some ways I appreciate what the member's saying. In other ways, I would challenge her thinking. Because when we have Conservatives talk about sympathy towards those individuals that are experiencing difficult times. Yet we see the Conservatives call programs like the National Food Program as garbage. Even the previous speaker from the Conservative Party, when you talk about the programs like the dental program, the pharmacare in particular, dealing with diabetes, ways in which the government is providing fiscal responsibility, which does show that inflation is under control. There's many things that the government is doing. The question is why does she not actually act based on the words that she is saying?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I'm glad that the honourable member asked me about the National School Lunch Program, because we absolutely believe that children should be fed. We believe that parents should be able to do it. But what's incredible is that if this federal government really wanted to make a difference, and they wanted their dollars to make the maximum difference, they would recognize that we have a fabulous local school board in the Nanaimo Ladysmith Regional District School Board, and they have these programs. And if they really wanted to make a difference, they wouldn't add another layer of national bureaucracy. They would transfer this money directly to the provinces, who would transfer it directly to the school boards. And the people who would get credit for it are the teachers and the schools.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Gaspésie, les îles de Madeleine.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les îles de Madeleine, Listinoche. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'd like to zoom in on a particular part of C15. We heard last week about the agreement between the Government of Canada and Alberta and the possible pipeline. And in C15, there's a fast-track mechanism that would enable a minister to exclude a business, that would exempt a business from any legislation other than the criminal code. With that in mind, and the fact that my colleague is from BC, can she give us her perspective on that part of C15?
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I'm really glad that the honourable member asked me about C15, and in particular this MOU that is out there. You know, one of the really big challenges with it is that no one knows what it means. We have First Nations chief and BC saying that there's a veto and that they will not approve it. We have other people, we have the government saying that it's going to go ahead. And when it comes down to it, we don't actually know what's going to happen. And there is no clear path, no clear symbol, and I really wish that this government would decide whether or not they are creating one economy out of 13 or 13 economies out of one.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadians have been getting less and less buying power over the last 10 years. Food prices have doubled and wages have not doubled. I mean, that indicates a real inflationary environment. We all understand this, but my colleagues across the aisle seem to think that they boast about the handouts that their poverty-inspiring policies have created in the first place. And my question for my colleague is, do you believe this is an intentional strategy along philosophical lines, or is it just a massive screw-up?
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and believe me, I would actually like to think the best of my colleagues across the aisle. I really would. The challenge is that the programs are so confusingly organized that while they do actually help some people, the litany of complaints, the number of people in my riding and in my communities who are having trouble navigating these programs means that the programs that they've established are creating immense backlogs and immense an uptick in a number of calls to my office that people who are struggling to navigate the system, that makes me just wonder what they're thinking when they design them.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So lost in all of the media stories last week was a CBC story that talked about a Campbell's Soup executive getting caught in a meeting making fun of, quote, the poor people who ate their soup. They said, this executive apparently said that Campbell's Soup was for poor people. It was a highly processed food that poor people had to eat. And, you know, when I saw this story, it actually, to me, is the perfect analogy of the Liberals with this budget, right? Here you have an executive who is selling, by his own admissions, highly processed foods. You know, if you go to Walmart, I think the price of a can of Campbell's soup ranges between about $1.50 to $2.50. But frankly, it's what a lot of people in Canada are eating right now, right? But you have this executive making fun of the people, the poor plebes who have to eat a can of Campbell's soup. Well, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of people in Canada who work really hard and used to be able to go out and afford a steak dinner once or twice a month, or, you know, thinking about having a beef rib roast at Christmas was not much of a problem 10 years ago. Those people are now the people who are eating Campbell's soup. And so, you know, the arrogance in that executive's comments, I think, are exactly what the arrogance is of the Liberal government in tabling this budget. You know, when I was looking at this budget from the lens of would one of my constituents think I was doing my fiduciary responsibility and standing up for good, wise stewardship of their tax dollars by supporting this, the first question I asked myself was, what's in it for my constituents? Is there anything in it for the constituents? The way that the Liberals sold this budget, which is, I think it's a record deficit. We've never seen money like this in Canadian history. You know, economists and experts have talked about the fact that it's going to bankrupt future generations, that it is likely going to see we're likely going to see a credit downgrade in the country. It's made our country less resilient. It is one of the most intensely deficit-laden budgets in history. So I wanted to see, well, what's in it for my constituents? I thought you'd see something like, for all of the money that they're spending, maybe like a GST cut, or frankly, maybe a rocket ship to the moon, or a highway paved in gold. But no, what we got was, I think, condemning my constituents to more soup nights. Please, sir, can I have some more Liberal deficit and Campbell's soup? So, like, at the end of the day, what people want to look at or want to see out of a budget is prudence and something for them. And what we've seen out of the Liberal government over the last 10 years is funding announcements that result in nothing for Canadians, waste, deficit, higher taxes, and the inability to have a steak dinner. Like, most people in Canada, they want a steak dinner. It'd be nice. You know, I'm an Albertan.
Alberta beef.
Alberta beef, it's the best. But people can't afford it anymore. They can't afford protein. And I'm not talking about, like, some Canadians. I'm talking about most Canadians. Canadians that would be, in many jurisdictions, considered solidly middle class. They're double-income families, but they're sometimes working 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. They've seen their rents increase. They can't get access to timely health care. There's all sorts of issues where their life is getting worse, but the government is spending more. So how is it that the government is asking us to support a bill that keeps seeing Canadians' life getting worse while they spend more? That's a no for me. It's a no for most of my constituents, too. Yeah, let's look at, I want to also highlight the level of waste that we see in this government. So some of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, have been litigating and doing an excellent job. Our shadow minister for industry, for example, she's been doing a great job litigating the fact that the Liberals spent, what I'm looking, $13, $14 billion on Stellantis, right? 15 billion dollars. And they just left the country. Well, yesterday, guess where Stellantis was? In the White House. And you know what they were saying? We're investing $13 billion in the United States. A direct transfer from Canadian taxpayers to the United States of America, while rich Campbell lobbyists that I'm sure are probably friends with some of these guys across the aisle are talking about people who have to eat their soup. I don't think Canadians should be condemned to eating soup. They should have choice in food. There was a startling report today that showed that next year, an average Canadian family is going to have to pay at a minimum an extra $1,000 for basic groceries. That's on top of the already huge increase in food prices. You know, in the province of Alberta, in my riding, food banks are at an all-time high. In Alberta, the 127 reporting food banks were visited 210,000 times, a jump of 21.8% compared to last year, and 134% since 2019. So you have this budget here where the government is dumping billions and billions, endless dollars into corporate lobbyists, corporations that aren't even trying to keep the job. They didn't even bother reading the contracts. And meanwhile, it's let's have some highly processed soup for dinner. There's nothing in the budget for Canadians, nothing. There's a lot for the Liberals' rich friends. There's a lot for rich corporations that have other benefits, like regulatory benefits that keep things like cell phone bills high. The layers of ways that the Liberals screw the average Canadian between regulatory capture, just forking out direct cash to their friends, the levels of way that they screw Canadians is so magnificently bad. In this budget, the level of debt is shocking. And you know what? I have to say, kind of tricky of the Prime Minister to be like, oh, but we're saving money, because he's tried to cook the books and restructure how the expenses are categorized. We're not that dumb. I mean, he might think he is. That's how he treats some of his cabinet ministers or journalists when he tells them to look inside themselves instead of answering the questions. But that level of arrogance is not going to get my constituents to be able to go out for a nice dinner or just afford basic groceries. The other thing, I'm the Shadow Minister for Immigration. I have never seen a more incompetent immigration minister in this Liberal government's history, and that's saying a lot. And through this budget, they are continuing immigration levels that are unsustainable. There aren't enough houses for people in Canada right now. There's not enough doctors. There aren't enough jobs, and yet they are juicing these numbers. In one bill in front of the House of Commons right now, in fact, Bill C-12, they're trying to give themselves powers to mass extend temporary resident visas. We have an amendment that I hope the government will support on that front. But everything is about increasing the size of government, increasing the largesse to their corporate friends, and increasing the population in unsustainable ways through immigration. And what my constituents are left having a can of soup that an executive of the company already calls not nutritious and highly processed. I mean, come on. At a bare minimum, in a G7 country, people should have more to look forward to than, a bare cupboard at night. And I know there are people in my community, which was once, very well off, that they've lost their houses. There are parts of my community now where there's homelessness is a problem in a big way, and people can't afford to make ends meet. I know there's seniors in my community that thought they were going to have a safe retirement who now can't afford to buy groceries. And what they're asking us to support 60, 70, how many $billion? That's $78 billion when a company that they just gave $15 billion to just transferred $13 billion of it to the United States. Come on. Something has to give. The Prime Minister told Canadians that he would be the person who could better manage Canada's finances. All he did was rack up debt on the credit card. He's not the only economist in this room. And his economic policy in here is bad. It's failed socialist policy that doesn't benefit anybody. So no, I don't support this budget. And Mr. Speaker, nor should anyone else in this House. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Non, pardon, c'était le secrétaire parlementaire au ministre de la Sécurité
No,
publique.
sorry. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. That is whose turn it is.
For Calgary Nose Hill.
House Leader or Deputy House Leader, whatever his title is, just told you to shut up, Mr. Speaker. That's what he did. He should apologize.
I did not hear anything. I assure the members, even if a member told me to quiet down and use some other terms, I would not. But I did recognize the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety for questions and comments.
And Kevin stood up. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague will, of course, also have the opportunity to ask a question. The member for Calgary Nose Hill asks, what's in the budget for her constituents? Well, I'll keep it simple. I will ask the member how she feels about the productivity super deduction, which will essentially allow Canadian businesses, including businesses in her Calgary riding, to write off their capital costs and for transforming their processes, automation, research, development. So I think that's excellent stimulus spending that will really boost our economy.
What would be a productivity super deduction? If the government scrapped the temporary foreign worker program and stopped allowing businesses that have no reason to bring in temporary labor to continue to suppress wages and suppress productivity in this country. When I think about how badly the government has distorted productivity measures by allowing literally millions of temporary foreign workers into this country, which also take opportunities from Canadian youth, that's probably one of the key productivity drivers in this country. Yet my colleague across the way wants my constituents to pay more for basic common sense. No, of course not.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beau.
The honourable member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech. I know that she is an expert when it comes to immigration. I'd like to raise the border protection aspect of the budget. Does she find that the agents who will be hired over 3 years will be enough to guarantee safety at our borders? And also, are the resources sufficient to handle immigration properly?
I really appreciate the question from our colleague, and I appreciate the time that we spent at the Public Safety Committee last week trying to improve Bill C-12, which left so many things lacking with regard to border security. I'll note, and every time the Liberals say they're going to hire more border security, they don't do it. Right? It's about the announcement. So color me skeptical if I don't believe anything that they're going to do. But I think, and again, just to reiterate some of the work that my colleague did last week, we tried to advance measures which would have made it more difficult for people who perhaps have criminal past or criminal intent to enter the country by proposing common sense, cost-free measures to Canada's immigration system. And the Liberals rejected that. Shame on them.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a quick question for my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill. Should Canadians trust a government that after 10 years still can't manage procurement, can't control spending, can't deliver infrastructure like the Gordie Howe Bridge, and cannot provide basic answers in this chamber?
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
It is so exciting to see a Conservative be elected in Windsor. It's awesome. And you know why? Because my colleague is standing up for jobs in his community. So while the Liberals are spending tens of billions of dollars to companies that take investments with no job guarantees to other countries, he's standing up and saying, no, I'm going to actually protect the auto sector in my riding. So kudos to him, and no, of course we shouldn't trust the Liberals. Great work from Windsor with that guy.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable parliamentary secretary, the Government House Leader, a short one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm curious to know why it is that the member opposite continuously wants to be able to vote against the investments that this federal government is making, not only in the province Alberta as a whole, but in the constituents in which she represents through good, sound social programming.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Last week, the member rose in this place and said, if somebody was being sexually assaulted in this country, a non-citizen, judges wouldn't give them special treatment. He said that. Then we stood in the House and gave many examples of that, including a 13-year-old girl that he raped. I thought he was going to apologize for saying that, but I guess, hope springs eternal.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain, and I have to advise the member that he'll about have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act. When Canadians hear that phrase, budget implementation, they expect something simple, a plan that respects taxpayers, strengthens our economy, and delivers results without waste. Unfortunately, this bill misses that mark in ways that are not minor, but fundamental. I want to approach this from the perspective that we don't hear that often in Ottawa. From the view of rural and resource-producing communities, from agriculture and energy workers, from families who contribute so much to Canada's prosperity, yet feel increasingly overlooked by federal policy. And I want to speak as someone who has worked internationally for decades, particularly in post-Soviet countries, where government overreach, sluggish bureaucracy, and disrespect for local decision-making are constant barriers to growth. When I look at Bill C-15, I see too many of these same mistakes creeping into our own system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that spends more while delivering less. This government continues to treat spending as synonymous with progress. Bill C-15 implements a budget that is the most expensive in Canadian history, yet Canadians feel poorer, less secure, and less hopeful. Where I come from, on the prairies, you earn trust not by how much you spend, but by what you deliver. Families live within their means. Small businesses operate carefully because overspending can cost someone their livelihood. Farmers know that inputs don't matter if the yields aren't there. But Ottawa continues to spend without measuring outcomes. The Budget Implementation Act commits billions more in new spending while offering little accountability and no realistic plan to restore affordability to Canadians. This is why Conservatives oppose the direction of this bill, because the government is asking Canadians to pay more while receiving less. The most urgent issue facing Canadians today is affordability, housing, groceries, fuel, basic necessities, yet Bill C-15 entrenches policies that have made life fundamentally more expensive. Whether you live in Toronto...
I have to interrupt the member for Sewers Moose Mountain. He'll have the remainder of his time when the House next takes up this matter. It being 6:16, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-246, an act to amend the Criminal Code, consecutive sentences for sexual offences, standing in the name of Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas, seconded by Mr. Caputo, moves that Bill C-246, an act to amend the Criminal Code, consecutive sentences for sexual offences, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
There's a special delight that every consumer knows when they go into a store and walk away with a deal. The moment you realize you're paying a little bit less than maybe what you were expecting. Maybe it's 15% off of your favorite boots or favorite shoes. Maybe it's buy one, get the other one half off. Or maybe it's hitting the jackpot. Buy one and you get the other thing free. You know, here, especially at Christmas time, these sorts of deals tend to attract people. They tend to get us into a storefront. We love a bargain. We love getting more value than what we pay for. Discounts are a part of everyday life, and especially a part of this season. And they bring a thrill when we're able to spot them and take advantage of them. But as great as these discounts are, I would offer that they belong in stores alone. They do not belong in our justice system. The practice of treating serious crimes like they are items on sale is not just misguided, but it's altogether dangerous, it's unjust, and it's completely detached from the experience of victims who will never receive a discount on the trauma that they experience and live with. Unfortunately, in our current justice system, discounts are handed out far too often in criminal sentencing. One of the biggest and most troubling discounts granted under Canadian law is concurrent sentencing. In other words, it offers an offender the opportunity to serve multiple sentences under one. Instead of facing real consequences for each act of harm, they serve all sentences at the same time. One sentence, multiple crimes, equals drastically reduced jail time. And if this logic were applied anywhere else in life, I think we would be outraged. We'd call it absurd. But in Canada's courts, somehow it is common practice. And even more troubling is that this discount is applied to some of the most egregious crimes, including mass murder or serial sexual assault. And today, I will focus on the latter, to do with my private member's bill. Sexual assault crimes are not minor offenses. They are not mistakes. These are acts that rob individuals of their dignity, their agency, and their sense of safety and well-being. They can alter the course of a person's life, not just for a few weeks or a few months, but forever. Yet the perpetrators of such deeply violating crimes often walk away with sentences that fail to reflect the severity of the harm they've caused. Concurrent sentencing should never be allowed for such crime, which is why I'm proud to address this issue and stand with victims by presenting my private member's bill C-246, the Ending Sentences Reductions for Sexual Predators Act. This bill is simple, it's direct, and it's necessary. It mandates consecutive sentencing, not concurrent sentencing, for those convicted of sexual offenses. In plain terms, no more bundling crimes into one low-price package, no more sentencing discounts. Sexual predators will no longer be able to compress their crimes and walk away with a reduced amount of time in jail. Instead, each crime will carry its own penalty, and each victim will receive the full recognition that she or he deserves. Under this law, every victim counts, not just as in a moral or symbolic sense, but really counts. Their voice counts. What happened to them counts. The crime committed against them matters and should be paid for. Currently, Canada does not allow for consecutive sentences in these types of cases. It does, however, allow for them when it's to do with children. And while that protection for children is absolutely right and necessary, the logic behind that allowance equally applies to adult victims. Consider this, if you will, just for a moment. In Canada, the maximum sentence for a break-in or a violent robbery is life in prison. Life. That's the maximum sentence. But the maximum penalty for sexual violence against an adult is only 10 years. And it's 14 years when that victim is under the age of 16. We have to sit with this comparison for a moment. A property crime, a robbery, carries a higher maximum sentence than the violent theft of a person's bodily autonomy. A home can be repaired, a stolen phone can be replaced, but restoring a person's dignity, restoring a person's sense of security, their trust in the world, those wounds are far deeper and take far more to heal. Therefore, the penalty should also be far more. The fact that our justice system punishes property crimes more severely than sexual offenses is not just inconsistent, but I would say it's altogether an injustice to those that face these types of crimes. For far too long, the scales have been tipped in favor of the criminal, the offender, while victims are left struggling, having to pull the pieces together and find healing for the egregious crimes committed against them. Years of soft-on-crime policies have left communities less safe and victims increasingly vulnerable. Since 2015, sexual assaults in Canada are up nearly 75%. Offenses against children are up an alarming 120%. And these aren't just abstract percentages. These aren't mere data points for academic purposes. These are numbers representing real people with real stories, lives forever changed. Each statistic represents betrayal and fear and lifelong consequences that impact generally not only the victim, but his or her family, friends, community. In Toronto, a family doctor was charged with 9 counts of sexual assault and 4 counts of sexual exploitation involving 3 patients over a period of time. These patients walked into his clinic expecting care and compassion and professionalism from this individual, and instead they were preyed upon by someone in whom they placed trust. They left not with healing, but with deep wounds, not having been cared for, but having been exploited. And what was the sentence for this physician who committed more than a dozen intrusive and grave crimes? 3.5 years. 3.5 years. 13 heinous crimes, 1 sentence, because all of them were enmeshed into one. Think about the societal message that is delivered. What message is sent to other victims who are terrified to come forward? It tells them that their suffering will be compressed, that their voice doesn't matter. What message is sent to other potential offenders? Well, it tells them that even if you hurt multiple people, commit multiple crimes, the system will protect them. It will have their back. And what message does it send regarding the societal value that we place on making sure that people are kept safe in the most vulnerable spaces, such as the medical office they enter into? It suggests that even profound violations committed under the guise of care are somehow eligible for a discount. And it reaffirms to victims that the justice system does not stand with them, but rather on the side of the perpetrator. Kashif Ramzan, he pretended to be a talent agent, attracting young people into the modeling industry. 2 young women were lured in, and they faced horror instead of opportunity. They were both sexually assaulted numerous times over. At the end of the day, Ramzan pleaded guilty and did not refute any of the accusations that were brought against him. The sentence he faced, 18 months for the one, 2 years for the other. But in this country, 18 months plus 24 months equals 24 months, because it's multiple sentences combined into one being served. And again, we must ask, what message does this send to society? What message is sent to young women who are already navigating a world where exploitation all too often hides behind charm and flattery and supposed opportunity? It tells them that if they are victimized, the system doesn't have their back. It tells them that their dreams can be weaponized against them, that they can be exploited, and it's not as big of a deal if it's more than one of them. It tells the public, especially these young women, that predators may face only a fraction of the punishment their crimes deserve. Meanwhile, they are expected to sort through the pieces of their own brokenness. This is the opposite of justice. It is the opposite of deterrence. It is the opposite of what a healthy society should signal about the seriousness of sexual violence. When the system merges multiple victims into a single punishment, it erases the individuality of their suffering, the weight of each of their experiences. It tells victims implicitly, if not explicitly, that their pain is worth less. That the law sees them not as unique human beings, deserving of justice, but as tally marks on a spreadsheet. Whether a predator commits repeated offenses against one person or single offenses against multiple people, justice demands that each of those crimes be paid for. Sentences must be served consecutively, not concurrently. This reflects the extent of the harm done. Anything less is a betrayal of victims. Colleagues, it is long past time to put victims first. Sexual offenses should never be treated like a 2-for-1 deal at the shoe store checkout. There is no buy one assault, get one free. But that is what our current justice system does. There is no bulk discount on human suffering, but that is what our courts reward. Each offense is, in fact, a distinct harm. Each victim is a whole person, and each act must carry with it its own consequences. Justice is not something to be discounted or bundled. Justice demands full recognition and full accountability for every crime and every victim. My bill, Bill C-246, is about restoring that balance. It's about ensuring that the law stands firmly on the side of victims, not with predators. It's about making sure that when a sexual offender is sentenced, the punishment truly reflects the crime. It's about restoring faith in our justice system for survivors who have so often been let down. And it's about sending a clear message to society that sexual violence is serious, that it will not be tolerated, that every victim matters, and that predators will face real, meaningful consequences. So my appeal to those in this place, to my colleagues from all parties, I would ask that you support this bill, that you stand on the side of victims, that together we stand for a strong, robust justice system, a system that refuses to minimize the most violating crimes a person can endure, that we would be a group of people that instead stands for what is right. I'm asking you to support this bill, and let us send a united message from the House of Commons that we stand with the innocent, that we stand with the victims, that we stand with the survivors, and that sexual predators will, in fact, face the full force of the law. There cannot be the continued practice of discounts for sexual predators. Please stand with victims.
Questions and comments. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. First, I would like to commend my colleague for her speech and for her bill. This is an important topic that deserves to be debated and that requires our full attention. Everyone here, all 343 MPs, are horrified when we hear about crimes committed by sexual predators. We all want these crimes to be harshly punished. And I believe that we should also focus on deterrence. At the same time, the government has an obligation to behave responsibly. We have an obligation to ensure that our laws are constitutional and that we are not swinging our swords around in the air, because that doesn't actually make a difference.
I guess I would beg from the honourable member, what is unconstitutional about standing with victims?
Nothing.
What is unconstitutional about ensuring that sexual predators receive the full force of the law? When a member stands in that way, it feels like platitudes are being given on one hand in terms of a justice system that needs to be strengthened, but then excuses for that weakness in the justice system are being made on the other hand. And that's problematic, because ultimately it's victims that are put at risk.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my learned colleague for her speech about the bill she is sponsoring. I don't know if it was mentioned. Perhaps I missed a word or two here or there, that consecutive sentences for sexual reoffending or multiple sexual offenses are already possible in our current system under the criminal code. You just have to argue in favor of such sentencing in front of the judge. So, this is already possible under the current system. Here's my question for my learned colleague. Is there any study or any argument that she can tell us about indicating that this bill will bring down crime or reduce sexual reoffending rates?
Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. There's a difference between what is permissible and what is normalized. If we truly want to deter crime, and in this case, the heinous crime of sexual assault, then you have to normalize a sentence that is most suitable. A discount sentence for those that commit sexual assault is not appropriate. It sends a message that the justice system is soft on crime, that those heinous acts only matter or count against the first individual, but not the second or the third or the fourth or the fifth or the sixth or the seventh or the eighth or the ninth. That's wrong. If we're going to find ourselves on the side of survivors, on the side of victims, we must strengthen our justice system.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bicashwanog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for this bill. Honestly, it couldn't happen at a better time when sexual assault is up 76% in Canada. And as the Chair of Status of Women, we heard disturbing testimony that half of the people who are sexually assaulted don't even get a police report. The ones that get a police report, 5% go to court, only 1% actually get a conviction, and the sentence is measured on an average of months, not years. And so what I would say to the member is, are there measures that she would like to see the courts implement in terms of the maximum sentence along with the consecutive sentencing? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge in 25 seconds or less.
Yeah, it's a sad statistic that 95% of victims do not actually take their case to court. And for most of them, they report that the reason for not going to court is because they feel unsupported by the system, they do not want to have to repeat their story, and they do not want to have to face their perpetrator again. We have to find ways to protect victims and make sure that they can come forward with their stories.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to speak about Bill C-246, an act to amend the Criminal Code concerning consecutive sentences for sexual offences. This is a private member's bill brought forward by the Honourable Member of Lethbridge. This bill would replace the existing Criminal Code provision that requires sentencing courts to impose consecutive sentences in child sexual offences case with one that would require consecutive sentences for all other sexual offenses. In cases where an offender is already serving a sentence for a sexual offense, it would require a new sentence for a sexual offense to run consecutively to the sentence the offender is already serving. I appreciate the sponsor's aim of signaling the seriousness of sexual offenses by requiring mandatory consecutive sentences in cases involving multiple sexual offense convictions. I would note, however, that Bill C-246 is the wrong approach. It is unconstitutional, overly rigid, and will not make Canadians safer. This bill seeks to force judges to stack consecutive sentences for all sexual offenses, including those that already carry mandatory minimum penalties. The Supreme Court, in cases like Senneville, has emphasized that judges must consider reasonable hypotheticals when determining when a sentence is grossly disproportionate. And the Quebec Court of Appeal in Vera Camacho struck down part of the existing consecutive sentencing framework for sexual offenders against children because it would result in sentences that are grossly disproportionate and unconstitutional. Yet, the Conservatives propose to expand this fragile provision to include adult sexual offenses. This approach is reckless. It would remove judicial discretion entirely, prevent judges from applying the totality principle, risk grossly disproportionate global sentences, discourage early guilty pleas, lengthen trials unnecessarily, and put increased pressure on provincial courts and correctional facilities, all without any evidence that it reduces reoffending. This is why our government has adopted a different evidence-based and constitutionally sound approach. Through Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, we are strengthening the justice system while keeping victims at the center and core of our focus. How? 1, tougher bail rules. C-14 makes it harder for serious sexual offenders to be released before trial, introducing a reverse onus for assault and sexual assault involving choking, suffocation, or strangulation, behaviors linked to the escalation to homicide. 2, ending house arrest for serious sexual offenses. Conditional sentences have been proven insufficient for serious sexual offenses, particularly those involving children. C-14 ensures that offenders serve sentences reflecting the gravity of their crimes. 3, consecutive sentences for repeat offenders, as mentioned by my honorable member from the bloc before. C-14 allows judges to consider consecutive sentences for repeat violent sexual offenders while preserving discretion to ensure outcomes remain proportionate, fair, and constitutional. These measures, Mr. Speaker, reflect our commitment to victim-centered, charter-compliant reforms. Unlike the Conservatives who prioritize ideology over evidence, we are strengthening public safety without creating legal chaos. Mr. Speaker, let's also remember C2, which equips police with lawful tools they need to catch predators before they commit crimes. You know, Mr. Speaker, what survivors and families of victims have been telling us is the need for less toxic rhetoric around intimate partner violence and urge Parliament to act responsibly. For example, yesterday the House unanimously adopted Conservative Bill C-225 on fighting intimate partner violence, as we intend to amend the bill in the Justice Committee and strengthen it to protect women who would act in self-defense from being wrongfully charged with a first-degree murder. This is the spirit we've shown that we can work together and protect Canadians and protect their lives. Unfortunately, the Conservatives continue to delay critical legislation, wasting committee time debating irrelevant matters, while women organizations across the country have called for urgent action. So I ask the member opposite, will she support passing these bills before the House rises? Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, before the House rises, the minister will table legislation addressing gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, child protection, and court delays. These measures are crafted with victims in mind, reflecting their lived experiences and the realities they face. We hope the Conservatives will refrain from obstruction and join and support our legislation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Gaspésie, les îles de Madeleine.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les îles de la Madeleine, Listigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening we are debating Bill C-246. And I would like to thank my colleague for Lethbridge in Alberta. This bill seeks to amend the criminal code in order to ensure that when a number of sentences have been applied for sexual offenses, they be served consecutively. That includes cases where multiple offenses were committed towards the same victim at the same time, and also when the person was already serving a sentence for a separate offense. The Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of this bill to enable it to be studied at committee. We will then be able to further study this conservative bill, but I do have some concerns already. I'd like to start by explaining how our criminal law system currently views consecutive sentences, given that consecutive sentences are already possible and often used by the courts. I will then discuss the merits of the Conservative proposal to refuse judges' discretionary power, to reduce judges' discretionary power, and to instead apply consecutive sentences automatically when there is a repeat offender or someone who has committed multiple sexual offenses. First of all, let me speak about the victims of sexual offenses. I practiced law for 12 years, 10 of which were in legal aid, and I had the privilege of representing a number of victims of sexual assault. Specifically on the compensation of victims of crime in Quebec. And I've experienced with my own eyes how much these sexual assaults led to repercussions, and repercussions which are in many cases permanent. I saw what a heavy burden my clients had to carry and their vulnerability. We had to prepare for hearings, and my clients would explain to me how the assault changed them. Some of them felt unsafe walking down the street at night. Others had to suffer from flashbacks or from lack of trust in their relationships. In all cases, they had to bear an unfair burden. And we fought together to ensure that they would have access to compensation that would help them with their symptoms or their lack of ability to work. We won some victories together, but I never felt that these victories enabled us to forget or erase what they had experienced. Perhaps things improved a little bit, but still, they were affected by what had happened. So I just want to remember that these victims, these individuals, I'm thinking of them, they stand in my mind as I continue the debate on this bill. This bill has to do with sentences for the offenders, but I must say that none of the victims that I defended spoke about the duration of these sentences imposed on the offenders. They instead spoke about the fact that they wanted to take up their lives once again and benefit from support, therapy, and other assistance. So let's look at how the current system treats offenders who commit a number of sexual offenses.
Donc, on peut, s'il y a un auteur qui commet plusieurs infractions, en général, s'il y a plusieurs peines,
so in general, when there are a number of sentences, in many cases, these sentences are served concurrently, unless there are legal reasons or other reasons that mean that they must be served consecutively. And for example, that's already the case, consecutive sentences, when we're talking about sexual offenses against children. And otherwise, in more general cases, the judge has to consider consecutive sentences. Doesn't have to ultimately opt for them, but has to consider them. It is considered an exceptional measure, but it is one of the possible tools that can be used to reflect the gravity of multiple crimes and to avoid having an offender benefit from an artificial reduction of the length of their sentence when they've committed a number of serious crimes. That's what we've learned from the Supreme Court. And so there's already that option. Judges have a great deal of discretion to determine whether sentences should be concurrent or consecutive. But they must also respect the principle of proportionality and avoid having the overall sentence be excessive. So currently, the current state of law seeks a balance. It enables consecutive sentencing, but it also enables the justice system to look at the sentence overall. In the R versus MCA decision from 1996, the Supreme Court confirmed that judges have a great deal of leeway, but that they must consider the principle of proportionality. And regarding consecutive sentences, the court stated that the use of consecutive sentences must reflect the number of offenses without leading to an unreasonable overall sentence. So consecutive sentences are already part of the tools that judges have. when they're sentencing someone who has committed a number of sexual offenses. And in the criminal courts, we already plead repeat offending and aggravating circumstances. So the legal system already has the necessary tools to impose consecutive sentences when it is judged necessary. Now, let's discuss the merits of the conservative proposal to reduce judges' discretionary power and instead ensure that consecutive sentences would be automatically applied to repeat offenders or multiple offenders. The goal of the bill is to ensure that the sentences applied to these individuals reflect the gravity of each of the offenses and the various harms caused to each victim. I think this is something, again, that we can discuss at committee and look into more in depth. But based on what I just said, I think we can already reach that goal with current rules. And I think we can place our trust in the justice system to tailor the sentence to each individual case. Now, there could be another goal, which is what we would like, which would be to reduce the rate of repeat offending by applying more severe sentences to repeat offenders. And on that topic, a study was published in the Criminology and Public Policy Journal of the American Society of Criminology. That came out in 2022 and stated that the reoffending rate of sexual offenders has gone down by 60% since 1970. This is a serious study. It is a meta-analysis of 185 studies, Canadian studies, involving more than 50,000 offenders, and combined 226 different reoffending rates that were measured at different times in different places throughout Canada. After controlling for various factors, the study concluded that the sexual reoffending rate had gone down by more than 60% since the 70s. Now, each case of reoffending is one case too many, of course, but the problem of sexual reoffending seems to be decreasing under current rules. So yes, we can look into this in more detail, but when it comes to repeat offending, things seem to be improving. Of course, we want to reduce crime, but it is not clear that more severe sentences end up reducing crime. At committee, we would also ideally discuss the collateral effects of this bill if it is adopted. Longer sentences means more people in prison for longer. That means costs for the government. And criminals staying longer in prison also has a negative effect on their chances of rehabilitation. So, Mr. Speaker, there are serious questions about the utility of this bill and its effects on our criminal justice system. Nonetheless, we will vote in favor at this stage to enable us to study it at committee.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. Before I begin, I want to recognize someone who's worked in my office since I became elected, and that's Stephanie Rennick. This is her 32nd anniversary of working on Parliament Hill. Wow. I am profoundly indebted to people like her. We all are. Most of us are nothing without our staff. And to Stephanie, thank you so much for everything, all the sacrifices, all the help, all the late hours. People like me are nothing without people like you. Now, Mr. Speaker, normally I have a couple of notes, but you're going to see me at first start with no notes. And I'm going to speak directly to the Liberals here, because I can't believe what we just heard from the parliamentary secretary. In fact, whoever wrote that speech should be ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed because they just got the law completely wrong. They talked about the unconstitutionality of this provision. Well, if this provision is unconstitutional, then the provision that is identical to it, the one that says consecutive sentences for sex offenses against kids, is unconstitutional itself. I cannot believe that, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I am raising my voice, and yes, I'm speaking with passion. Why? Because victims serve a psychological life sentence. And the Liberals here are communicating to this House, to Canadians, that this doesn't need to be changed, that it is okay for sex offenses to be cheaper by the dozen. It is wrong. The Liberals can scoff, they can snarl under their breath, or they can do something. They can ask the person who wrote that speech, the person who delivered that speech, what are we thinking when we talk about Bill C-14, a bill on bail? When this bill, all this bill says, and I consulted with the honorable member on it, and I reflected on my life prosecuting sex offenses against kids, also teaching sentencing class at our local law school, talking about the totality principle that that member spoke about. The totality principle says that somebody's overall moral culpability should not exceed the length of sentence, that it should be proportional. And somehow this offends the totality principle? What? Well, if this offends it, then the provision that this was designed on, to say that everybody who hurts a kid should serve a consecutive sentence. If anybody wants a real-life example, I'll tell them one. The first case that I undertook that really taught me about this, a case on internet luring. The offender was located in Canada. The victims were in the Philippines. And I'll just give a warning here. This is graphic, so if anybody doesn't want to hear it, please. That offender, a Canadian, was paying mothers to offend against their children. And yes, it's uncomfortable, but this is what's happening. He pled guilty to several charges, and because of that, there were consecutive sentences. Now, based on that speech, one would say that that was wrong, that he should have consecutive sentences. And you know what? The totality principle still applied. How is it possible that anybody in this House could disagree with the fact that if somebody sexually assaults one person and sexually assaults somebody else in 90 days, and sexually assaults another person in 90 days, and so on, should not serve consecutive sentences? Those sentences can be fashioned in accordance with the totality principle to reflect the overall moral culpability of that person. So I say to the Liberals who are here, are you okay with this? Are you okay with signaling, with getting behind the contents of that speech? I challenge every single one of you to go back and reflect on that in your caucus. I texted somebody, an advocate for sexual assault survivors, somebody who herself was sexually assaulted and speaks about it publicly. We need to remember, and I forget this sometimes too, and sometimes I joke around in this House, sometimes I have more fun, but I've always believed politics was about timing. There's a time to have fun, there's a time to be righteously angry, there's a time to be serious, there's a time to be loud, there's a time to be quiet. If ever there was a time to be loud in this House, this is it. If ever there was a time for the Liberals present in this House to say, are we sure we want to say we don't want to tie judges' hands? Like, is that what I heard, Mr. Speaker? We don't want to tie the hands of judges when it comes to consecutive sentences for sexual assault. Did I hear that? And do I see that the Liberals across the way are okay with it? Because victims are going to be watching. That speech will be dissected. And let's not forget, our words in here mean something. If we can't agree on that, what the heck can we agree on? And what I find even more reprehensible is that somebody said, you know what, we should not throw the full force of the law against sexual offenders. Those victims are serving a life sentence, a psychological life sentence. And I just heard why we should not apply the full force of the law to them. But support Bill C-14, because boy is it tough on crime. What a joke. We are debating whether people should serve an appropriate sentence for sexual assault. I'm thinking to myself, well, duh. Of course they should. And I don't care if they hear me on Wellington Street saying this. We have come to the point where people serve more time on a maximum sentence for property crimes. Robbery is taking property by force. The maximum sentence is life imprisonment. Sexual assault is taking sexual dignity by force, sexual inviolability by force, sexual integrity by force, and the maximum sentence is 10 years. And what do we hear from the Liberals? They didn't say whether they would vote for or against this. And if you are watching this at home through you, Mr. Speaker, I would say contact my office, contact every Liberal, and say to them, there should be proportionality in sentencing, because for far too long, we have measured sexual assault sentences in months instead of years. And I remember I was obedient to the rule of law, the rule of precedent, as somebody who practiced law. I may not have agreed, but I was obedient to the precedents. Does anybody know here, I'm speaking rhetorically, about the range for a sexual assault involving intercourse in British Columbia? It starts at 2 years. And that speech says, the Liberal position says, that if it's done again to another victim, it shouldn't necessarily be consecutive. 2 years. 2 years. For the violation of somebody's sexual integrity. And yeah, there's a bit of awkwardness in the House right now, because there should be. When we allow stuff like this to be said in this House, when we don't stand up for victims in this House, we should all hang our heads in shame. And I hope every single one of them goes back to caucus and ask why that speech said what it said. Why are we allowing this to happen? Shame on every parliamentarian who does not fight for victims of sexual offenses in this country.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, the Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking in response to Bill C-246, an act to amend the Criminal Code. Let's say private member's bill introduced by the Honourable Member for Lethbridge. The bill would change the criminal code so that when someone is convicted 2 or more sexual offenses at the same time, their sentence would have to be served one after the other. And if that person was later convicted of another sexual offense, their new sentence would automatically be adopted on top of the sentence they're already serving for earlier sexual offense. Sexual offending is a profound violation that leaves lasting physical, emotional, and psychological harm. These are not crimes that can be minimized or treated lightly. They require our justice system to respond with clarity, strength, and accountability. The grave harm caused by sexual offending is one of the reasons the government is seeking to advance important criminal law reforms, including the most recent Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, with a view to reinforcing community safety and strengthening Canada's justice system. Bill C-14 represents a significant step forward in updating Canada's criminal justice framework to make bail law stricter and sentencing law tougher.
The bill includes more than 80 targeted changes to the criminal code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other relevant acts, all directed towards delivering firm and fairer outcomes for everyone in Canada. Bill C-14 includes an amendment that would require judges to consider consecutive sentences for repeat violent offenders, including repeat sexual violent offenders. A consecutive sentence means that multiple prison sentences that are served one after the other, with the total length of the sentence being the sum of the individual sentences imposed for one offense. This is different from a concurrent sentence, where multiple prison terms for different offenses in a single sentence can be served at the same time. If passed by Parliament, Bill C-14 would send a strong signal to courts that longer sentences may be warranted in cases of repeat violent offending, while still allowing for individualized circumstances to be considered by the sentencing judge. Bill C-14 would capture a broad range of offenders. Anyone with a record for violent offenses in the last 5 years, as well as a broad range of offenses, any offense involving violence or threats of violence. It would include, but not be limited to, offenses involving sexual violence. As a result of this proposal, courts would be required by law to consider consecutive sentences for repeat violent offenders, and failure to do so would be an error in law that could be appealed. Bill C-14 would also make it more difficult for those accused of serious, violent, and sexual offending to be released on bail. The general rule for bail is that when a Crown prosecutor seeks the detention of an accused person, they must demonstrate to the court that there is just cause to detain the accused. This means the Crown has a responsibility to show that the accused should not be granted bail. In certain cases, however, the accused must show why they should be granted bail. This is referred to as reverse onus. In a reverse onus situation, an accused must be detained while awaiting their trial unless they could demonstrate to the court that they should not be detained bail by showing that there is no just cause for their detention, meaning they are not a risk to public safety. A reverse onus demonstrates Parliament's intention that bail should be more difficult to obtain in cases where the accused might present heightened risk if released on bail. Right now, the Criminal Code sets out reverse onus for several criminal offenses, including for offenses where the allegations involve violence against an intimate partner, if the accused had been previously convicted or discharged of an offense where violence was used against their intimate partner. This reverse onus recognizes the fact that violence against intimate partners unfortunately tends to happen more than once, and so those who have been previously convicted of such offenses may pose increased safety risks to their victims if released on bail. Building on this foundation, Bill C-14 includes a proposal to create a new reverse onus bail provision for an assault and sexual assault involving choking, suffocating, or strangulation. Evidence suggests that this behavior is indicative of potential escalation to homicide, particularly in the intimate partner context. The proposed reverse onus recognizes that accused of such offending may present.
I have a point of order for the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do just want to remind the member that we're dealing with a particular topic, which is Bill C-246, which deals with consecutive sentencing. And I wonder if you could call the member to follow the rules and discuss the provisions of the bill that's currently before the House. It's a very important one.
I thank the member for the reminder. As you know, as members know, there's a wide latitude to members, and I'm sure the member for Pickering-Brooklyn was coming back to the matter at hand as she was giving examples. I invite the member to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the proposed reverse owners recognizes that accused of such offending may present heightened safety risk to their victims if released on bail. The bill currently going through the Parliament also significantly strengthens sentencing, including for sexual offending. It is proposed that conditional sentences orders, also known as house arrest, be unavailable for serious sexual offenses, including those against children. Protecting children from sexual exploitation and abuse is a top priority for the federal government. The government has taken significant steps to strengthen laws, enhance its law enforcement tools, and support victims. Canada's approach reflects the belief that every child has the right to grow up free from harm and that those who violate that trust will face full force of the law. These amendments respond to concerns from provinces and territories, many of whom have observed a troubling rise in the conditional sentencing order being ordered in response to sexual offenses, including child sexual offenses, noting that these sentences were not sufficiently reflective of the gravity nor sufficiently protected victims. These concerns have prompted calls to restrict conditional sentencing orders for those offenses and to ensure that the use of conditional sentences orders remain consistent with the principles of denunciation, deterrence, promotes public confidence in the justice system. These targeted reforms reflect the government's commitment to addressing the serious harms caused by sexual offending and its profound impact on victims. Bill C-14 also proposes adding a new aggravated factor at sentencing for repeat violent offending, which would include repeat violent sexual offending. An aggravated factor is a circumstance or detail about an offense that makes a crime more serious. Aggravating factors send a message to our courts that certain conduct justifies harsher sentences. These amendments would respond to ongoing calls to denounce and deter all repeat violent offending. Federal, provincial, and territorial governments have been actively collaborating on measures to strengthen the bail and sentencing regimes for many months at the ministerial, deputy ministerial, and officials level. The proposed amendments were developed in close cooperation with the provinces and territories and reflect a collective agreement to support safer communities. These changes are being advanced within the federal areas of responsibility and reflect commitments to bring forward law reform in the area. A well-functioning criminal justice system, however, requires action from the provinces, territories who are responsible for the administration of the justice, which includes the conduct of the majority of the prosecution in Canada. Building on the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, the Government of Canada has further committed to bringing forward additional legislative changes to address court delays, strengthen victims' rights, better protect people facing sexual and intimate part of violence, and to keep children safe from crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford will have approximately 3.5 minutes and will then be interrupted for the adjournment of the House. All right, 3.5 minutes to talk about a topic that matters deeply to me, as I am my party's critic for women's issues. From November 25th through to the 6th of December, we honor women and violence against women. We remember it. And of course, December 6th is the terrible anniversary of the Polytechnique shooting. I'll start with some statistics and I'll finish with what we're studying in committee right now. Sexual offenses in Canada have gone from 57 per 100,000 people in 2015 to over 80 for 100,000 people. So it's a 52% increase. And in Quebec, they went from 45 per 100,000 to increase 119%. These are significant increases. Also, 50% of women who lose their jobs have to change jobs. And a huge number of women stay in shelters each year. Also, as an aside, I'd like to thank all those who work in shelters for women who experience violence. Your work is very important. Now, in 40% of cases, the violent partner has a criminal record of violence, and 20% of domestic violence charges result in conviction. We've seen this in committee. In 60% of feminicides, there was at least one complaint before the feminicide. As explained by my colleague, the member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Restigouche, we understand that the situation is urgent. We welcome the member for Lethbridge's bill. We would like to study it in committee. We'd like to see what's behind these numbers. Are they the result of the Me Too movement? We really need to fight this crime. We do have some concerns about the bill, though. We will study this in committee because there are already consecutive sentences in the code, in the criminal code. In Quebec, we worked very hard to rebuild trust. We have taken action against violence against women. We have electronic monitoring bracelets. We have specialized tribunals. I've discussed this with the member for Sherbrooke recently. I also am in communication with the Minister for Women in Quebec. We all acknowledge that we need to take urgent action. In Quebec, we have moved forward, but the first thing Ottawa needs to do is recognize coercion control. This would give more powers to police forces. The legal system also needs to be seized with the matters. With Conservatives, we agreed to study conditional release. And I'll conclude on this, Mr. Speaker. We need to understand why there is a rise in masculinism, anti-feminism, which can contribute to violence against women. So we need to really look into that, and I hope to be able to speak more about this, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The time for consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order.
A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Adjourn proceedings. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise virtually tonight in the House at adjournment proceedings to pursue a question I asked on October 31st. The response came from the Honourable Minister of Transportation, also government leader in the House. It was inadequate, and that's why I pursue this very urgent matter tonight. We're supposed to have a government policy of Canada first. My question that I put on that day in question period pertained to the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board and its actions, and I asked why we did not put Canada first. Now, the Honourable Minister answered by saying, quote, the CPPIB, the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board, has, quote, is ethical in tracking and above board in making its investments all over the world, including in Canada. And he went on to say that the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board, quote, takes investing in Canada very, very seriously. Close quote. Well, it doesn't invest much in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and I think my colleagues in this House need to know this about the $92 billion of our pension money, us all Canadians who have investments in the Canada Pension Plan and count on it for our retirement. The Canada Pension Plan Investment Board currently has 12% of that $92 billion invested in Canada, 47% is invested in the US and elsewhere all around the world. Now, in the 25-year history of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, its fundamental legislation has never been revisited. Now, in contrast to the Quebec Pension Plan Investment Board, in Quebec, pension dollars are also invested by an arm's length board, but by legislation in Quebec, pension dollars have to be invested with some concern to improve the well-being of Quebecers in the interest of Quebec. The Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board Act doesn't require that they be concerned about Canada at all. The investment board, made up of people who reside mostly outside of Canada, are making decisions about investments from New York. They are concerned to get the best return on investment. That means that they are major investors in fossil fuel companies, for example, all around the world. Fracking in Ohio, gas fields in Texas. $22 billion of our pension plan money is invested in fossil fuel investments. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the time I have, Mr. Speaker, I can't really shine a light on all the scandals associated with the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, but I do want to reference where I found a lot of these specific examples. Research by the Center for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research, and a second report by a group called SHIFT, which focuses on pension, wealth, and climate and planet health. Now, let's just look at a recent example, Mr. Speaker, a huge scandal where mismanagement by the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, virtually unreported in Canada, lost Canadians $500 million of our investment, while Canada Pension Plan Investment Board had 2 seats on the board of Paris-based Orpea, one of Europe's very largest long-term care home facilities. They are Europe's really largest long-term care facility, Orpea, O-R-P-E-A, look it up. And it was engaged in criminal activity, embezzlement. Canada Pension Plan Investment Board had 2 seats on that board of directors, and as well, they had 23% of the shares.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Leader of the Green Party bringing the issue of the Canada Pension Plan up and the manner in which it distributes the funds that it's ultimately responsible for. And as the House Leader, Government House Leader, had indicated, there is substantial funds that are there, and we like to believe that we have significant investments in Canada. She makes references to percentages. I think it might be a little higher than the 12%. It's definitely higher than the 12% when you factor in that many, I suspect, and I can't provide the great details on it, but some of the investments that would, for example, be going into the United States might be investments that indirectly, or maybe even possibly directly to a certain degree, ends up being investments in Canada too. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, is that the CPP is a critically important program, if I could use the word program, for all Canadians because of the contributions that employers or employees and employers contribute so that we have the cash flow coming into the CPP and entrusting an arm's length board to invest those scarce resources in order to be able to pay out when it comes time to pay out, Mr. Speaker. And, it's interesting when the leader says, well, why not more here in Canada? And I know, that CPP does have partners are, from different places in the world where there's joint investments that are made. And I do have confidence in the board. The leader made reference to potential scandals that have been taking place. I'm not familiar with the ones that she has referenced. Maybe she could provide a little bit more information on that. But what I'd be interested in knowing is that has the member ever thought of having it brought to a standing committee? where a standing committee can maybe look into the possibilities. I think it's important, as much as possible, we have to allow for CPP to be arm's length from government. I don't believe the government should be instructing what business or what investment. They have the expertise from within the board to make good decisions. I think all in all, CPP has done good in terms of the number of or the amount of return on the investments, and any investor will tell you that at times there are some investments that might not deliver what the expectation is. So there will be some losses. I think we have to take a look at the bigger and broader picture, and I think that's hopefully has ensured that there's a good rate of return. If we were hearing that the rate of return was not in the best interest of the CPP, then I would suggest that we should definitely revisit it. But the member says see more investment in Canada. I like to think that CPP is looking at ways in which it might be able to contribute more in terms of the investments here in Canada. But I would like to look at the government, who has seen the value of CPP. I think it was Justin Trudeau that actually, through negotiations with the provinces, finally got provinces on board so we could get more money going into CPP, so more money would be going out to individuals so that when they get retirement, that they're receiving more money. And I think that's a very important aspect of CPP.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
In the minute I have in response, I'm very disappointed. Listen, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act was passed in this Parliament 25 years ago. It specifically requires that the investment board pay no attention to anything other than rate of return. It omits any reference to investing in Canada for the benefit of Canadians. It's time to bring that Investment Board Act back to this Parliament and amend it so that at the very minimum, the Canada Pension Board Investment Board consider what's good for the Canadian economy, what's good for our future. I don't want my Canada Pension Plan Investment Board investing in ways to burn the planet for my granddaughter, who has to grow up in a place that may be unlivable. But at a minimum, support Canadian businesses first.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I understand what it is that the leader of the Green Party is saying. We have the major investments that are made from teachers' associations or teacher unions to healthcare professional unions to the larger corporations. Wanting to get a rate of return has always been a priority. She made reference to the province of Quebec, and a lot of that investment goes outside of the province of Quebec, Mr. Speaker, constantly looking for rates of return. And it's not to say absolutely not that the legislation cannot be looked at. I'm encouraged that she's raised the issue, and maybe we could have some more dialogue in terms of the CPP and the manner in which it does its investments. And personally, as an individual, I would be interested in having a discussion of that nature.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada faces a continuing youth jobs crisis. And the government has, unfortunately, with this budget, actually moved in the opposite direction from where we need to go. Now, before the budget, Conservatives helpfully laid out the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan, which identifies the key things we need to do. Unleash the economy, fix immigration, fix training, and build homes where the jobs are. Key policies in these areas would help to create jobs and opportunity. It would help to address the issue of a poorly tailored immigration system leading to competition for entry-level jobs. It would help young people to have the skills that align with the needs of the labor market and be able to move to where jobs are available in cases where there are geographic mismatches. Unleash the economy, fix immigration, fix training, and build homes where the jobs are. And rather than implement our plan, we saw a budget, particularly in the area of training, that goes in the opposite direction, because the government is now deciding to not give student grants to students on the basis of the institution they're going to, in particular to discriminate against students going to particular private institutions. Now, I think students wouldn't mind going to public institutions if all of the same programs and areas of vocational training were offered in public institutions or as are available in private institutions. But the reality is that there are certain kinds of careers where virtually all of the formation happens at private institutions. Targeting the students and not allowing those students to get grants means that students pursuing in-demand skills in certain vocational careers will no longer be able to access that funding. As well, the budget completely leaves behind polytechnics, where the vast majority of apprentices are trained. So we're seeing the government perpetuate this kind of discrimination where they lean hard into saying the university sector is the only way, and they continue to leave behind and leave further behind students that are interested in in-demand skills, vocations that involve career colleges, polytechnics, and other areas. So we're already in a situation where there's a training mismatch, and the government solution has been, well, if Canadian young people and the skills labor market needs aren't aligned, we're just going to have temporary foreign workers fill those gaps. Well, no, what we need to do actually is support training for young people to acquire skills that align with the labor market. But this budget, by discriminating against students who go to certain kinds of institutions, is in fact moving in the opposite direction. Mr. Speaker, we are going to be seeing new job numbers out very soon. And the problem is that we've consistently had over 14% youth unemployment. Recession levels of youth unemployment, we're still at this point significantly higher youth unemployment than we were a year ago, and Conservatives have put forward a constructive plan to address this. Liberals have refused to implement that plan and actually gone in the opposite direction. So we are going to be seeing new job numbers tomorrow, and I want to ask the government very, very clearly, why are they moving in the opposite direction with training provisions in the budget? What is the rationale for discriminating against students who go to career colleges that are organized in this way? And why has the government failed to implement the constructive ideas that Conservatives have put forward to unleash the economy, to fix immigration, to fix training, and to build homes where the jobs are? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I disagree with the member. I believe that the government has invested, and we don't say the only jobs that are out there and available for young people is if you get university degrees, whether it's technical institutes. I think of Red River College, who does outstanding work, to University of Manitoba does outstanding work, and quite frankly, there's other ways, other forms of apprenticeship programs that are offered through trade unions and others, all of which the government, if not directly, indirectly supports, from transfer payments to direct cash in support of things like apprenticeship programs with a special focus on young people. A good example in terms of the contrast between the Liberals and the Conservatives would be the summer youth program. You know, back in the day when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, they cut that particular program, Mr. Speaker, significantly. Whereas if you take a look at how we see summer youth programs, is one of the ways in which young people can actually get the type of work that could see them ultimately develop a career over it, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, when you take a look at the overall numbers in terms of jobs, and my friend was talking about, well, we're looking forward to hearing the stats coming out tomorrow, and I too look forward to the stats. I think overall Canada is doing quite well because we have seen an increase overall in the number of jobs that have been created since this Prime Minister was in fact elected. And that's an important stat to recognize. Yes, there are certain areas that cause a great deal of concern. Young people is always a concern. It was a concern when we had high youth unemployment under Stephen Harper. Individuals that are 55 plus, even 50 plus, Mr. Speaker, try to find a job when you're 50 and you're having to retire because your company has either let you go or maybe it's even closed or whatever it might be. It can be very difficult to find a job. So we recognize that there are issues that do need to be looked at and given special consideration, and we see that in the budget. The very same budget that the member opposite, who says that he's concerned about youth unemployment, is actually voting against, Mr. Speaker. And I think that he's selling the budget short by not recognizing literally the hundreds of millions of dollars that are incorporated from within the budget to support things, as I say, like apprenticeship training, such as programs to support post-secondary institutions, not to mention equalization and transfer payments that go to provinces. You got to recognize, Mr. Speaker, the role that provinces play. You know, I had a tour of, I think it was Boeing or Standard Aero, where they talked about working with Ottawa, the province, and Red River College in ensuring that they're able to meet the future workforce. So there is a great deal of cooperation that needs to take place, and it is taking place for anyone to be able to see, unless, of course, you have your eyes closed.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I want to, there's a lot there, but I want to particularly zero in on one thing the member said, that he thinks things are sort of generally going well. And 14% plus youth unemployment is not going well. Those are recession levels. This summer, 1 in 5 returning students, roughly, was not able to find a job. Wow. These are students who rely on the income they earn in the summer to be able to pay for the continuing education. And these critical milestones in their life that they're preparing for, that they're trying to get into through work, are being blocked in a large number of cases. And that's because of economic failures, that's because of a poorly tailored immigration system, that's because of a training system that is going to get worse under this government because of a plan to attack students pursuing particular professions. Would the member be willing to acknowledge that that is a bad number for youth unemployment?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I would acknowledge that it is a number that is of concern, just like when it was just under 14% back in 2013, I believe it was. And of course, that's when his leader sat around the cabinet table when they were actually cutting programs such as the summer youth program, Mr. Speaker. So yes, I was concerned back then because I want to be there to support young people of Canada, and we do need to give special attention to that, whether it was back in 2013 when it was high, or it's at the number it is today. Fortunately, we have a government that's committed to supporting youth through different programs, as I've already mentioned, direct and indirect supports, working with different jurisdictions, and of course, something I'm a big fan of, Mr. Speaker, supporting the summer youth program, because I literally believe it creates hundreds and hundreds of good career type of jobs going forward. It gives them a little bit of a taste and an experience.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to follow up on a question that I posed to the government, and that is, how much does the Prime Minister have in offshore tax havens? This, after all, is a Prime Minister who has a notorious track record of using offshore tax havens to avoid paying taxes in Canada. Before he ran for the Liberal leadership earlier this year, the Prime Minister served as chair of Brookfield. Brookfield happens to be Canada's biggest corporate tax dodger. According to analysis from the Centre for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research, Brookfield managed to avoid paying a staggering $6.5 billion in taxes in only 5 years. To put $6.5 billion in perspective, that is more money than the government spends on the RCMP. That's right, the Prime Minister's company managed to avoid paying more in taxes than the Prime Minister's government spends on Canada's national police force. Brookfield has managed to dodge paying taxes through a complex and opaque web of shell companies set up in Bermuda and the Cayman Islands primarily. So brazen is Brookfield's tax avoidance that 3 Brookfield entities worth $50 billion are registered to a bike shop in Bermuda, a bike shop. The Prime Minister was not only chair of Canada's biggest corporate tax dodger, the Prime Minister was an architect of Brookfield's offshore tax avoidance scheme. This is a Prime Minister who set up 3 multi-billion-dollar investment funds in the notorious tax havens of Bermuda and the Cayman Islands. One of those funds is the Brookfield Global Transition Fund 1. This is a fund the Prime Minister registered in Bermuda. This is a fund that the Prime Minister stands to make tens of millions of dollars from in carried interest payments, in other words, future bonus pay, based upon the performance of that fund. So what we have is a Prime Minister who stands to profit, who stands to make tens of millions of dollars from investments that are shielded from paying taxes in Canada because he set up the fund in Bermuda. Canadians deserve to know exactly how much does the Prime Minister have in offshore tax havens.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's an interesting process that we're in because the Conservatives like to be able to try to, what I've always said is character assassination. Now they got the new Prime Minister, and right away they want to try to attack his personal integrity. So I just did a very quick Google search. And I asked, in terms of Conservative MPs that invested in Brookfield, and you'd be surprised, Mr. Speaker, there is the leader of the Conservative Party appears to maybe have some indirect companies associated with Brookfield. The deputy leader of the Conservative Party has stocks in Brookfield. Now, I can't name the others. There's a number of others, Mr. Speaker, but I can't name them because I don't necessarily know the writing, and I can't say them by name. So if I had leave to be able to do that, I would be more than happy to share the names, Mr. Speaker. But the point is that at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what we see is that in Canada we have a fairly rigorous system. And I'm sure the member would actually agree, because it was actually Stephen Harper that put it in, to ensure that there's a sense of accountability and transparency and ethical behavior taking place. And we have a Prime Minister that actually met the requirements even before he became the Prime Minister. It's in a blind trust. We have some of the most rigorous rules in the world. But you see, Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough for the Conservatives. Because what they feel is the road to power for the Conservatives is to personally attack the leader of the Liberal Party. Take a look in terms of who the leader of the Liberal Party is and his background. He was appointed to be the governor of the Bank of Canada by Stephen Harper. He was appointed to be the governor of the Bank of England. He has incredible, impeccable economic experience in understanding an economy. And yes, he does have investments, much like many Conservatives have, and he's been highly successful, Mr. Speaker. So what they want, are they saying, is that he's not qualified to be the Prime Minister? He's following the rules, but they want to be able to attack the Prime Minister personally, believing by doing that it's politically advantageous for the Conservatives because they want Canadians to think that there's something wrong with the leader of the Liberal Party. I would contrast the leader of the Liberal Party to the leader of the Conservative Party any day, anywhere, especially given the economic times and challenges that we have, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has done an incredible job in working with the premiers, Indigenous leaders, Bill C-5, building One Canada economy, building Canada strong, not to mention the amount of traveling he's doing in order to be able to build bridges and get more investment coming to Canada. Trade agreement potentials between Philippines, India, Look what happened in Indonesia. We have legislation before us today to deal with England and Northern Ireland, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because we have a very active Prime Minister that's out and about, working hard day in and day out for Canadians in every region of the country. And all the Conservatives can do is want to attack his character. And I find that very unfortunate. And I believe Canadians will see through the Conservative tactic.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, as usual, the Liberals call an inconvenient truth a personal attack. It is a fact that the Prime Minister was chair of Canada's biggest tax dodger through its use of offshore tax havens. It is a fact that the Prime Minister set up an investment fund in the offshore tax haven of Bermuda, and it is a fact that the Prime Minister stands to make tens of millions of dollars from that fund from investments that are shielded from paying taxes in Canada because he set up the fund in Bermuda. So again, how much does the Prime Minister have in offshore tax havens?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister, and the leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservative team will do whatever it can in order to achieve power, and they genuinely believe the best way to do that is to attack the character and the person of the Prime Minister at all costs. That is the fact, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that what will happen is that Canadians will see through the self-interest of the Conservative Party and the character assassination that they continuously try to push, whether it's justified or not. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in this case, it is not justified. The Conservatives need to dial it back, and at the end of the day, we should be looking for incredible people to be members of Parliament, to be our ministers, to be our Prime Minister, and so forth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne est maintenant réputée
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.